This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. So let's settle back comfortably and listen. And while you're getting settled, I'd like to know if you like seafood. And by seafood, I mean everything from broiled lobster to fried halibut. Because if you like seafood, any seafood, you'll love it together with Petri California Sauterne. Fish and Petri Sauterne were made for each other. No kidding. Boy, I'll never in my life forget a broiled brook trout on the plate in front of me and a glass of well-chilled Petri Sauterne right next to it. That fish and that Sauterne. Petri Sauterne has a pale golden color that's really good to look at. And as for taste, well, that Petri flavor is really something. Take my word for it and try it, won't you? Oh, and I'll tell you something else. Try that Petri Sauterne with chicken sometime. Look, I better stop before I get hungry all over again, but just remember this. The best friend a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri wine. And now let's keep our appointment with the good Dr. Watson.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Come over here and join me by the fire.
I didn't think it was cold enough for a fire tonight, Doctor.
Oh, I suppose it isn't really, but there was one laid, so I just couldn't resist putting a match to it.
Fire's a good accompaniment to storytelling anyway.
Yes, my boy, a fire and a glass of port. Care to join me in one?
Thanks, Doctor. So, you're going to tell us a sea story tonight?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. The whole adventure took place aboard a small steamer as it plowed through the stormy seas of the Indian Ocean. Here's your glass, my boy.
Thanks. And what were you and the great Sherlock Holmes doing on the Indian Ocean, may I ask?
We're on our way to Calcutta to solve the case of the vanishing elephant of Parbutipur.
Oh, yes, the story you told us a few weeks ago.
That's quite right, my boy. It's in the summer of 1894 that we left Liverpool aboard the steamship Lucifer. It wasn't a large ship, and as both the Mediterranean and the Red Sea proved somewhat, shall we say, unfriendly, I may tell you the first part of the voyage was quite unpleasant. In fact, until we left Aden, I'd spent most of the time in my cabin. I'm not much of a sailor, you know. However, as we headed eastward towards Colombo, the weather cleared up a bit, and I came on deck and joined Holmes. I remember on the second night out of Aden, we paced the decks together. The stars above us twinkled, the promise of a bright tomorrow, and the faint tinkle of a piano being played in the passenger lounge formed a perfect setting for an evening stroll. It only seems like yesterday that Holmes said...
Watson, it's good to see you on your feet again.
Yes, it's good to be on 'em, Holmes. It's been a miserable trip for me so far.
The captain told me tonight that we can expect good weather between here and Caravati, our next port of call.
I thought Colombo was the next stop. And where is Caravati, whatever you call it? Anyway, I never heard of the place.
It's a tiny island in the Indian Ocean. It's a British protectorate. Those are the only facts I was able to glean from the encyclopedia in the ship's library.
Did you ask the captain why we're stopping there?
No, I didn't. As we're traveling incognito, I felt it wiser not to ask too many questions.
I find this incognito business something of a strain. Every time a steward calls me Mr. Hamish, I can't think who on earth he's talking to.
Whereas I find myself answering to Mr. Mycroft almost automatically. By the way, old chap, now that you're going to mix with the ship's passengers, I suggest that you adopt a Scotch accent. It would seem more appropriate for a Mr. Hamish, and I don't want anyone aboard to suspect our true identities.
Oh, I'll do my best, but I must say, Holmes, I think you're being unnecessarily mysterious.
Possibly I've been influenced by reading too many of your rather florid stories of our adventures together.
My stories are not florid. They're all perfectly true.
Oh, don't be angry with me, old chap. Don't be angry, please. By the way, you'll be interested to know that I've unearthed a little mystery aboard this boat.
I trust you to do that. Where is she? I mean, what is it?
Oh, you observe that suite of cabins on the bridge deck above us?
Yeah? What about them?
Well, I've been watching them during my nightly strolls for the past 2 weeks. The suite is occupied, and yet the blinds are never raised. And I've never seen meals taken in there. I presume, therefore, that it must contain a private galley and a cook.
I don't see anything mysterious about that. It's probably occupied by some wealthy invalid.
Oh, possibly. Another interesting fact is that the occupants are not entered on the ship's passenger list.
It all sounds very mysterious. There's probably a perfectly simple explanation for it. In any case, you must save your energies for the problem that awaits us in India. You're Mr. Mycroft now, remember that.
I will, Mr. Hamish.
Mr. Mycroft?
Yes, Mr. Hamish?
Would you care to join me for a wee drop of brandy in the smoking room?
Mr. Hamish, I shall be delighted.
This is excellent brandy. Excellent.
Watson, you notice that rather garrulous gentleman over there in the corner?
You mean the one at the table with the oriental-looking fella?
Yes, the talkative man is the ship's doctor, but I haven't seen the other gentleman before on this voyage.
I wonder if he's an occupant of the mysterious suite on the bridge deck.
Let's go over and talk to him, shall we? And remember the accent, Mr. Hamish.
And so, Verda, when we landed at Colombo, I decided to take Mrs. Abbott for a moonlight rickshaw drive through the cinnamon gardens. Did you gentlemen want to see me?
If you'll excuse us, Dr. Harris, my friend Mr. Hamish and I were having a little argument, and we thought that perhaps you might be able to settle it for us.
An argument? Oh, I love a good argument. Sit down, gentlemen. This is Mr. Verda.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Good evening, sir. My name is Hamish, and this is my friend, Mr. Mycroft.
I'm so happy to meet you, gentlemen.
Now, how do you know, Mr. Verda?
Now, gentlemen, tell me what you're arguing about.
Well,
I
Doctor,
love a good argument.
You see, it wasn't exactly an argument. My friend Mr. Hamish insists that the Suez Canal was built by a Dutchman in 1870. I'm convinced that it was built by de Lesseps, a Frenchman, in 1869. We thought you'd know.
You flatter me. I'm only a ship's doctor, not an historian. Ask Verdi. He probably knows.
Can you settle the question for us, sir?
I can, Mr. Mycroft. You are almost correct. The canal was opened in 1869, though its construction began 10 years previously. De Lesseps, a French engineer, was in charge of the operation. There is a statue of him in Port Said Harbor, built to commemorate his skill and enterprise.
Much obliged to you, Mr. Vera. Hamish, I think that I win my bet.
Aye, Mycroft, I'm afraid you do, if you're sure of your facts, Mr. Verner.
I'm sufficiently sure of them, Mr. Hamish, to venture a small wager myself.
No. I think I'll not make any more bets on the subject, thank you.
Well, gentlemen, if you will excuse me, I shall return to my cabin now.
Oh, don't go.
No, don't go, sir. You'll make us feel as if we'd driven you away.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Hamish. I enjoyed meeting you both, but I have some letters to write. Good evening, gentlemen.
He's a charming person.
Charming and extremely knowledgeable.
Bit of a bore, if you ask me. You two fellas enjoyed your trip?
I'm just beginning to. It takes a little time to get my sea legs, you know.
Dr. Harris, how long have you been on this ship?
4 years. This is my 23rd trip east on the Lucifer.
Uh-huh.
Why?
Well, there's something that puzzles me on board this ship. I'm assured that you would explain it to me.
And what is it?
Well, the suite of cabins on the bridge deck, who occupies them?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Aye, Doctor, we would, and that's why my friend asked you.
Well, I'll tell you. Though it's supposed to be a secret. But there'll be no harm in telling you now, for we're dropping anchor off the island of Cavarati in the morning. In that suite of rooms is the Rani of Cavarati herself. She has her own staff of servants and everything. What do you think of that?
Oh, how very interesting. And is the Oriental gentleman who left the table when we arrived part of our entourage?
He is, sir. He's the sort of Prime Minister of Cavarati. This whole trip of theirs is very hush-hush. Rani returning to her country, afraid someone might make an attack on her life. Have to keep it all hush-hush. Cavarati is an island that's had a lot of trouble.
You seem to be remarkably well informed about the place, sir.
Yeah, I should be. I used to practice there in my younger days.
Well, really, how very interesting.
Yes, I could tell you strange tales about the island. I remember... Oh, hello. See that fella coming into the lounge?
You mean the big man with the grey hair?
Yes. That's Sir Christopher Wyatt. Owns all the tea plantations on Cavarati. He's a dull fella, but I'll call him over. Wyatt, come over and join us. Be careful. He'll talk your head off if you give him half a chance. Draw up a chair, Wyatt. We were just talking about Cavarati.
It seems to me that would be a good subject to keep away from. At least till after tomorrow, Harris.
What do you mean?
You know perfectly well what I mean. I should have thought that after your own experience on Cavarati, you'd have learned a little discretion.
You're talking like a schoolmaster, Wyatt. Why don't you just sit down, have a drink, and be friendly?
Thank you. I prefer my own company.
Pompous ass.
You and Sir Christopher don't seem on the best of terms, Doctor.
I know too much about him. He's afraid of me. That's what he is.
Look at this girl coming into the room. Great Scott, she's good looking.
Judging by our oriental costume, she must be a member of the Rani's retinue.
She's coming to our table. Yes, my dear. What is it?
Which of you gentlemen is Mr. Mycroft, please?
I am.
My mistress sends her compliments and asks that you will call on her in her suite.
And who is your mistress, may I ask?
Her Highness, the Rani of Cavarati.
Oh, I shall be delighted. Please tell the Rani that I shall pay my respects without delay. We will join her in a few minutes.
Very well, Mr. Mycroft.
You know, Holmes, this is pretty exciting. The girl that just brought us the message was a stunning creature. Imagine what the Rani herself must be like.
What an incurable romanticist you are, Watson. I suppose you picture the Rani clad in oriental splendor, reclining like an odalisque on silken cushions.
No, there's no need to make fun of me, old fellow.
Oh, here we are at the cabin.
Ah, it is you, gentlemen. Follow me, please. Her Highness, the Rani of Cavarati.
All right, Regina, you can off it.
Yes, Your Highness.
Well, me lads, don't look so startled. Come in and sit down.
Your Highness,
What's the matter? What's the matter? Don't I fit into your picture of a Rani? What did you expect? A slant-eyed beauty with a veil and big hips? Well, I've got the big hips, all right.
Your Highness...
never mind, Your Highness. Sit yourselves down and talk free and easy like. I may as well begin by telling you that I know who you both are. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Dear me.
I've seen you in the good old days in London, you know.
May I ask if our visit is purely a social one, or are you in need of professional advice?
Oh, a little of both, Mr. Holmes, a little of both. And we'll start off with being social. Ruma.
Mem Sahib.
Champagne.
Botachi, Mem Sahib.
If you'll pardon my asking you, madam, but I've never seen you before, someone.
Oh, that's a question I'm always having to answer. Yes, you probably have, Dr. Watson. You see, I was in the chorus at Daly's Theatre in London for quite a few years, until the Raja of Cavarati decided I'd look better on his island than I did in front of the footlights.
Your husband, the Raja, is dead, isn't he?
Yes, he was killed playing polo.
Champagne, Mem Sahib.
Colo. Champagne for the sector.
Acha.
He doesn't speak English, so I'll get along with telling you my troubles. Mr. Holmes, somebody's trying to kill me.
Kill you? It's God.
May I ask what reason you have for saying that, madam?
You may, Mr. Holmes. Before I left England, I had threatening letters warning me that if I ever went back to Cavarati, I'd never get to the island alive. I got another letter in Port Said that said the same thing.
You kept these letters, I trust?
No, I didn't. I tore them up. I never did pay attention to letters that weren't signed.
Well, that's a great pity, madam. Those letters might have been invaluable.
Well, it's too late to think about that now, Dr. Watson. Here's what's on my mind. I land at Cavarati in the morning, and if anyone's up to a bit of no good, tonight's their last chance.
You destroyed the threatening letters, madam, thereby indicating that you did not believe in the threats, and yet you now appear to feel that you are in danger. I wonder what made you change your mind.
The Ace of Spades.
Yes? I don't understand you, madam.
In the last 2 days, every time I tell my fortune, I get the Ace of Spades. Now, you know what that means. Death.
Oh, come now, madam. If you'll pardon my saying so, that's a very childish superstition.
Well, the cards have never lied to me yet. Oh, you can laugh at it if you like, but I know.
Well, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Anything you like, Mr. Holmes, fire away.
How long is it since you were in Cavarati?
About 18 months. We were in England when my husband died, and I couldn't face the idea of going back to that island alone. 3 months ago, Verda... Oh, he's the chief minister of Cavarati.
Yes, madam. We met him for a moment in the lounge.
Oh, well, Verda came over to England to persuade me it was my duty as the Rani to go back.
I see. As far as you know, have you any enemies among the passengers on board the ship?
Oh, that's an odd one to answer, Mr. Holmes. But I can tell you right here in my suite there's someone who doesn't like me. That girl, Raduna, the one that brought you my message. She was in love with the Raja herself. I know she hates me, even though she did stay with me in England after my husband died.
How about Further, your minister?
Oh, he's all right. My husband thought the world of him, and he's been wonderful to me.
He came from Cavarati recently, you say, to persuade you to return there.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. Well, Brumer seems to be all right after drinking that champagne, so it'll be safe for us to have some now. Champagne omlog kedo?
Botace, Mem Sahib.
Oh, I've been burning with curiosity to know why you gave him a glass of champagne a few minutes ago, and yet we didn't have any.
Well, surely that's obvious, Watson. Fulmer is the official poison taster, isn't he, madam?
That's right, Mr. Holmes. He tastes everything I eat or drink before I do. And if it doesn't affect him, then I know it's safe. Burton brought him over to England when he came to fetch me. On the island of Cavarati, poisoning's quite an hobby, you know.
There were 2 people in the smoking room tonight who seemed to know quite a lot about your island. The ship's doctor, a rather garrulous gentleman by the name of Harris, and Sir Christopher Wyatt, who owns tea plantations on the island. Do you know either of them, madam?
I should say I do, both of them. Dr. Harris isn't any good. He was on the island for a bit, but he got into some kind of trouble, and my husband had him thrown out.
And how about Sir Christopher Wyatt?
Oh, Chris is all right. I saw quite a bit of him in London after my husband's death. As a matter of fact, well, if I weren't going back to Cavarati, I don't think he'd be on the boat at all. He hasn't been there for over 5 years, ever since he had a row with my husband over the wages he paid the native labor.
It seemed to me that several people aboard this boat have a personal interest in the island of Cavarati. Interests that might be influenced by your death.
Yes, just what I was going to say, madam. I think we should keep an eye on you.
Oh, that's just what I was hoping you'd say, Doctor. You see, I'm giving a bit of a supper party tonight. All the people we've been talking about have been invited. And I thought if you two were to be here, perhaps you'd be on the lookout for any funny business. How about it?
Well, of course we'll come, won't we, Holmes?
I think it might be a good idea, though I would suggest that we retain our incognitos as Mr. Hamish and Mr. Mycroft.
Well, whatever you say, Mr. Holmes. And now, let's have that champagne.
You know, Holmes, I remember the Rani when she was in the chorus at Daly's. She looked stunning in tights. There was one night I
Yes,
took
no,
her out
time,
to
old
dinner
chap,
and
if you don't mind. At the moment, there's a question I want to ask you.
Oh, sir?
Is your medical bag fully equipped with all the antidotes to poison?
Poison? It's ridiculous. How could the Rani be poisoned when she has a poison taster?
My dear Watson, you mustn't...
What the blazes is that?
Come on, Watson. That cry came from the companionway.
There are 2 figures struggling by the rail there.
Good heavens! One of them has pushed the other down the companionway.
Good Lord. His skull smashed in. I'm afraid that he...
What's happened?
Sir Christopher Wyatt. What are you doing here?
I was taking a stroll. I heard a yell from this direction and came here as fast as I could. Great Scott, this fellow's bleeding badly. We must get the ship's doctor at once.
That's hardly necessary, I fear, Sir Christopher.
What do you mean?
In the first place, this man is dead. In the second place, he is the ship's doctor.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, so I'm just going to ask you to do one thing for me. Well, I should say for yourself. Tomorrow night, if you're having meat or any meat dish for dinner, why not open up a bottle of Petri California Burgundy? That wonderful, rich, red Petri Burgundy will turn your dinner into a real feast. You see if it doesn't. Because there's nothing like a good wine with good food. And I know your family gets good food, and I know that Petri Burgundy is a good wine. In fact, it's a perfect mealtime wine. Try it and see. And now, Dr. Watson, tell us what happened next. You said you found the ship's doctor dead at the foot of the companionway?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. His neck had been broken instantly.
Imagine there was a good deal of excitement aboard.
No, my boy, as a matter of fact, there wasn't. We managed to get the body back to its cabin without attracting attention. Holmes, after revealing his true identity, was able to persuade the captain to hush up the killing until after the Rani's party had taken place.
Oh, he didn't want to scare the murderer, I guess. What happened next, Doctor?
Holmes and I returned to our cabin to dress for the party. Holmes, I remember, was in a state of suppressed excitement. He spoke quietly and deliberately.
Watson, surely it's obvious why the doctor was murdered.
Oh, it wasn't obvious to me.
It's elementary, my dear fellow. You are planning a subtle murder by poison. How wise to remove the one man who might save the victim's life, a doctor.
Oh, you keep harping on poisoning. It seems to me to be the last way a murderer would try to dispose of the Rani. Everything she touches is first tested by the poison tester.
Exactly. That's why I call it a subtle murder attempt. Didn't you notice the physical attributes of Frumer, the poison tester?
Which in particular,
Well,
Holmes?
his unusually glossy hair, his remarkably clear complexion, his plump figure. Look here. Just tell me one thing, will you?
What's that?
I presume that in your medical bag you have a supply of magnesia.
Naturally?
Do you also have hydrated ferric oxide?
Yes, I do.
Splendid. Let's be off to the party.
Oh, funny things to take to a party, I must
That's
say.
true, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid that this party may not prove as convivial as the Rani thinks.
Holmes, it's nearly 1 in the morning. Everything seems to be going splendidly.
It seems to be, Watson, but keep your eyes on the Rani.
Yes, I have been. The poison testers tested everything that passed her lips. We don't endorse to you, Sir Christopher. You having a good time?
Yes, indeed, thank you, Mr. Hamish. How about you, Mr. Mycroft?
Oh, the Rani's a perfect hostess. Who could help having a good time?
I don't think that girl Regina should be here, though. I don't want to be pompous, but after all, she's only a glorified servant.
Ah, possibly the laws of etiquette are not so strict in Cavarati as they are in London, Sir Christopher.
Oh, perhaps you're right. But I don't trust the girl. There's something shifty about her. I've told the Rani more than once. Oh, well, I suppose it's none of my business. I think I'll try and persuade the Rani to sing us one of her old songs.
Yeah. He doesn't trust Regina, and I don't trust him. I don't think it was an accident that we found him near the body of Dr. Harris.
Shh. Here comes Vera.
I trust you gentlemen are enjoying yourselves.
Very much, Mr. Vera, thank you. I imagine you must be excited at the prospect of returning to Caravati.
I am, Mr. Mycroft. Though I only left it 3 months ago, it has seemed more like 3 years.
Do you ken what time we'll arrive there?
I am told that we shall be there in 5 hours, Mr. Hamish.
Oh, look. The Rani's at the piano. She must be going to give us a tune.
Yes. Let's move a little closer, shall we?
Chris here has asked me to sing something. Well, my voice isn't what it used to be, and don't I know it. But me spirit's the same, and that's enough to put a number over. So, hold tight, boys. Here we go. My sweetheart's the man in the moon. I'm going to marry him soon. 'Twould fill me with bliss just to give him one kiss, but I know that a dozen I never would miss. I'll go up in a great big...
Great Scott, she...
Quick, Watson, your medical bag. I'll lock the doors.
Right, your Holmes.
Bring some water, please.
Help me. Oh, please, help me.
What is the matter?
Don't be frightened, madam. I'll take care of you.
Thirsty. Give me water.
She wants water.
Oh, such pain.
All the symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Now I know why Holmes asked me if I had any magnesia and ferric oxide.
Do something for me, Doctor. I'm dying.
Don't worry, Your Highness. You're not going to die. She's going to live, Holmes. Ah, gracious me, I'm tired. It's touch and go there for a while, though.
Well done, Watson, old chap. Well done.
Now that she's out of danger, why can't we all go back to our cabins? It's nearly dawn, and we've been locked in here since 1 o'clock. We've no right to do this, you know.
Possibly not, Sir Christopher, but there's a murderer in this cabin, and I don't intend to let him escape.
Mr. Holmes, what happened? How could I have been poisoned when Frumer tasted everything first? Why wasn't he poisoned?
For a very simple reason, Your Highness. The murderer has been conditioning Frumer for over a year.
What do you mean?
He's been feeding him gradually increasing doses of arsenic until he has finally become immune to the poison.
Great Scott, I never thought of that.
Frumer's glossy hair, his complexion, and stout figure are all typical of a person who consumes arsenic regularly.
But who could have done it?
Only one person had the opportunity.
Well, tell us who that person is.
No, not you, Sir Christopher, not you. For you haven't been on the island for years, whereas Frumer returned from Caravati but 3 months ago. Raduna has also been in London with her mistress for the past 18 months, remember? The answer is obvious.
You did it, Verda. You brought the taster over when you came to fetch me. You'd prepared him for the year beforehand.
Of course I did. No white Rani will ever rule over Cavarati.
And you murdered Dr. Harris.
Equally true. Mr. Holmes, give me the key to the door, please. Oh, no.
What?
Do not come near me.
Oh.
Please throw it on the floor. Do not hesitate. You see this revolver? I should have no compunction in using it, I assure you.
How do you expect to escape, Yoda?
The key, please. Thank you.
You'll never get away with this, Bertie, you devil.
But I shall. We are now in the harbor of Cavarati. I shall swim ashore and arrange your welcome, my dear Rani. Turn your backs, please. Turn them. Thank you. Goodbye.
He's gone.
Come on, Watson. After him. You have your revolver, Watson?
Yes, but I didn't get a chance to draw it. He had me covered.
Well, draw it now, old fellow. Aim for a leg or an arm, and don't hesitate to shoot.
There he is, up by the lifeboat. He's clambering up on the rail.
Where is he? Where did he go?
Out there on the rail above us, madam. He's going to dive.
Give me that revolver, Dr. Watson, quick. That's it. Come down off there, Verda.
Fools! Meddlers! Keep out of my affairs!
There he goes. He's dived.
Madam, you shot to kill.
Of course I did, Mr. Holmes. Remember that we're now in Cavarati waters, and that though I may not look like it at the moment, I am still the Rani of Cavarati.
Say, that was a swell story, Doctor. It had a lot of color and quite a bit of action.
Color and a bit of action. Well, I'm glad you liked it, my boy.
Oh, I did. Say, that's not a bad idea. I mean, having someone taste everything before you eat it.
Oh, it's a very old idea, very old. Very common, too, years ago.
You know the kind of job I'd like?
No, what's that?
I'd like to be the official taster for the Petrie family. Boy, just think of all the Petrie wine I'd get to taste. Petrie to the right of me, Petrie to the left of me. What a life. What wine?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having that job myself.
You said it. The Petrie family, really knows how to make good wine. They've been making wine for generations. And because they've always owned and operated their own business ever since it was started way back in the 1800s, well, the Petrie family has sure piled up plenty of skill and experience. Yes, they've been handing down in the family from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious grapes into delicious wine. That's why you can't go wrong with any Petrie wine. It must be good, because Petrie took time to bring you good wine. Well, Doctor, what new story do you have lined up for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you an adventure that Sherlock Holmes and I had many years ago. It concerns a series of bonfires, an underground cellar full of gunpowder, and a strange death on the rooftops of London.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Mazarin Stone. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petrie Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petrie family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is the BBC Home Service. We present Richard Burton and John Neville in Henry at Agincourt, a sequence from William Shakespeare's Henry V, devised for broadcasting on the eve of St. George's Day.
Now entertain conjecture of a time when creeping murmur and the pouring dark fills the wide vessel of the universe. From camp to camp, through the foul womb of night, the hum of either army stilly sounds, that the fixed sentinels almost receive the secret whispers of each other's watch. Fire answers fire. Through their paly flames, each battle sees the other's umbered face. Steed threatens steed in high and boastful neighs, piercing the night's dull ear. And from the tents, the armourers accomplishing the nights, with busy hammers closing rivets up, give dreadful note of preparation. Proud of their numbers and secure in soul, the confident and over-lusty French do the low-rated English play at dice, and chide the crippled, tardy-gated knight, who like a foul and ugly witch doth limp so tediously away. The poor condemned English, like sacrifices, by their watchful fires sit patiently and inly ruminate the morning's danger. And their gesture sad, investing lank lean cheeks and war-worn coats, presenteth them unto the gazing moon so many horrid ghosts. Oh, now, who will behold the royal captain of this ruined band, walking from watch to watch, from tent to tent? Let him cry praise and glory on his head, for forth he goes, and visits all his host, bids them good morrow with a modest smile, and calls them brothers, friends, and countrymen. Upon his royal face there is no note how dread an army hath enrounded him, nor doth he dedicate one jot of colour unto the weary and all-watched night, but freshly looks, and overbears a paint, with cheerful semblance and sweet majesty, that every wretch, pining and pale before, beholding him, plucks comfort from his looks. A largest, universal, like the sun, his liberal eye doth give to everyone, thawing cold fear, that mean and gentle all behold, as may unworthiness define, a little touch of Harry in the night. And so our scene must to the battle fly, where, oh, for pity, we shall much disgrace with 4 or 5 most vile and ragged foils, right ill-disposed in brawl ridiculous, the name of Agincourt. Yet sit and see, minding true things by what their mockeries be.
Gloucester, Philippe, it's true that we are in great danger, the greater therefore should our courage be. Good morrow, Brother Bedford.
Good morrow, my liege.
God Almighty, there is some soul of goodness in things evil, would men observingly distill it out. For our bad neighbour makes us early stirrers, which is both healthful and good husbandry. Good morrow, old Sir Thomas Erpingham.
Good morrow, my liege.
A good soft pillow for that good white head were better than the churlish turf of France.
Not so, my liege. This lodging like me better, since I may say, now lie I like a king.
Lend me thy cloak, Sir Thomas. Brothers both, commend me to the princes in our camp. Do my good morrow to them, and anon desire them all to my pavilion.
We shall, my liege. Shall I attend, your grace?
No, my good knight. Go with my brothers to my lords of England. I and my bosom must debate a while, and then I would no other company.
The Lord in heaven bless thee, noble Harry.
God have mercy, old heart. Thou speakst cheerfully.
Captain Fluellen!
Who comes here? I will withdraw and mark.
Captain Fluellen!
So, in the name of Jesus Christ, speak lower. It is the greatest admiration in the universal world when the true and ancient prerogatives and laws of the wars is not kept. If you would take the pains but to examine the wars of Pompey the Great, I warrant you shall find there is no tittle-tattle or bibble-babble in Pompey's camp.
Why, the enemy is loud. You heard him all night.
If the enemy is an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb, is it meet, think you, that we should also look you be an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb? In your own conscience now.
I will speak lower.
I pray you and beseech you that you will.
Though it appear a little out of fashion, there is much care and valour in this Welshman.
Brother John Bates, is not that the morning which breaks yonder?
I think it be. We have no great cause to desire the approach of day.
We see yonder the beginning of the day. But I think we shall never see the end of it. Who goes there?
A friend.
Under what captain serve you?
Under Sir Thomas Erpingham.
A good old commander, and a most kind gentleman. I pray you, what thinks he of our estate?
Even as men wrecked upon a sand, that look to be washed off the next tide.
He hath not told his thought to the king.
No, nor is it not meet he should. For though I speak it to you, I think the king is but a man, as I am. The violet smells to him as it doth to me, the element shows to him as it doth to me. All his senses have but human conditions. His ceremonies laid by, and his nakedness he appears but a man. Though his affections are higher mounted than ours, yet when they stoop with a like wing. Therefore, when he sees reason or fears as we do, his fears out of doubt be of the same relish as ours are. Yet, in reason, no man should possess him with any appearance of fear, lest he, by showing it, should dishearten his army.
He may show what outward courage he will, but I believe as cold a night as 'tis, he could wish himself in Thames up to the neck. And so I would he were, and I'd buy him at all adventures, so we were quit here.
By my troth, I will speak my conscience of the king. I do not think he would wish himself anywhere but where he is.
And I would he were here alone, so should he be sure to be ransomed, and a many poor men's lives saved.
I dare say you love him not so ill to wish him here alone. Howsoever, you speak this to feel other men's minds. Methinks I could not die anywhere so contented as in the king's company, his cause being just and his quarrel honourable.
That's more than we know.
Aye, or more than we should seek after.
Aye.
But we know enough if we know we are the king's subjects. If these cause be wrong, our obedience to the king wipes the crime of it out of us.
But if the cause be not good, the king himself hath a heavy reckoning to make.
Aye.
When all those legs and arms and heads chopped off in a battle shall join together at the latter day, and cry all, we died at such a place. Some swearing, some crying for a surgeon, some upon their wives left poor behind them, some upon the debts they owe, some upon the children rawly left. Oh, I'm afeard there are few die well that die in a battle. Now, if these men do not die well, it'll be a black matter for the king that led them to it.
Aye. So, if a son that is by his father sent about merchandise do sinfully miscarry upon the sea, the imputation of his wickedness by your rule should be imposed upon the father that sent him. Or if a servant, under his master's command, transporting a sum of money, be assailed by robbers and die in many irreconciled iniquities, you may call the business of the master the author of the servant's damnation. But this is not so. The king is not bound to answer the particular endings of his soldiers, the father of his son, nor the master of his servant, for they purpose not their deaths when they purpose their services. Besides, there is no king, be his cause never so spotless, if it come to the arbitrament of swords, can try it out with all unspotted soldiers. Some peradventure have in them the guilt of premeditated and contrived murder, some of beguiling virgins with the broken seals of perjury, some making the wars their bulwark, that have before gored the gentle bosom of peace with pillage and robbery. Now, if these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. War is his beadle. War is his vengeance. So that here men are punished for before breach of the king's laws in now
the king's quarrel. Where they fear the death, they have borne life away, and where they would be safe, they perish. Then, if they die unprovided, no more is the king guilty of their damnation than he was before guilty of those impieties for which they are now visited. Every subject's duty is the king's, but every subject's soul is his own. Therefore should every soldier in the wars do as every sick man in his bed, wash every mote out of his conscience, and dying so, death were to him advantage. Or not dying, the time was blessedly lost wherein such preparation was gained. And in him that escapes, it were not sin to think that, making God so free an offer, he let him outlive that day to see his greatness, and to teach others how they should prepare.
'Tis certain. Every man that dies ill, the ill is upon his own head. The king's not to answer for it.
I do not desire he should answer for me, and yet I determine to fight lustily for him.
I myself heard the king say he would not be ransomed.
He said so, to make us fight cheerfully. But when our throats are cut, he may be ransomed, and we ne'er the wiser.
If ever I live to see it, I will never trust his word after.
You pay him, yes. That's a pearless shot out of an elder gun that a poor and a private displeasure can do against a monarch. You may as well go about to turn the sun to ice with famine in his face with a peacock's feather. You'll never trust his word after. Come, 'tis a foolish thing.
Your reproof is something too round. I shall be angry with you at the time of convenient.
Well, let it be a quarrel between us, if you live.
I embrace it.
How shall I know thee again?
Give me any gage of thine, and I will wear it in my bonnet. Then if ever thou darest acknowledge it, I will make it my quarrel.
Here's my glove. Give me another of thine.
There.
This will I also wear in my cap. If ever thou come to me and say after tomorrow, this is my glove, by this hand I'll take thee a box on the ear.
If ever I live to see it, I will challenge it.
Thou durst as well be hanged.
Well, I will do it so I take me in a king's company.
Well, keep thy word. Fare thee well.
Be friends, you English fools, be friends. We have French quarrels enough.
Fare thee well.
Upon the king. It is our lives, our souls, our debts, our careful wives, our children, and our sins lay on the king. We must bear all. Oh, hard condition. Twin born with greatness, subject to the breath of every fool whose sense no more can feel but his own ringing. What infinite heart's ease must kings neglect that private men enjoy? And what have kings that privates have not too, save ceremony, save general ceremony? And what art thou idle ceremony? What kind of God art thou that sufferest more of mortal griefs than do thy worshippers? What are thy rents? What are thy comings in? Oh, ceremony, show me but thy worth. What is thy soul of adoration? Art thou aught else but place, degree, and form, creating awe and fear in other men, wherein thou art less happy being feared than they in fearing? What drink'st thou oft instead of homage sweet, but poisoned flattery? Oh, be sick, greatness, and bid thy ceremony give thee cure. Think'st thou the fiery fever will go out with titles blown from adulation? Will it give place to flexure and low bending? Canst thou, when thou commandst the beggar's knee, command the health of it? No. Thou proud dream that placed so subtly with a king's repose. I am a king that find thee, and I know 'tis not the balm, the sceptre, and the ball, the sword, the mace, the crown imperial, the intertissued robe of gold and pearl, the farcied title running for the king, the throne he sits on, nor the tide of pomp that beats upon the high shore of this world. No, not all these thrice gorgeous ceremony. Not all these, laid in bed majestical, can sleep so soundly as the wretched slave, who with a body filled and vacant mind gets him to rest crammed with distressful bread. Never sees, horrid night, the child of hell, but like a lackey from the rise to set, sweats in the eye of Phoebus, and all night sleeps in Elysium. Next day after dawn doth rise, and help Hyperion to his horse, and follow so the ever-running year with profitable labour to his grave. And but the ceremony, such a wretch, winding up days with toil and nights with sleep, had the forehand advantage of a king. The slave, a member of the country's peace, enjoys it, but in gross brain little wots what watch the king keeps to maintain the peace, whose hours the peasant best advantages.
My lord, your nobles, jealous of your absence, seek through your camp to find you.
Good old knight. Collect them all together at my tent. I'll be before thee.
I shall do it, my lord.
O God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts. Possess them not with fear. Take from them now the sense of reckoning, unless the opposed numbers pluck their hearts from them. Not today, O Lord. Oh, not today. Think not upon the fault my father made in compassing the crown. I, Richard's body, have interred new, and on it have bestowed more contrite tears than from it issued forced drops of blood. 500 poor have I in yearly pay, who twice a day their withered hands hold up towards heaven to pardon blood. And I have built 2 chantries, where the sad and solemn priest sings still for Richard's soul. More will I do. Though all that I can do is all too little, since that my penitence comes after all, imploring pardon. My brother Gloucester's voice.
Stay, Gloucester. Stay, and I will go with thee. The day, my friends, and all things, stay for me.
The king himself is rode to view their battle. Of fighting men they have full 300,000.
There's 5 to 1. Besides, they all are fresh.
God's arms strike with us. 'Tis a fearful odds. God be with you, princes all. I'll to my charge. If we no more meet till we meet in heaven, then joyfully, my noble Lord of Bedford, my dear Lord Gloucester, and my good Lord Exeter, and my kind kinsmen, warriors all, adieu.
Farewell, good Salisbury, and good luck go with thee.
Farewell, kind lord. Fight valiantly today. And yet, I do thee wrong to mind thee of it, for thou art framed of the firm truth of valour.
He is as full of valour as of kindness, princely in both.
Oh, that we now had here but 1/10,000 of those men in England that do no work today.
What's he that wishes so?
Your Majesty.
Ah, my cousin Westmoreland. No, my fair cousin. If we are marked to die, we are enough to do our country loss. And if to live, with the fewer men, the greater share of honour. God's will, I pray thee, wish not one man more. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost. It yearns me not if men my garments wear. Such outward things dwell not in my desires. But if it be a sin to covet honour, I am the most offending soul alive. No, faith, my cousin, wish not a man from England. God's peace, I would not lose so great an honour as one man more, methinks, would share with me, for the best hope I have. Oh, do not wish one more. Rather proclaim it, Westmoreland, through my host, that he which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. His passport shall be made, and crowns for convoy put into his person. We would not die in that man's company that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He that shall live this day and see old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbours and say, tomorrow is St. Crispian. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Crispin's day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot, but he'll remember with advantages what deeds he did that day. Then shall our names, familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry the King, Bedford and Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world. But we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers, for he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition, and gentlemen in England, our bed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, whiles any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's day.
My sovereign lord, bestow yourself with speed. The French are bravely in their battle set and will with all expedience charge on us.
All things are ready if our minds be so.
Perish the man whose mind is backward now.
Thou dost not wish more help from England, Carl?
God's will, my liege, but you and I alone, without more help, might fight this battle out.
Why, now thou hast unwished 5,000 men, which likes me better than to wish as one.
Here comes the herald of the French, my lord.
Once more I come to know of thee, King Harry. If for thy ransom thou wilt now compound before thy most assured overthrow. For certainly thou art so near the gulf, thou needs must be unglutted. Besides, in mercy, the constable desires thee thou wilt mind thy followers of repentance, that their souls may make a peaceful and a sweet retire from off these fields, where wretches, their poor bodies must lie and fester.
Who hath sent thee now?
The constable of France.
I pray thee, bear my former answer back. Bid them achieve me, and then sell my bones. Good God, why should they mock poor fellows thus? The man that once did sell the lion's skin while the beast lived was killed with hunting him. Many of our bodies shall no doubt find native graves, upon the which I trust shall witness within grasp of this day's work. And those that leave their valiant bones in France, dying like men, though buried in your dung hills, they shall be famed, for there the sun shall greet them, and draw their honours reeking up to heaven, leaving their earthly parts to choke your clime, the smell whereof shall breed a plague in France. Tell the constable we are but warriors for the working day. Our gayness and our guilt are all besmirched with rainy marching in the painful field. There's not a piece of feather in our host. Good argument. I hope we will not fly. And time hath worn us into slovenly. But by the mass, our hearts are in the trim, and my poor soldiers tell me yet ere night they'll be in fresher robes, or they will pluck the gay new coats through the French soldiers' ears and turn them out of service. If they do this, as if God please they shall, my ransom then will soon be levied. Herald, save thou thy labour. Come thou no more for ransom, gentle herald. They shall have none, I swear, but these my bones, which if they have, as I will leave them, shall yield them little. Tell the constable.
I shall, King Harry, and so fare thee well. Thou never shalt hear, herald, any more.
My lord, most humbly on my knee, I beg the leading of the vanward.
Take it, brave York. Now, soldiers, march away. And how thou pleasest, God, dispose the day.
Forward!
Take out Christ, valiant countrymen. But all's not done. Yet keep the French the field.
The Duke of York commends him to your majesty.
Lives he, good uncle. Thrice within this hour I saw him down. Thrice up again and fighting. From helmet to the spur all blood he was.
In which array, brave soldier, doth he lie larding the plain. And by his bloody side, yoke fellow to his honour-owing wounds, the noble Earl of Suffolk also lies. Suffolk first died, and York, all haggled over, comes to him where in gore he lay steeped, and takes him by the beard, kisses the gashes that bloodily did yawn upon his face, and cries aloud, "Tarry, dear cousin Suffolk, my soul shall thine keep company to heaven. Tarry, sweet soul, for mine, then fly abreast, as in this glorious and well-foughten field we kept together in our chivalry." Upon these words, I came and cheered him up. He smiled me in the face, wrought me his hand, and with a feeble grip says, "Dear my lord, commend my service to my sovereign." So did he turn, and over Suffolk's neck he threw his wounded arm and kissed his lips. And so, espoused to death, with blood he sealed a testament of noble ending love. The pretty and sweet manner of it forced those waters from me which I would have stopped, but I had not so much of a man in me. And all my mother came into mine eyes and gave me up to tears.
I blame you not. For hearing this, I must perforce compound with mistful eyes, or they will issue too. But hark! What new alarm is this saying? The French have reinforced their scattered men. Give the word through!
Kill the boys and the luggage goer. 'Tis expressly against the law of arms. 'Tis as arrant a piece of knavery, mark you now, as can be offered. In your conscience now, is it not?
'Tis certain there's not a boy left alive, and the cowardly rascals that run from the battle have done this slaughter. Besides, they have burned and carried away all that was in the king's tent, wherefore the king most worthily hath caused every soldier to cut his prisoner's throat. Oh, 'tis a gallant king.
Aye, he was born at Monmouth, Captain Gower.
What
call you the town's name where Alexander the Pig was born?
Alexander the Great.
Why, I pray you, is not Pig great?
The
Pig or the Great or the Mighty or the Huge or the Magnanimous are all one reckonings, save the phrases, little variations.
I think Alexander the Great was born in Macedon. His father was called Philip of Macedon, as I take it.
I think it is Macedon where Alexander is born. I tell you, Captain, if you look in the maps of the world, I warrant you shall find in the comparisons between Macedon and Monmouth that the situations, look you, is both alike.
Oh?
There's a river in Macedon, and there is also, moreover, a river at Monmouth. It is called Wye at Monmouth, but is out of my brains what is the name of the other river. But is all one, 'tis as alike as my fingers is to my fingers, and there is salmons in both. If you mark Alexander's life well, Harry of Monmouth's life is come after it indifferent well. For there is figures in all things. Alexander, God knows, and you know, in his rages and his furies and his wraths and his chollers and his moods and his displeasures and his indignations, and also being a little intoxicated in his brains, did in his ales and his angers, look you, kill his best friend Clytus.
Our king is not like him in that. He never killed any of his friends.
It is not well done, mark you now, to take the tales out of my mouth ere it is made and finished.
But
I speak but in the figures and comparisons of it. As Alexander killed his friend Clytus, being in his ales and his cups, so also Harry Monmouth, being in his right wits and his good judgments, turned away the fat knight with the great belly doublet. He was full of jests and jibes and knaveries and mocks. I forgot his name.
Sir John Falstaff.
That is he. I tell you, there is good men born at Monmouth.
Here comes His Majesty.
My lord,
I was not angry since I came to France, until this instant. Take a trumpet, herald. Ride thou unto the horsemen on yon hill. If they will fight with us, bid them come down, or void the field. They do offend our sight. Besides, we'll cut the throats of those we have, and not a man of them that we shall take shall taste our mercy. Go and tell them so.
Your Majesty.
Here comes the herald of the French, my liege.
His eyes are humbler than they used to be.
How now? What means this, herald? Knowest thou not that we have fined these bones of ours for ransom? Comest thou again for ransom?
No, great king. I come to thee for charitable license, that we may wander o'er this bloody field, to book our dead, and then to bury them, to sort our nobles from our common men. For many of our princes, woe the while, lie drowned and soaked in mercenary blood. So do our vulgar drench their peasant limbs in blood of princes. And their wounded steeds fetlock deep in gore, and with wild rage yerk out their armed heels at their dead masters, killing them twice. Oh, give us leave, great king, to view the field in safety and dispose of their dead bodies.
I tell thee, truly, herald, I know not if the day be ours or no. For yet a many of your horsemen peer and gallop o'er the field.
The day is yours.
The day is ours.
The day is ours! The day is ours! The day is ours!
Praise be God, and not our strength for it. What is this castle called that stands hard by?
They call it Agincourt.
Then call we this the field of Agincourt, fought on the day of Crispianus.
Your Majesty.
Hmm?
Your grandfather of famous memory, and please, Your Majesty, and your great-uncle, Edward, the Black Prince of Wales, as I have read in the Chronicles, fought a most brave battle here in France.
They did, Llewellyn.
Your Majesty says very true. Your Majesty is remembered of it. The Welshmen did good service in a garden where leeks did grow, wearing leeks in their Monmouth caps, which Your Majesty know to this hour is an honourable badge of the service. And I do believe Your Majesty takes no scorn to wear the leek upon St. David's Day.
I wear it for a memorable honour, for I am Welsh, you know, good countryman.
All the water and why cannot wash Your Majesty's Welsh blood out of your body. I can tell you that. God bless it and preserve it as long as it pleases Grace. And His Majesty too.
Thanks, good my countryman.
By gee, I am Your Majesty's countryman. I care not who knows it. I will confess it to all the world. I need not to be ashamed of Your Majesty, praise be God, so long as Your Majesty is an honest man.
God keep me, sir. Herald, go with Montjoy. Bring me just notice of the numbers dead on both our parts.
Your Majesty.
Call yonder fellow hither.
Soldier, you must come to the king.
Soldier, why wearest thou that glove in thy cap?
And please, Your Majesty, 'tis the gage of one that I should fight withal, if he be alive.
An Englishman?
And please, Your Majesty, a rascal that swaggered with me last night, who, if alive, and ever dared to challenge this glove, I have sworn to take him a box of the ear. Or if I can see my glove in his cap, which he swore as he was the soldier he would wear if alive, I'll strike it out soundly.
What think you, Captain Llewellyn? Is it meet this soldier keep his oath?
He's a craven and a villain, else than please Your Majesty in my conscience.
Then keep thy vows, sir, when thou meetest the fellow.
So I will, my liege, as I live.
Who servest thou under?
Under Captain Gower, my liege.
Gower is a good captain, and his good knowledge and literature in the wars.
Call him hither to me, soldier.
I will, my liege.
Captain Llewellyn.
Your Majesty.
Take thou this glove and stick it in thy cap. If any man challenge it, he is an enemy to our person. Apprehend him, and thou dost me love.
Your Grace does me as great honours as can be desired in the hearts of his subjects.
Knowest thou Gower?
He's my dear friend, I please you.
Prithee, go seek him and bring him to my tent.
I will fetch him.
My Lord of Warwick, my brother Gloucester. Release? Follow Llewellyn closely at the heels. The glove which I have given him for a favour may haply purchase him a box of the ears. It is the soldier's. I, by bargain, should wear it myself. Follow, good cousin Warwick. If that the soldier strike him, as I judge by his blunt bearing, he will keep his word. Some sudden mischief may arise of it. For I do know Llewellyn valiant and touched with choler, hot as gunpowder, and quickly will return an injury. Follow and see there be no harm between them. Go you with me, Uncle of Exeter.
I warrant it is to knight you, Captain.
God's will and his pleasure, Captain Gower.
Yeah.
I beseech you now, come apace to the king. There is more good towards you peradventure than is in your knowledge to dream of.
Sir. Know you this glove in my cap?
Know the glove? I know the glove is a glove.
I know this. And thus I challenge it.
An arrant traitor as any is in the universal world, or in France, or in England.
How now, sir, you villain?
Do you think I'll be forsworn?
Hand away, Captain Gower. I will give treason his payment into blows, I warrant you.
I'm no traitor.
That's a lie in thy throat. I charge you in his majesty's name, apprehend him.
How now? What's the matter?
My lord of Gloucester, here is, praise to God for it, a most contagious treason come to light, look you, as you shall desire in a summer's day. Here is his majesty.
And now? What's the matter?
My liege, here is a villain and a traitor, and look your grace, has struck the glove which your majesty has given me.
My liege, this was my glove. Here is the fellow of it. And he that I gave it to in change promised to wear it in his cap. I promised to strike him if he did. I met this man with my glove in his cap, and I've been as good as my word.
Oh, your majesty here now, saving your majesty's manhood. What an arrant, rascally, beggarly, lousy name it is. I hope your majesty has bear me testimony and witness and will avouchment that this is the glove your majesty has given me. In your conscience now.
Soldier, give me thy glove.
Sire.
Look, here is the fellow of it. 'Twas I indeed thou promisedst to strike, and thou hast given me most bitter terms.
And please your majesty, let his neck answer for it if there be martial law in the world.
How canst thou make me satisfaction?
All offences, my lord, come from the heart. Never came any from mine that might offend your majesty.
It was ourself thou didst abuse.
Your majesty came not like yourself. You appeared to me but as a common man. Witness the night, your garments, your lowliness. And what your highness suffered under that shape, I beseech you to take it for your own fault and not mine. For had you been as I took you for, I made no offence. Therefore, I beseech your highness, pardon me.
Uncle of Exeter.
My lord.
Fill this glove with crowns and give it to the fellow. Keep it, fellow, and wear it for an honour in thy cap till I do challenge it. Give him the crowns.
There you are, fellow.
My liege.
And, Captain, you must needs be friends with him.
Aye, this day and this light. The fellow has metal enough in his belly. Hold. There is 12 pence for you. And I pray you to serve God and keep you out of brawls and brabbles and quarrels and dissensions, and I warrant you it is better for you.
I'll none of your money.
'Tis a good shilling, I warrant you, or I will change it.
Now, Harold, are the dead numbered?
Here is the number of the slaughtered French.
What prisoners of good sort are taken, Uncle?
Charles, Duke of Orleans, nephew to the king. John, Duke of Bourbon, and Lord Boucicaut. Of other lords and barons, knights and squires, full 1,500, besides common men.
This note doth tell me of 10,000 French that in the field lie slain.
10,000.
Of princes in this number and nobles bearing banners, there lie dead 126. Added to these of knights, esquires, and gallant gentlemen, 8,400, of the which 500 were but yesterday dubbed knights. So that, in these 10,000 they have lost, there are but 1,600 mercenaries. The rest are princes, barons, lords, knights, squires, and gentlemen of blood and quality. Here was a royal fellowship of death. Where is the number of our English dead?
Rani.
Edward, the Duke of York, the Earl of Suffolk, Sir Richard Kepley, Davy Gabb, Esquire. None else of name, and of all other men, but 25. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thy arm alone ascribe we all. Take it, God, for it is none but thine.
'Tis wonderful.
Wonderful indeed. Come, go ye in procession through the village, and be it death, proclaim it through our host, to boast of this or take that praise from God, which is his only.
Is it not lawful, and please your majesty, to tell how many is killed?
Yes, Llewellyn, but with this acknowledgement, that God fought for us.
Yes, my conscience, he did us great good.
Do we all holy rites? Let there be sung non nobis and te deum, the dead with charity enclosed in clay. And then to Calais, and to England then, when ne'er from France arrived more happier men.
That was Henry at Agincourt, devised from Shakespeare's Henry V. Richard Burton played Henry V and John Neville played the chorus, with Martin Lewis, Richard Bebb, John Gabriel, George Merritt, Dudley Jones, Manning Wilson, Geoffrey Matthews, Hamilton Dice, Richard Williams, Olaf Poulet and Peter Howell. It was produced by John Gibson, and that was first aired in 1956.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And if you ask me, the best way to listen to that story is to do it with a glass of port wine right handy. Petri California port. No kidding, that Petri port is just swell for any time good friends get together to talk things over. You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine. Why, just looking at the deep, rich red color of that Petri port tells you that here's a wine with a flavor that comes right from the heart of sun-ripened grapes. If you haven't ever tried Petri Port, why not get a bottle and have a glass after dinner tomorrow night? It's a perfect after-dinner wine, you know. And share that port with your family and your friends. And don't forget, when you serve Petri Port, you can serve it proudly. Because after all, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's keep our weekly appointment. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Draw up a chair.
Thank you.
That's it. By the way, do you know what date it is?
November 5th, isn't it?
That's right. In England, it's known as Guy Fawkes Day. Have you ever heard of it?
It's something to do with a gunpowder plot, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, it is. And as Sherlock Holmes and I had a very unusual adventure on the 5th of November many years ago, it seems appropriate that I should tell you about it tonight. But before I begin, I think it might help you to appreciate the true flavor of the story if I tell you a little about the origin and the customs of Guy Fawkes Day.
It's a swell idea, Dr. Watson.
Well, my boy, on November the 5th, 1605, exactly 340 years ago today, King James I was about to attend the opening of Parliament when a plot was discovered to blow up the House of Lords during the ceremony.
And the chief conspirator was Guy Fawkes, I suppose?
Yes, he was. He was captured in a vault immediately below the House of Lords, a vault full of barrels of gunpowder. Of course, he and his fellow conspirators were executed. And ever since then, November the 5th has been known as Guy Fawkes Day.
Well, how's it celebrated, Doctor?
Well, it's a great time for the youngsters, Mr. Bartell. They black their faces, throng the streets, begging for pennies, and build bonfires in which to burn effigies of Guy Fawkes. These effigies are life-size dummies, stuffed with straw and dressed in old clothes. The children parade them in the streets chanting rhymes. Well, now, let me see. Pleased to remember the 5th of November. Guy Fawkes Guy, hit him in the eye.
The kids must have quite a time. Sort of like Halloween, huh, Doctor?
Yes, not unlike it, my boy. Well, now that I've told you something about the customs of Guy Fawkes Day, I'll get on with my story. It began just before lunch, I remember, on November the 5th, 1899. The day was foggy and cold, and Holmes and I were seated each side of a blazing fire in our Baker Street rooms. From outside, we could hear the sound of voices laughing and singing. Suddenly, Holmes rose and crossed to the window, opened it, and looked out. Then he turned to me and spoke.
Children are having a great time, Watson, aren't they?
Yes, it cost me a shilling worth of pennies to walk here this morning.
Has it occurred to you, Watson, that the gunpowder plot offers very promising material to the speculative mind?
In what way, Holmes? I say it's confoundedly chilly in here. Don't you think you might shut that window?
Sorry, old chap. As I was saying, the gunpowder plot offers very promising material to the speculative mind. I've made something of a study of the historical records of the case. There is more than a little evidence to suggest that King James was never in any real danger.
Never in any danger? Well, what makes you say that?
Knowledge of the proposed dastardly scheme came to light early. But James Stuart, King of England, the possessor of a shrewd and diabolical mind, used the spectacular discovery of the plot to try and bolster his waning popularity, as well as to justify increased religious persecutions.
Well, that's the first I've heard of it, Holmes.
I dare say, old fellow, but it's true just the same. I'm afraid James Stuart, King of England, was an unscrupulous tyrant. Come in. Oh, yes, Mrs. Hudson?
There is a gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes. He said it was very important, and he asked me to give you his card.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Oh, ask him to come up, please, will you?
Aye, sir.
Who is it, Holmes?
A gentleman with a remarkably fine sense of timing. Read his card for yourself.
Let's have a look. Mr. James Stuart. Great Scott, that's an extraordinary coincidence that he should arrive just as we're talking about James Stuart, King of England.
Come in.
Mr. James Stuart.
How do you do, Mr. Stuart? My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir? How do you do?
Mr. Holmes, you've got to help me. I'm walking about in mortal fear of my life. You've got to help me.
Mr. Stuart, I suggest that you sit down. I'll do anything in my power to help you, but you must compose yourself first and tell me quietly what it is that's frightening you.
How can I compose myself when I may be dead within a few hours?
No, Mr. Stuart. I'm a doctor. I really think if I were to give you a sedative that you'd find...
How can you talk of sedatives when I... My heart. Doctor. My heart.
All right. Now, here, let me help you into this sofa. There you are now.
Imagine that brandy would be in order, Watson.
Yes, Holmes, and I'll give him some digitalis. A fellow with a bad heart like this shouldn't allow himself to get so excited.
Here you are, Mr. Stuart. Drink this.
That's it. And now this, Mr. Stuart.
What is it?
It's digitalis.
Very well.
There now. Feel better, sir?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Yes, I do. You're right. I shouldn't get so excited. My heart can't stand it, you know.
Watson, is he well enough to talk, do you think?
Yes, if he doesn't excite himself again.
I'll be careful, Doctor. I'll take it quietly. Mr. Holmes, when you saw my card just now, did it strike any responsive chord?
Naturally, sir. Who could fail to be intrigued when a James Stewart calls to see one on Guy Fawkes Day?
It isn't just coincidence that my name is James Stewart. I've got royal blood in my veins. People know of it. And that's another reason they're out to kill me. They're jealous of my heritage. Every instinct I have is a royal one. Now, you gentlemen know that falconry is a king's sport. And my greatest hobby is the breeding and the training of falcons.
Stewart, please, Mr. Stewart. Owing to the state of your health, I suggest that you be as economical as possible in your explanation. In fact, I think it might be better if I were to question you.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
Now, you say that your life is in danger. What evidence do you have to substantiate that claim?
My cousin, Guy Falconby, has threatened it. You see, Mr. Holmes, he and I are the only heirs to a wealthy uncle. His fortune will go to the surviving heir. If I were dead, Guy would inherit everything.
Seems to me, Mr. Stewart, that you should have applied to Scotland Yard for protection.
I did, Dr. Watson. Only a few days ago I saw a certain Inspector Lestrade, I think his name was, and he laughed at my fears.
Oh, Lestrade. And he laughed, did he? Well, then in that case, there may be something in your story, sir. You say that your cousin has threatened to kill you. Has he indicated the method he intends to employ?
He has, and it's a devilish plot. Guy has a bitter, twisted sense of humor, gentlemen, even when he's planning as dastardly a thing as a murder. I am James Stewart. He is Guy Falconby, which is near enough to Guy Fawkes. Today is the 5th of November, and he's planning to blow me up.
Oh, come, sir. You can't expect us to believe that.
But it's true. He warned me. And the celebrations that are going on in the streets of London today would make a rare cloak for his activities.
I must confess, Mr. Stewart, that I find your story most unconvincing. All your evidence appears to depend on conversations held between you and this cousin of yours. You have no facts, sir, to substantiate your claims.
But I have.
Then please let us hear them.
I live at 23 Cavendish Square. A week ago, the house next door to me was let to a new tenant. Almost immediately, workmen became very active there. They were digging in the cellars, Mr. Holmes. I could hear the sounds of picks and shovels through the walls.
Digging in the cellars? That does sound significant, doesn't it, Holmes?
Extremely. Did you observe any other activities of the workmen, Mr. Stewart?
Aye, Mr. Holmes. Vans have been delivering large packing cases to the basement during the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
I know what's in them, too. It's gunpowder. I tell you, they're planning to blow me up today.
No. Steady. You mustn't excite yourself again.
What shall I do, Mr. Holmes?
I think, sir, it would be better for you to rest here for a while and then go to a nearby hotel. I would suggest the Shaftesbury. And wait there until you hear from us.
And where are you gentlemen going?
Watson and I, after donning suitable disguises, will visit the house adjoining yours in Cavendish Square. I think an examination of the cellar there might prove most illuminating.
This must be the house, all right, Holmes. The empty packing cases are still by the foot of the basement steps.
Come on, Watson. Let's go down and explore.
Upon my soul, I feel a little self-conscious in these clothes.
No need to, my dear chap. You look a most authentic inspector of plumbing.
Well,
if anyone challenges us, you'd better let me do the talking, though. I think my accent might be a little more convincing. Shh. Listen.
I can't hear anything.
Exactly. Then we may reasonably assume that either the workmen are observing the Guy Fawkes holiday or that their work is done. Come on, let's try this door.
It's unlocked.
Yes. Oh, this is too easy, Watson. We must be prepared for a trap. Come on.
I've got my revolver handy if there's any trouble.
I don't use it until I tell you to. Remember, we're supposed to be plumbing inspectors.
It's pitch black in here. I can't see a thing.
Strike a match. See if you can find a gas jet.
Strike a match when the cellar may be full of gunpowder?
Can't take the risk, old chap.
Oh, here's a gas jet. I'll light it. That's better. Now we can see a little.
Uh-huh. I think the workmen have completed their job. See that new wood forming a crude door in the corner over there?
Where does it lead to, do you suppose?
Let's find out. Oh, also unlocked. And here's a miner's lantern. waiting conveniently for us on this ledge. Oh, this is ridiculously easy. Now I'm sure it's a trap.
I like the lantern. Great Scott, it's a tunnel.
Yes, it's a tunnel leading into Mr. Stewart's house next door. Let's explore it.
Look, Holmes. Look at the barrels. I bet they're full of gunpowder.
Undoubtedly. You will observe the fuses as well. Yes, the complete equipment for another gunpowder plot.
I can't believe my eyes. What a fantastic plan, but how could the murderer be certain that Stewart would be killed in the explosion?
I think that's easily answered, Watson. Remember Mr. Stewart's bad heart? In his present state of apprehension, an exploding firecracker would be enough to kill him.
I suppose so. Hello? Hello? What's this lying on the floor? Curious. It's a funny strip of silk with a little ring on the end.
Let me see it, Watson. Aha. This seems to be familiar. By Jove. I believe it's a Jess.
A Jess? What on earth's that?
The last piece of evidence necessary to confirm the conclusion
Come
as to
out of there! And keep your hands above your heads! I've got a revolver!
Right, you are, Governor. We ain't doing no harm. Now, remember, Watson, I'll do the talking.
Come on! Archer, come! Well, well, you're a comical-looking pair. What are you doing in there?
Me and my mate got a message to come over here and see to the plumbing, mister.
Plumbers, eh? You have any identification?
Yes, sir. Here's my badge. We're inspectors for the London County Council.
Oh, that's all right, my man. I saw the basement door open, and I thought burglars might be here.
You're the owner of this house, sir?
Yes, but my agent let it recently to some tenants who've been behaving rather queerly, I'm told. So I came round here to see what was happening.
If you're the owner, sir, perhaps you can give me some facts for me records. Gotta fill me records, you know.
What do you want to know?
Well, your name, please, sir.
Falconby. Guy Falconby.
Look here.
Alfie, hold your nose.
What did he say?
Nothing, sir, nothing. He's got bad hiccups. I've had him for months now. Can't stop him. Alfie, here, give me a pencil, will you? Thank you, Alf. Now, sir, your name is Guy Falconby. What's the name of the tenant this house is let to?
There are 3 of them.
Oh, do you know their names, sir? Got to have them for me records, you see.
Yes, the names are Winter, Rokewood, and Keynes.
Oh, yes. Winter, Rokewood, and Keynes. That's right, sir. Sounds as if there might be a firm of solicitors, don't they, sir?
Well, perhaps they are. I haven't met them.
Just one more question, sir, and then I needn't bother you no more.
Well, what is it? My religion or my grandmother's maiden name?
No, sir. No, nothing like that. I just wondered who lived in the house next door on that side. We've had a complaint from there, too. Their pipes is bunged up.
My cousin lives there. His name's James Stewart.
Mr. James Stewart, eh? Oh, much obliged, sir. Me and my mate will be going next door, then. Come on, Alfie.
I'm not surprised his pipes are bunged up, as you so graphically put it. He's a great one for practical jokes about the house. As a matter of fact, he's planning one of them tonight. Well, that's no concern of yours. By the way, my man, what's your name?
Nivitt, sir. Tom Nivitt. Come on, Alfie. We got work to do.
Holmes, I wish you'd tell me what's going on. Why have we taken this cab back to Baker Street?
Get out of these clothes. They've served their purpose. Now there's more serious work afoot.
Well, I'm still confused about our interview with Guy Falconby. Why did you say your name was Tom Nivitt?
More touch of vanity, old fellow.
Vanity? How do you mean?
Well, consider the names in this case so far, Watson. James Stewart says that he's been threatened by Guy Falconby. A name, as Mr. Stewart points out, not unlike Guy Fawkes. Do you recall the names of the 3 tenants that Mr. Falconby gave us a few minutes ago?
Yes. Winter, Rokewood, and Keynes. But what's that got to do with it?
A great deal, my dear fellow. Thomas Winter, Ambrose Rokewood, and Robert Keynes were the 3 men executed with Guy Fawkes in the original gunpowder plot in 1605.
Good Lord, but where does Tom Nivitt, the name you gave yourself, fit into the picture?
Thomas Nivitt was the Westminster magistrate who arrested the conspirators. Since the would-be murderer has such an academic knowledge of the original plot, I thought I'd let him know that he was up against an opponent worthy of his steel.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Just about time for me to remind you that if you want a wine that's sure to please the ladies, you can't miss with Petri California Muscatel. That's because Petri Muscatel is a golden wine with one of the most luscious flavors you ever tasted. Did you ever taste a big, plump muscat grape that's ripened in the sun? If you have, then you know what to expect when you taste Petri Muscatel. It's a wonderful wine, perfect after dinner and swell when company comes. Just remember that, won't you? Petri Muscatel. Well, Doctor, you and Mr. Holmes were certainly having yourselves quite a Guy Fawkes day. What happened when you got back to Baker Street?
We quickly changed out of our disguises and back into our ordinary clothes. I was still pretty much in the dark, as usual. And I kept questioning Holmes as to our next move. He was in a state of suppressed excitement. And it was obvious as he spoke to me that he was anxious to be off.
Watson, don't dawdle. There's so much work ahead of us.
What do you mean, don't dawdle? I'm not dawdling. I'm dressing as fast as I can. What's our next move, anyway?
Well, we must split our forces. Must get hold of my band of street urchins, the Baker Street irregulars. I'm going to surround Mr. Stewart's house in Cavendish Square, and they'll be invaluable for that purpose.
So what do you want me to do?
Go to the Shaftesbury Hotel and collect Mr. Stewart, then return with him to his house and wait me there. I shall join you as soon as I've rounded up the irregulars, but I must warn you, don't leave Mr. Stewart for a moment. Don't let him out of your sight until you see me again.
Of course I won't, Holmes, but, I must say, the idea of all that gunpowder in the cellar doesn't make me feel any too
have
happy.
Faith in me, old chap. Have faith in me. You know, I wouldn't expose you to any danger if I could avoid it. And I assure you that I shall join you and Mr. Stewart very shortly. You have your revolver?
Yes, of course.
Good. And, give Mr. Stewart this revolver, will you? Tell him that I insist that he carries it. I fear that his own has probably been tampered with.
Right you are, Holmes. I'll see that he has it. This is a strange business, I must say. That Guy Falconberry seemed such a decent sort of fellow.
Yes, he appeared to be a most amiable fellow, didn't he? This is indeed an unusual case, Watson. We're up against one of the most sinister and twisted antagonists that we've ever met. Well, old chap, I'm leaving now. I'll join you soon. And don't forget, stay close to Mr. Stewart. Stay very close to him.
Dr. Watson, I wish your friend were here.
No. Don't get so excited, Mr. Stewart. He'll be here any moment now. You've still got the revolver that I gave you?
Yes, it's in my pocket. But what's the good of a revolver if there should be an explosion? Answer me that if you can.
No, you must have faith in Mr. Holmes, sir. He's arranging now to have this house of yours surrounded by his band of street urchins. They'll see that no one gets to the cellar next door to light the fuses.
A bunch of children. How can they do anything?
You don't know the Baker Street irregulars, Mr. Stewart. And it's a perfect day for them to operate. As black-faced boys begging for pennies, they'd pass unnoticed anywhere.
I hope you're right. But I have a premonition, Doctor. There's going to be a tragedy. I know it.
Now, take it easy, sir. Remember your heart. You're in splendid hands when Sherlock Holmes is on the case. Here he is now. Holmes, I say, I'm glad to see you.
You received your visitor yet?
Visitor? We've seen no one.
Then be on the alert. I've just been questioning the boys surrounding this house. A few moments ago, some children pulled a small cart up to the back door. A cart containing a life-size dummy. My irregulars thought that it was an effigy on its way to a bonfire.
Oh, why shouldn't it be, Holmes?
I have reason to believe that it's someone visiting you in disguise, Mr. Stewart. A visitor who is mounting the back stairs at this very moment.
You've got to stand by me, Holmes. You've got to protect me.
Don't worry, sir. Come in.
Look at that apparition.
Great Scott, a Guy Fawkes dummy. A dark lantern in his hand, and it's walking.
And also talking, I trust.
Keep away from me. I got a revolver.
Stick for a stake for Victoria's sake. If you won't give me one, I'll take two. The better for me and the worse for you.
It's Guy Falconberry.
Keep away from me, do you hear?
The better for me and the worse for you.
All right, then. I'm going to fire.
Dear me, Mr. Stewart, the revolver I've provided for you seems to be unloaded. How very odd.
Well, what in fun is all this about?
You've just witnessed an attempted murder, Watson.
Murder? What are you talking about? This is a game. James and I had it arranged, the whole thing.
You may have thought it was a game, Mr. Falconberry, but I assure you that your cousin... Grab Mr. Stewart, Watson. He seems to be leaving us.
Leave me alone. Take your hands off me. My heart.
Here, help me put him on the sofa. That's it. I'll get him some digitalis.
Look, I don't want to appear unnecessarily stupid, but will someone tell me what this is all about?
With pleasure, Mr. Falconberry. Your cousin had planned one of the most fantastic murder plots that I've ever encountered. He came to us with the story that you had threatened his life.
But that's ridiculous. I'm very fond of him.
Of course it's ridiculous. The whole plot was ridiculous. He leased the house next door. had a tunnel dug, and gunpowder and fuses planted there. Even entered the name of the tenants as Winter, Rokewood, and Keynes, to give the apparent plot a further authenticity.
You mean my cousin was the real tenant?
Certainly he was. However, he was clumsy enough to drop that piece of silk with the wire ring on the end that you found in the cellar, Watson.
The thing you called a jess.
And what's a jess?
It's a strap that goes round a falcon's leg to which its leash is fastened. You will remember that Mr. Stewart informed us that falconry is his hobby, and it therefore indicated that he had been in the cellar and consequently must have known about the whole plot.
And all he was trying to do was to build up in our minds the belief that his cousin was trying to kill him.
Exactly, my dear fellow. Had we believed him, of course, he could have shot you just now, Mr. Falconby, in apparent self-defense.
Good Lord, what a fantastic plot. I still can't quite believe
Mr.
it.
Falconby, why are you dressed as a Guy Fawkes dummy?
Well, it was James's idea. He said that he was going to dress up too, and that we were to go round the bonfires tonight and frighten people by appearing as live dummies. But the last message he sent told me to come up here, that we'd play a practical joke on a couple of friends of his.
And did he provide you with the costume that you're wearing?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did.
Have you searched the pockets for any weapons?
No, but I will.
All right, and while you're doing that, I'll examine this dark lantern. How's your patient, Watson?
Well, I've given him some digitalis, and now I'll get him some brandy.
I can't find anything in the pockets.
Here's the answer, my friends. Look here. Inside the lantern is a dagger. Your cousin planted it there to substantiate the claim that you were trying to kill him. Had his plans worked, you would have been dead, Mr. Falconby, before you could have told us the truth.
Here, come back here, Mr. Stewart.
James! He slipped out of the door.
Confound it! He's faking the heart attack. Come on, Watson, after him.
Holmes, where are you? Out of the way, please.
Blimey. Here comes the Lord Mayor of London, chums.
Excuse me, please. I'm trying to find a friend of mine. Most important. Holmes, where are you? Get out here, Watson.
I hear you calling me.
Out of the way, please. I'm coming, Holmes.
Why don't you send him a postcard?
You got away from me in the crowd.
I'm afraid Mr. Stewart got away from us.
Well, we'll never find him in this mark.
Not to, old fellow. He's a dangerous man. There's no knowing what he may do. Where are the irregulars? There's Wiggins.
Wiggins?
Hello, Mr. Elms.
Wiggins.
Dr. Watson.
Did you see a man run out of that house a few minutes ago?
No, Governor. Perhaps Charlie did. Hey, Charlie, come over here a minute. It's Mr. Elms. All right. I bet Charlie didn't see anything, though. He's got some savvy girl with him. Hello, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Charlie.
Did you see a man run through this crowd a few minutes ago? A tallish man with a grey moustache?
Yes, I did. A man came running out of the house over there. That's the house. Where'd he go? He ran down toward where the shops are. And he stole our dummy, he did. The one we are going to burn in the bonfire. I tried to stop him, but he got away.
Holmes, look up there on the roof. There's a figure. By Jove, I believe it's James Stewart.
That's the man. He's the one that stole our dummy. He's standing up on the roof. He's going to jump. If he does, he's going to land in the bonfire.
There he goes. He is jumping. Right into the middle of the fire.
It's awful. He'll be burned to death.
Don't worry, Wiggins. There wasn't a man who fell into the bonfire.
What do you mean?
From the gyrations that the figure performed as it fell, my dear Watson, I'm convinced that Mr. Stewart threw the stolen dummy to try and put us off the track.
Then Stewart's still up there.
He is, Watson. Come along, old boy. It's up on the rooftops for us. Up on the rooftops. Here, Watson. Let me help you up. Can you reach my hand?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, then. Up you come. Come on. That's it.
Phew. Seems to me that fire escapes must be designed for giants.
Keep your eyes skinned, old fellow. Stewart's a dangerous man. Might be hiding behind those chimney stacks. Come on.
Upon my soul, this is a strange place to be on Guy Fawkes night.
Yes, a comprehensive case, Watson. Starts in a cellar and ends on a rooftop.
Look, Holmes. By the parapet there.
The crumpled body of Mr. Stewart.
Looks to me as if it... Yes. He's dead, Holmes.
Well, it's not surprising. The effort of carrying the dummy up here and throwing it, combined with his own state of excitement, were too much for him. Well, quite frankly, I can't say that I'm sorry.
No, he planned a murder. If it hadn't been for you, he would have succeeded. An extraordinary case, Holmes.
Yes, old chap, and one that should long make us remember the 5th of November.
By Jove, yes.
Please to remember the 5th of November. Gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgotten.
Well, Doctor, as you boys would say, that story was a bit of exciting, what?
Yes, and even now I sort of lose my breath when I remember climbing that fire escape.
You know, Doctor, those two fellas certainly went out of their way to celebrate Guy Fawkes Day. Now, take me. When I got a little celebrating to do, I like to do it quietly. Some friends, a glass of port.
Yeah, Petri port, of course.
What else?
Leave it to you. No matter what the occasion is, you can somehow make it a perfect occasion for Petri wine. How do you do it, old fella?
Don't ask me how I do it. You mean, how does the Petri family do it? How can they make such swell wine? Well, the answer is experience. The Petri family has been making fine wine for generations. And ever since they first established the Petri business way back in the 1800s, they've handed on down from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's why when you want a wine for any occasion, before dinner, with your meals, or after dinner, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what Sherlock Holmes adventure are you going to tell us next week?
An old favorite, Mr. Bartell, a story that concerns strange music that was heard in a lonely house in the English countryside, and of the living death that stalked there. I call it The Adventure of the Speckled Band.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. Music was by Dean Fosler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the Columbia Network presents William Shakespeare's fantasy, Twelfth Night.
Each Monday night at this time, during July and August, the Columbia Network has brought you special full-hour radio adaptations of 7 of William Shakespeare's greatest plays, starring some of the world's most distinguished artists. Tonight, another imposing list of players from stage, screen, and radio join us in bringing you Shakespeare's delightful fantasy, Twelfth Night, which is the concluding play in Columbia's 1937 Shakespeare cycle.
Starring in tonight's performance of Twelfth Night are Tallulah Bankhead as Viola, Sir Cedric Hardwicke as Malvolio, Helen Menken as Olivia, Orson Welles as Duke Orsino, and Estelle Winwood as Maria. The brilliant supporting cast is headed by Mark Smith as Sir Toby Belch, Robert Strauss as Sir Andrew Aguecheek, Burford Hampton as Feste the Clown, Sidney Smith as Sebastian, Ray Collins as Antonio, John Driggs plays Valentine, Niles Welch plays the officer. Victor Bay, Columbia's talented young conductor, raises his baton to lead the orchestra in the musical introduction. And Conway Turrell, distinguished actor of stage and screen, comes forward as narrator to present the prologue to Twelfth Night.
sunlit coast of a green curling sea is the land of Illyria. The sand on the shore is white. From the moss of the glistening rocks spring small white flowers. And white, rising above the cypress trees, white are the marble columns of the great palace towards which we are wafted by this strain of music. Here dwells the Countess Olivia, beautiful, aloof, and melancholy. For the death of an only brother has clouded her life. In the household of the fair Olivia lives her uncle, the sponging, roaring, wine-bibbing, fat Sir Toby Belch. You may be sure he is not sad. He's in the kitchen getting drunk as fast as he can with his old crony, Sir Andrew Ague-Cheek. Sir Andrew is spindle-shanked and rattle-brained. But Toby would like to see him married to Olivia to make borrowing money a bit easier. Beside them now stands Maria, a pert wench with saucy blue eyes, who, in moments of more propriety, acts as lady-in-waiting to Olivia.
Maria! Maria! What a plague means my niece to take the death of her brother thus? Maria! A stoup of wine!
Sir Toby. That drinking will undo you. I heard my Lady Olivia talk of it yesterday, and of this foolish knight that you brought in one night to be her wooer.
Who, Sir Andrew Ague-Cheek?
Aye, he.
Faith, Sir Toby, I'll ride home tomorrow. Your niece will none of me. The Duke Orsino himself woos her.
She'll none of the Duke. I've heard her swear it. Come, shall we set about some revels?
Oh, I delight in revels sometimes altogether. Faith, I can cut a caper.
Let me see the caper. Higher! Excellent! Higher!
And then there is Malvolio, the pompous major domo and butler-in-chief to Olivia. Now he gestures to himself in the mirror. First he waves an elegantly ruffled hand. Then he leans to examine a small blemish on a rather large nose. Malvolio is socially ambitious. He is persuaded that his mistress is secretly in love with him.
To be Count Malvolio. Well, 'tis but fortune, all is fortune. Maria once told me that the Lady Olivia did affect me, and I've heard herself come thus near, that should she fancy it to be one of my complexion. Besides, she uses me with a more exalted respect than anyone else that follows her. Well, what should I think of it?
And now, here is the Lady Olivia herself. Before her stands a messenger from the Duke Orsino.
Your lord does know my mind. I cannot love him. Yet I suppose him virtuous, know him noble, a gracious person. But yet I cannot love him. He might have took his answer long ago.
Now we must hurry on to another palace, the seat of the handsome Duke Orsino. Ahead of us on the winding road is the Duke's messenger who has just been turned away by Olivia. If we hasten, we shall be in time to hear what he reports to his master. This is the Duke.
Valentine, how now? What news from her?
So please, my lord, the element itself, till 7 years hence, shall not behold her face at ample view, but like a cloistress, she will veiled walk.
Oh, she that hath the heart of that fine frame to pay this debt of love but to a brother. How will she love, when the rich golden shaft hath killed the flock of all affections else that live in her? Come, get you in.
Olivia weeps for her brother, and Orsino sighs for Olivia. To all appearances, they may continue to do so till doomsday on the white, sunlit shores of the green curling sea. But now comes a storm. Out at sea, a hurrying ship is lashed to helplessness by wind and frothing waves. A brother and sister, twins, alike in face and manner, cling frantically to each other. The mainmast goes. The ship is down to the stern. The brother and sister are in the water. Now they are wrenched apart. Now a rushing avalanche of water is between them. A sailor is swimming toward the girl as night blots out the sea. Viola, for that is the girl's name, is rescued and brought safely to shore in a small boat, just as day dawns. But no one has seen her twin brother, Sebastian. Now Viola has mastered her grief as best she can, in the faint hope that he may have been rescued. Now she must turn to the problem of living, for she is without money or friends.
Knowest thou this country, sailor?
Aye, madam.
Who governs here?
A noble duke, Orsino.
Orsino. I've heard my father name him. He was a bachelor then.
And so is now, or was so very late.
I prithee conceal me what I am, and be my aid, for such disguise as haply shall become the form of my intent. I'll serve this duke, for I can sing and speak to him in many sorts of music. That will allow me very worth his service. What else mayhap to time I will commit. Only shape thou thy silence to my wit.
And thus, dressed as a boy, with her hair still salty from the sea, cut short like a boy's, Viola enters the service of the Duke Orsino, calling herself Cesario. Thus ends the prologue, and begins the play of Twelfth Night, or what you will.
The Duke continues these favors toward you, Cesario. You are like to be much advanced. He hath known you but 3 days, and already you're no stranger.
You either fear his humor or my negligence, that you call in question the continuance of his love. Is he inconstant, sir, in his favors?
No, believe me.
I thank you. Here he comes.
If music be the food of love, play on. Give me excess of it, that surfeiting the appetite may sicken and so die. That strain again, it had a dying fall. Oh, it came o'er my ear like the sweet sound that breathes upon a bank of violets, stealing and giving odor. Enough, no more. It is not so sweet now as it was before. Who saw Cesario ho?
On your attendance, my lord. Here.
Stand you a while aloof. Cesario, thou knowest no less but all. I have unclasped to thee the book even of my secret soul. Therefore, good youth, address thy gate unto her. Be not denied access. Stand at her doors and tell them, there thy fixed foot shall grow till thou have audience.
Sure, my noble lord, if she be so abandoned to her sorrow as it is spoke, she never will admit me.
Be clamorous and leap all civil bounds rather than make unprofited returns.
Say I do speak with her, my lord. What then?
Oh, then unfold the passion of my love. Surprise her with discourse of my dear faith. It will become thee well to act my woes. She will attend it better in thy youth than in a nuncius of more grave aspect.
I think not so, my lord.
Dear lad, believe it, for they shall yet belie thy happy years that say thou art a man. Some 4 or 5 attend him. All, if you will, for I myself am best when least in company. Prosper well in this, and thou shalt live as freely as thy lord, to call his fortunes thine.
I'll do my best to woo your lady. Yet a barful strife. Whoe'er I woo, myself would be his wife.
This is Feste, the Lady Olivia's clown, speaking out of my part. From a seat here in Lady Olivia's garden, I can see the road that winds through the cypress trees from the Duke's palace. That handsome young page, newly taken into Orsino's service, is coming our way. I may guess what he has to say, and true, I wish him success. For truly, my lady has mourned too long. But soft, here she comes. God bless thee, Lady Olivia.
Oh, take the fool away.
Do you not hear, Malvolio? Take away the lady.
Sir, I bade them take away you.
Misprision in the highest degree. Good Madonna, give me leave to prove you a fool.
Can you do it?
Dexterously, good Madonna.
Make your proof.
Good Madonna, why mournest thou?
Oh, good fool, for my brother's death.
I think his soul is in hell, Madonna.
I know his soul is in heaven, fool.
The more fool, Madonna, to mourn for your brother's soul being in heaven. Take away the fool, Malvolio.
What think you of this fool, Malvolio? Doth he not mend?
Yes, and shall do till the pangs of death shake him. Infirmity that decays the wise doth ever make the better fool.
God send you, sir, a speedy infirmity for the better increasing your folly.
Oh, how say you to that, Malvolio?
I wonder your ladyship takes delight in such a barren rascal.
No, you are sick of self-love, Malvolio, and taste with a distempered appetite.
Madam, there is at the gate a young gentleman. Much desires to speak with you.
From the Duke Orsino, is it, Maria?
I know not, madam. 'Tis a fair young man and well attended.
Oh, go you, Malvolio. If it be a suit from the Count, I am sick or not at home or what you will, to dismiss it.
Oh, mistress mine, where are you roaming? Oh, mistress mine, where are you roaming? Oh, stand here, your true love coming.
You hear, Lady Olivia?
Go to. Your fooling grows old.
Madam, madam.
Aye, Malvolio?
Yon young fellow swears that he will speak with you. I told him you were sick. He takes on him to understand so much and therefore comes to speak with you. I told him you were asleep. He seems to have a foreknowledge of that, too, and therefore comes to speak with you. What is to be said to him, lady? He's fortified against any denial.
Tell him he shall not speak with me.
Has been told so, and he says he'll stand at your door like a sheriff's post and be the supporter to a bench. But he'll speak with you.
Why, what kind of a man is he?
Or of mankind.
What manner of man?
Oh, very ill manner. He'll speak with you, will you all know?
Of what personage and years is he?
Not yet old enough for a man, nor young enough for a boy. As a squash is before 'tis a pease cod, or a codling when 'tis almost a happle. 'Tis with him in standing water between boy and man. He's very well favored, and he speaks very shrewishly. One would think his mother's milk was scarce out of him.
Oh. Let him approach. Call in Maria.
Gentlewoman, my lady calls.
Milady? Maria, give me my veil. Come, throw it over my face. We'll once more hear Orsino's embassy.
The honorable lady of the house. Which is she?
Speak to me. I shall answer for her. Your will.
Most radiant, exquisite, and unmatchable beauty. I pray you tell me if this be the lady of the house. I would be loath to cast away my speech. For besides, it is excellently well penned. I've taken great pains to con it.
Whence came you, sir?
Well, I can say a little more than I've studied, and that question's out of my parts.
Are you a comedian?
No, my profound heart. And yet, by the very fangs of malice, I swear I'm not that I play. Are you the lady of the house?
If I do not usurp myself, I am.
Well, most certain if you are she, you do usurp yourself. For what is yours to bestow is not yours to reserve. I will on with my speech in your praise, and then show you the heart of my message.
Come to what is important in it. I forgive you the praise.
Alas, I took great pains to study it, and 'tis poetical.
It is more the like to be feigned. Come, speak your office.
It alone concerns your ear.
Aye. Malvolio, give us the place alone.
Madame.
Now, sir, what is your take?
Most sweet lady.
Ah, a comfortable doctrine, and much may be said of it. But where lies your text?
In Orsino's bosom.
In his bosom? In what chapter of his bosom?
In the first of his heart.
Oh, I have read it. It is heresy. Have you no more to say?
Good, madam. Let me see your face.
Have you any commission from your lord to negotiate with my face? Oh, you are now out of your text. But we will draw the curtain and show you the picture. Look you, sir. Is not well done?
Excellently done. If God did all.
'Tis ingrained, sir. 'Twill endure wind and weather.
'Tis beauty truly blent, whose red and white nature's own sweet and cunning hand laid on. Lady, you're the cruelest she alive, if you will lead these graces to the grave and leave the world no copy.
Oh, sir, I will not be so hard-hearted. I will give out divers schedules of my beauty. As item, 2 lips, indifferent red. Item, 2 gray eyes with lids to them. Item, 1 neck, 1 chin, and so forth. Oh, were you sent hither to praise me?
I see what you are. You're too proud. But if you were the devil, you're fair. My lord and master loves you. Oh, such love could be but recompensed, though you were crowned the nonpareil of beauty.
How does he love me?
With adorations, fertile tears, with groans that thunder love, with sighs of fire.
Oh, your lord does know my mind. I cannot love him. He might have took his answer long ago.
If I did love you in my master's flame, in your denial I would find no sense I would not understand it.
Why? What would you?
Make me a willow cabin at your gate, and call upon my soul within the house. Write loyal cantons of contemned love, and sing them loud even into the dead of night. Halloo your name to the reverberate hills, and make the babbling gossip of the air cry out, Olivia. Oh, you should not rest between the elements of air and earth, but you should pity me.
You might do much. What is your parentage?
Above my fortunes, yet my state is well. I am a gentleman.
Aye. Oh, get you to your lord. I cannot love him. Let him send no more. Unless, perchance, you come to me again to tell me how he takes it. Very well. I thank thee for your pains. Spend this for me.
I am no feed post, lady. Keep your purse. My master, not myself, lacks recompense. Farewell, fair cruelty.
Fare thee well. Oh, what is your parentage? Above my fortunes, yet my state is well. I am a gentleman. Ah, I'll be sworn thou art. Thy tongue, thy face, limbs, actions, and spirit do give thee fivefold blazon, but not too fast. Soft, soft. Unless the master were the man, or how now, even so quickly may one catch the plague. Methinks I feel this youth's perfections with an invisible and subtle stealth to creep in at mine eye. Well, let it be. Oh, Malvolio.
Yeah, madame, at your service.
Run after that same peevish messenger, the county's man. He left this ring behind him, would I or not. Tell him I'll none of it. Desire him not to flatter with his lord, nor hold him up with hopes. I am not for him. If that youth will come this way tomorrow, I shall give him reasons for it. Hie thee, Malvolio.
Madame, I will.
Oh, I do, I know not what. Oh, fate, show thy force.
This is Feste the clown. I swear my mistress has fallen in love with the Duke's page Cesario. Else why is she distracted? Else why did she send him a ring he ne'er had? Else why did she retire to bed without supper, if it were not to dream? But let that go. Sir Toby and the foolish Sir Andrew are drunk in the kitchen, where I shall join them anon.
Approach, Sir Andrew. Not to be abed after midnight is to be up betimes, thou knowest.
Nay, by my troth, I know not. But I know to be up late is to be up late.
A false conclusion. I hate it as an unfilled can. Does not our life consist of the four elements?
Faith, so they say. But I think it rather consists of eating and drinking.
Thou art a scholar. Let us therefore eat and drink.
Hey, Robin, tell me how the lady, how now, my heart.
Here comes the fooly face.
Welcome, ass. Now let's have a chat.
Come on, let's have a song.
Shall we make the welkin dance indeed? Shall we rouse the night owl in a catch that will draw 3 souls out of one weaver? Shall we do that?
And you love me, let's do it. I'm a dog at a catch. Let our catch be thou knave.
Hold thy peace, thou knave knight. I shall be constrained in it to call thee knave knight.
'Tis not the first time I've constrained one to call me knave. Begin, fool. It begins. Hold thy peace.
I shall never begin if I hold my peace.
Good faith. Come, begin.
Hold thy peace, I pray thee, hold thy peace.
Thou knave.
Hold thy peace, I pray thee, hold thy peace. Thou knave.
Sir Toby. What a caterwauling do you keep here? If milady had not called up her steward, Malvolio, and bid him turn you out of doors, never trust me.
Maria, my lady's a Catayan. Malvolio's a beggar Ramsey. And 3 merry men be we. Am not I consanguineous? Am I not of a blood? Chilly Valley, lady. There dwelt a man in Babylon, in Babylon, in Babylon.
Peace, Sir Toby.
These roomy knights in admirable fooling.
In Babylon.
For the love of God, peace! Here comes Malvolio.
My masters, are you mad or what are you? Have you no wit, manners, nor honesty, but to gabble like tinkers at this time of night? Do you make an ale house of my lady's house that ye squeak out your cosiest scatties without any mitigation or remorse of voice? Is there no respect of place persons nor time in you?
We did keep time, sir, in our catches.
Sir Toby, I must be round with you. My Lady Olivia bade me tell you that though she harbors you as her kinsman, she is nothing allied to your disorders. If you can separate yourself from your misdemeanors, you are welcome to the house. If not, and it would please you to take your leave of her, she is very willing to bid you farewell.
Farewell, dear heart, since I must needs be gone. Sneck up.
Nay, good Sir Toby.
Oh, this is much credit to you.
Shall I bid him go?
How now?
What, and if you do?
Shall I bid him go and spare not?
No, you dare not.
Toby, Malvolio art any more than a steward? Dost thou think because thou art virtuous, there should be no more cakes and ales? Go, sir, rub your chain with crumbs. A stoup of wine, Maria.
Mistress Maria, if you prize my lady's favor as anything more than contempt, you would not give means for this uncivil rule. She shall know of it by this hand.
Go shake your ears.
Sweet Sir Toby, be patient for tonight. Since the youth of the Count's was today with milady, she is much out of quiet. For Monsieur Malvolio, let me alone with him. If I do not gull him into a nay word and make him a common recreation, do not think I have wit enough to lie straight in my bed. I know I can do it.
Possess us. Tell us something of him.
Marry, sir, sometimes he's a kind of Puritan.
Oh, if I thought that, I'd beat him like a dog.
The devil a Puritan, that he is, or anything constantly but a time pleaser. Malvolio's the best persuaded of himself, so crammed as he thinks with excellencies, that it is his grounds of faith that all that look on him love him. And on that vice in him will my revenge find notable cause to work.
What wilt thou do?
I will drop in Malvolio's way some obscure epistles of love. Wherein, by the color of his beard, the shape of his leg, the manner of his gait, the expression of his eye, forehead, and complexion, he shall find himself most feelingly personated. I can write very like milady, Olivia. On a forgotten matter, we can hardly make distinction of our hands.
Excellent. I smell a device.
I have it in my nose, too.
Malvolio shall think by the letters that thou wilt drop that they come from my niece and that she's in love with him.
My purpose is indeed a horse of that color.
And your horse now would make him an ass.
Ass. I doubt not.
Oh, 'twill be admirable.
Thought royal, I'll warrant you. I know my physic will work with him. I will plant you two where Malvolio shall find the letter.
Mm-hmm.
Observe his construction of it. For this night to bed and dream on the event. Farewell.
Good night, Penthesilea.
Before me, she's a good wench.
She's a beagle, true bred, and one that adores me. Oh, what of that?
I was adored once, too.
Yeah. Come, I'll go burn some sack. 'Tis too late to go to bed now. Come night. There dwelt a man in Babylon.
You have just heard the first part of Columbia's presentation of Twelfth Night, starring Tallulah Bankhead as Viola, Sir Cedric Hardwicke as Malvolio, Helen Menken as Olivia, Orson Welles as Duke Orsino, and Estelle Winwood as Maria. The play will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now we continue with the second part of Shakespeare's Twelfth Night. And again, your narrator, Conway Turl, comes forward to set the scene.
Another day has passed for the shores of the green curling sea, and Viola, still masquerading as the boy Cesario, has fallen violently in love with the Duke Orsino. But the Duke is more madly in love than ever with Olivia. He sits now in his great chair listening to the court musicians, while Viola lies at his feet on a silver cushion.
Oh, good Cesario, if ever thou shalt love, in the sweet pangs of it remember me. For such as I am, all true lovers are, unstayed and skittish in all motions else, save in the constant image of the creature that is beloved. How dost thou like this tune?
It gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned.
Thou dost speak masterly. My life upon it, young though thou art, thine eye hath stayed upon some favor that it loves. Hath it not, boy?
A little by your favor.
What kind of woman is't?
Of your complexion, my lord.
She's not worth thee, then. What years, i' faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven. Let still the woman take an elder than herself. So wears she to him. So sways she level in her husband's heart. Then let thy love be younger than thyself, for thy affection cannot hold the bent. For women are as roses, whose fair flower, being once displayed, doth fall that very hour.
And so they are. Alas, that they are so, to die, even when they to perfection grow.
Now, good Cesario, but that piece of song, that old and antique song we heard last night, methought it did relieve my passion much, more than light airs and recollected terms of these most brisk and giddy-paced times. Come, but one verse.
Are you ready, my lord?
Aye, prithee, sing.
Come, come, come away, death, and in sad cypress let me be laid. Fly, fly, fly away, breath, I'm slain by a fair cruel maid. A thousand sighs to save. Lay me, where true lover never find my grave
Once more, Cesario. Get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty.
But if she cannot love you, sir,
I cannot be so answered.
say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love as great a pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her, you tell her so. But must she not then be so answered?
There is no woman's sides can bide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give my heart. No woman's heart so big to hold so much. Make no compare between that love a woman can bear me and that I owe Olivia.
Ah, but I know
What dost thou know?
too well what love women to men may owe. In faith, they're as true of heart as we. My father had a daughter, loved a man.
And what's her history?
A blank, my lord. She never told her love, but let concealment like a worm in the bud feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy, she sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love indeed, my lord?
But died thy sister of her love, my boy?
I'm all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers, too, and yet I know not. Sir, shall I to this lady?
Aye, now that's the theme. To her in haste. Give her this jewel. Say my love can give no place, Bide no delay.
This is Festy the Clown, speaking frankly out of my path. And I must tell you that the impudent young page Cesario is knocking at our gates again. Milady has come into the garden to meet him. I believe the young rascal suspects that my Madonna loves him. But soft.
Most excellent, accomplished lady, the heavens rain odors on you.
Your hand, sir.
My duty, madam, and most humble service.
What is your name?
Cesario is your servant's name, fair princess.
My servant, sir? Your servant to the Duke Orsino, youth.
And he is yours, and his must needs be yours. Your servant's servant is your servant, madam.
I bade you never speak of him again. But would you undertake another suit, I had rather hear you to solicit that than music from the spheres.
Dear lady.
Cesario, give me leave, beseech you. I did send, after the last enchantment you did hear, a ring in chase of you. So did I abuse myself, my servant, and I fear me, you. And under your hard construction must I sit, to force that on you in a shameful cunning of which you knew none of. To one of your receiving, enough is shown. A cypress, not a bosom hideth my heart. Let me hear you speak.
I pity you.
That's a degree of love.
No, not a grise. For 'tis vulgar proof that very oft we pity enemies.
Why then, methinks 'tis time to smile again. A word, how apt the poor are to be proud. Be not afraid, good youth. I'll not have you. There lies your way. Due west.
Then westward ho, grace and good disposition attend your ladyship. You'll nothing, madam, to my lord by me.
Stay, I prithee. Tell me what thou thinkest of me.
That you do think you are not what you are.
If I think so, I think the same of you.
Then think you right. I'm not what I am.
But I would you were as I would have you be.
Would it be better, madam, than I am? I wish it might, for now I am your fool.
Oh, Cesario, by the roses of the spring, by maidhood, honor, truth, and everything, I love thee so, that maugre all thy pride, nor wit nor reason can my passion hide.
By innocence I swear, and by my youth, I have one heart, one bosom, and one truth, and that no woman has, nor ever none shall, mistress be of it, save I alone. And so adieu, good madam. Nevermore will I my master's tears to you deplore.
Yet come again, for thou perhaps mayest move that heart, which now pours to, like his love.
This is Festy the Clown. And very weary I am of this love-making. Oh, well, there's some sport afoot. Sir Toby and Sir Andrew and Maria are in the garden. And Maria has scribbled the letter to Malvolio in a hand so like Milady's that Malvolio cannot choose but be fooled. Nor does he need persuasion. The ass believes Milady loves him. Here comes Maria with the letter.
Sir Toby! Sir Andrew! Festy! Quick, quick! Malvolio's coming. Malvolio's coming down this walk. He has been yonder by the sun, practicing behavior to his own shadow this last half hour. Observe him for the love of mockery, but I know this letter will make a contemplative idiot of him. Get ye all three into the box tree. Letter, lie thou there, for here comes the trout that must be caught with tickling.
To be Count Malvolio. Oh, there is example for it. The lady of the Strachey married the yeoman of the wardrobe. Having been 3 months married to Olivia, calling my officers about me in my branched velvet gown, having come from a daybed where I have left Olivia sleeping.
Fire and brimstone?
And then to have the humor of state, and after a demure regard of travel, telling them that I know my place as I would they should do theirs. To ask for my kinsman Toby.
Oh, for a stone bowl to hit him in the eye.
Oh, peace.
7 of my people with an obedient start make out for him. I frown the while, and perchance wind up my watch or play with my, some rich jewel. Toby approaches, curtsies there to me.
Shall this fellow live?
I extend my hand to him thus, saying, Cousin Toby, my fortunes having cast me on your niece give me this prerogative of speech. You must amend your drunkenness.
Out, scab.
Nay,
Besides, you
patience.
waste the treasure of your time with a foolish knight.
That's me. I warrant you.
Once a handle.
I knew 'twas I.
Ha-ha. Oh, a letter.
Now is the woodcock near the gin.
What employment have we here? By my leaf, this is my lady's hand. These be her very C's, her U's, and her T's, and thus makes she her great P's. Oh, it is intended to question her hand.
Her C's, her U's, and her T's? Why that?
To the unknown beloved, this and my good wishes. Her very phrases. By your leave wax, soft. And the impressure of her Lucrece with which she uses to seal. Oh, 'tis my lady. To whom should this be?
Did not I say he would work it out?
I may command where I adore, but silence like a Lucrece knife, with bloodless stroke me art doth gore. Hem, ho, hey, hi, doth sway me life.
A fustian riddle.
Excellent wench.
Hem, ho, hey, hi, doth sway me life. Oh, let me see. I may command where I adore. Why, she may command me. Oh, this is evident to any formal capacity. There is no obstruction in this. And the end. What does this alphabetical position portend? Hem, ho, hey, hi. Hem. Malvolio, hem. Why, that begins my name.
There. Did not I say he would work it out?
Yes, but then there is no constancy in the sequel that suffers under probation. A should follow, but ho does.
And O shall end, I hope.
I'll cudgel him and make him cry, ho.
Soft. Here follows prose. If this fall into thy hand, revolve. In my stars I am above thee, but be not afraid of greatness. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. Remember who commended thy yellow stockings and wished to see thee ever cross-gartered. I say, remember. Go to, thou art made, if thou desirest to be so. Farewell. She that would alter services with thee, the fortunate unhappy. Oh, daylight and champagne discovers not more. This is open. Oh, I do not now fool myself to let imagination jade me, for every reason excites me to this, that my lady loves me. Oh, I thank my stars I'm happy. I will baffle Sir Toby. I will be strange, stout in yellow stockings and cross-gartered even with the swiftness of putting on. Jove and my stars be praised. Oh, here is yet a postscript. Thou canst not choose but know who I am. If thou entertainest my love, let it appear in thy smiling. Thy smiles become thee well. Jove, I thank, I will smile. I will do everything that thou wilt have me.
Oh, I could marry this wench for this device.
So could I, too.
Maria, where is Malvolio?
He's coming, madam, but in very strange manner. He's sure possessed, madam.
What's the matter? Does he rave?
No, madam, he does nothing but smile. Your ladyship had best to have a guard about you if he come. For sure the man is tainted in his wits.
Oh, I am as mad as he, if sad and merry madness equal be. How now, Malvolio?
Sweet lady. Ho, ho, ho.
Smilest thou? I sent for thee upon a sad occasion.
Sad lady? Oh, I could be sad. This does make some obstruction in the blood, this cross-gartering, but, oh, what of that? If it please the eye of one, it is with me as the very true sonnet is. Please one, please all.
How dost thou, man? What is the matter with thee?
Not black in my mind, though yellow in my legs. Oh, it did come to his hands, and commands to be executed. I think we do know the sweet Roman hand.
Wilt thou go to bed, Malvolio?
To bed? Aye, sweetheart, and I'll come to thee.
God comfort thee.
How do you, Malvolio? Why do you appear with this ridiculous boldness before me, lady?
Be not afraid of greatness. Ho, 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 'twas well writ.
What meanest by that,
Some
Malvolio?
are born great,
Eh?
some achieve greatness,
What sayest thou?
and some have greatness thrust upon them.
Heaven restore thee.
Remember who commended thy yellow stockings,
My yellow stocking.
and wished to see thee ever cross-gartered.
Cross-gartered.
Go to, thou art made, if thou desirest to be so.
Oh, am I made? Oh, why, this is very midsummer madness.
Madam, the young gentleman of the Duke Orsino's is returned. I could hardly entreat him back. He attends your ladyship's pleasure.
I'll come to him. Good Maria, let this fellow be looked to. Where's my cousin Toby? Let some of my people have a special care of him. I would not have him miscarry for the half of my dowry.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. You come near me now. Ho. No worse man than Sir Toby to look to me. Oh, this concurs directly with the letter. She sends him on purpose that I may appear stubborn to him.
Which way is he in the name of sanctity? If all the devils of hell be drawn and little and legion himself possessed him, yet I'll speak to him.
Here he is. Oh, how is it with you, sir? How is it with you, man?
Go off. I discard you. Let me enjoy my private. Go off.
Why, how now, my boarcock? How dost thou, chuck?
Go hang yourselves all. You are idle, shallow things. I am not of your element. You shall know more hereafter.
This is Festy the Clown. To tell you there is yet more fun afoot. Silly Sir Andrew is fighting cock-jealous of the Duke's page Cesario. Now Sir Toby Belch has spurred Sir Andrew to challenge the youth to a duel. I know Andrew is a coward. As for Cesario, 'tis a soft-spoken youth. They are both like to die of fright. But tarry, here comes the page now. And Sir Toby to meet him with Ague Cheek's challenge.
Gentlemen, God save thee.
And you, sir?
That defense thou hast, betake thee to it. Thy interceptor, bloody is the hunter, attends thee at the orchard end.
Oh, you mistake, sir. I'm sure no man hath any quarrel to me. I pray you, sir, what is he?
One Sir Andrew. He is a devil in a private brawl.
I will return again into the house and desire some conduct of the lady. I am no fighter.
Back you shall not to the house.
I beseech you, do me this courteous office as to know of the knight what my offense to him is.
I will do so, Sir Feste.
Aye, Sir Toby.
Stay you by this gentleman till I return.
Aye, sir.
Well?
Sir Andrew, he's a very devil.
Oh, pox on it. I'll not meddle with him.
Aye, but he'll not now be pacified. Feste can scarce hold him yonder.
Oh, let him let the matter slip, and I'll give him my horse, Grey Capulet.
I'll make the motion. Stand here. Make a good show on it. This shall end without the perdition of souls. There's no remedy, Signor Cesario. He will fight with you for oath's sake. He protests he will not hurt you.
Pray God defend me. A little thing would make me tell them how much I lack of in hand.
Come, Sir Andrew. The gentleman, for his honor's sake, have one bout with you. But he has promised me he will not hurt you.
Oh, pray God he keep his oath.
Come on.
Yes, I will.
Come on, to it! To it!
Festy the Clown. And hey, there's a strange pirate man running in at the...
Up! Put up your sword. If this young gentleman have done offense, I take the fault on me. If you offend him, I for him defy you.
You, sir? Why, what are you?
One, sir, that for his love dares yet do more than you have heard him brag to you he will.
Nay, if you be an undertaker, I am for you.
Oh, good Sir Tuppy, hold! Here come the officers.
Officers? I'll be with you or not.
This is the man. Antonio, I arrest thee at the suit of Count Orsino.
You do mistake me, sir.
No, sir, no jot. I know your favor well. Take him away. He knows I know him well.
I must obey. Sebastian, this comes with seeking you. But there's no remedy, I shall answer it. What will you do now my necessity makes me to ask you for my purse?
Come, sir, away.
Sebastian, I must entreat of you some of that money.
What money, sir? For the fair kindness that you've showed me here, out of my lean and low ability, I lend you something. Oh, there's half my copper.
Do not tempt my misery, lest that it make me so unsound a man as to upbraid you with those kindnesses that I have done for you.
I know of none, nor know I you by voice or any feature.
Oh, heavens themselves.
Come, sir, I pray you, go.
Let me speak a little. This youth that you see here, Sebastian, I snatched one half out of the jaws of death.
What's that to us? Time goes by. Away.
This is Turl, your narrator. Festus the Clown may be clever, but there are a few things he does not know. First, he does not know that Cesario is really the girl Viola. Second, he does not know that Viola has a twin brother, Sebastian. Third, and you may have begun to suspect this, he does not know that Sebastian, alive and rescued by the stranger Antonio, is at this very moment coming down the winding road. As Festi would say, more fun afoot. Sir Andrew and Sir Toby are seeking Viola because she ran away after the duel. And Sir Andrew is now convinced that he has a coward he can bully. Now they come upon Sebastian, mistaking him for the disguised Viola.
Now, sir, have I met you again? There's for you.
What? Why, there's for you, and there. Are all the people mad?
Hold, sir, or I'll throw your dagger over the house. Come on, sir, hold.
Nay, let him alone. I'll have an action of battery against him if there be any law in Illyria.
Let go thy hands, sir. I will not let you go. Come, my young soldier. Put up your iron. Your will fleshed. Come on.
I will be free from thee. What would you now? If thou darest tempt me further, draw thy sword.
What? Nay, then I must have an ounce of this malapert blood from you.
To it, then. Here comes my lady.
Oh, Toby.
Madam.
On my life, I charge thee, hold. Will it be ever thus? Ungracious wretch, fit for the mountains and the barbarous caves where manners ne'er were preached. Out of my sight. Be not offended, dear Cesario. Rude be gone. Oh, Cesario, I prithee, gentle friend, let thy fair wisdom, not thy passion, sway in this uncivil and unjust extent against thy peace. Go with me to my house, and hear thou there how many fruitless pranks this ruffian hath botched up, that thou thereby mayest smile at this. Ah, thou shalt not choose but go.
Fair lady.
Ah, blame not this haste of mine. If you mean well, plight me the full assurance of your faith. Do not deny.
If it be thus to dream, still let me sleep.
Oh, nay, come, I prithee. Would thou be ruled by me?
Madam, I will.
Oh, and so be. Then lead the way, and heaven so shine that they may fairly note this act of mine.
And so you see, Olivia gets her man and doesn't know that it's the wrong man. That is to say, she marries Sebastian, believing him to be Cesario, while Cesario, in reality, is Sebastian's twin sister, Viola. You see what I mean, I'm sure. But even if you don't, the truth will out in a few moments, for here is the Duke at Olivia's gate, grimly resolved to do his own wooing. With him is Viola, still dressed as a boy. Here, too, are the officers with the pirate Antonio, who rescued Sebastian from the sea. Antonio still insists that Viola is Sebastian. And now comes Olivia, who, of course, looks upon Viola as the man she has just married.
Here comes the Countess. Now heaven walks on earth.
Cesario! Cesario! Oh, Cesario, You do not keep promise with me.
Madam?
Gracious Olivia.
What you say, Cesario?
My lord would speak. My duty hushes me.
If it be to the old tune, my lord, it is as fat and fulsome to mine ear as howling after music.
Still so cruel.
Still so constant, my lord.
What, to perverseness? You uncivil lady. Come, boy, with me. My thoughts are ripe in mischief.
And I, most jocund, apt and willingly to do you rest, 1,000 deaths would die.
Where goes Cesario?
After him I love, more than I love these eyes, more than my life, more by all more than e'er I shall love wife.
Oh, me detested. How I am beguiled.
Who does beguile you? Who does you wrong?
Hast thou forgot thyself? Is it so long?
Come away.
Oh, Cesario, my husband stayed.
Husband?
Aye, husband. Can he that deny?
Her husband's error?
No, my lord, not I.
Oh, thou dissembling cub. What wilt thou be when time hath sowed a grizzle on thy case? Farewell and take her, but direct thy feet where thou and I henceforth may never meet.
My lord, I do protest,
No,
my
do
lord.
not swear. Oh, little face, thou hast too much fear.
Oh, for the love of God, a surgeon. Send one presently to Sir Toby.
What's the matter, Sir Andrew?
He has broke my head across and has given Sir Toby a bloody coxcomb, too.
Who has done this, Sir
The
Andrew?
Count's gentleman, one Cesario.
My gentleman, Cesario?
Why do you speak to me? I never hurt you.
Oh, if a bloody coxcomb be a hurt, you have hurt me. Oh, here comes Sir Toby, halting.
How now, gentlemen? How is't with you?
Oh, that's all one. Has hurt me, and there's the end on it.
Get him to bed and let his hurt be looked to.
I'll help you, Sir Toby.
Will you help? An asshead, and a coxcomb, and a knave, a thin-faced knave, a gold.
Madam, I am sorry, madam, I have hurt your kinsman.
Oh.
But had it been the brother of my blood, I must have done no less with wit and safety.
Oh, one face, one voice, one habit. Oh, and two persons.
You throw a strange regard upon me.
Sebastian.
Antonio. Oh, my dear Antonio.
Sebastian, are you?
Fearest thou that, Antonio?
How have you made division of yourself? An apple klepton, too, is not more twin than these two creatures. Which is Sebastian?
Which is Cesario?
Do I stand there? I never had a brother. I had a sister whom the blind waves and surges have devoured. What charity, what kin are you to me? What countryman, what name, what parentage?
Of Messalene, Sebastian was my father. Such a Sebastian was my brother, too. So went he suited to his watery tomb. If spirits can assume both form and suit, you come to fright us.
Were you a woman as the rest goes even, I should my tears let fall upon your cheek and say, thrice welcome, drowned Viola.
If nothing lets to make us happy both, but this my masculine usurped attire, do not embrace me till each circumstance of place, time, fortune do cohere and jump that I am Viola.
Boy, thou hast said to me 1,000 times, thou never shouldst love woman like to me.
And all those sayings will I overswear, and all those swearings keep as true in soul as doth that orbit continent the fire that severs day from night.
Give me thy hand, and let me see thee in thy woman's weeds.
Madam!
Here comes Malvolio. They say, poor gentleman, he's much distressed.
Madam.
Is this the madman?
Aye, my lord. The same. How now, Malvolio?
Madam, you have done me wrong. Notorious wrong.
Oh, have I, Malvolio?
Lady, you have. Pray you peruse that letter and tell me in the modesty of honor why you have given me such clear lights of favor. Bade me come smiling and cross-gartered to you, to put on yellow stockings and to frown upon Sir Toby and the lighter people, and made me the most notorious geck and gull that here invention played on. Tell me why.
Alas, Malvolio, this is not my writing, though I confess, much like the character, but out of question. 'Tis Maria's hand.
Good madam, hear me speak. Most freely I confess. Myself and Sir Toby set this device against Malvolio here. Maria writ the letter at Sir Toby's great importance, in recompense whereof he hath married her.
Alas, poor Malvolio, how they have baffled thee.
I'll be revenged on the old pack of you.
Pursue him and entreat him to a peace. Meantime, sweet sister, we will not part from hence. Cesario, come. for so you shall be, while you are a man. But when in other habits you are seen, Orsino's mistress and his fancy's queen.
When that I was a little tiny boy, with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain, a foolish thing was but a toy, for the rain it raineth every day. A great while ago the world begun, with a hey-ho, the wind and the rain. But that's all one, our play is done, and we'll strive to please you every day.
And so the curtain falls at Columbia's Playhouse in New York City on the radio adaptation of Shakespeare's fantasy, Twelfth Night. Downstage, acknowledging the tremendous applause you hear, are Tallulah Bankhead, who played Viola, Sir Cedric Hardwicke, who was Malvolio, Helen Menken, who was Olivia, Orson Welles, who played Duke Orsino, and Estelle Winwood, who played Maria. Mark Smith played Sir Toby Belch, Robert Strauss played Sir Andrew Aguecheek, Burford Hampton was Feste the Clown, Sidney Smith was Sebastian, Ray Collins Antonio, John Griggs Valentine, Niles Welch the officer. Conway Turrell was the narrator, and the musical score was arranged and conducted by Victor Bay. The play was adapted for radio and produced by Brewster Morgan.
Before concluding the program, here is a special announcement. 1/2 hour from now, from 10:30 to 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, the Columbia Network will present the curtain calls of its 1937 Shakespeare cycle. This program, originating in both New York and Hollywood, will present informal interviews with many of the stars and people who have joined Columbia in making its 1937 Shakespeare cycle possible. Also from Hollywood, you will hear an important announcement from Cecil B. DeMille concerning the plans of the Lux Radio Theater when it returns to the air 2 weeks from tonight on September 13th. Don't forget, 1/2 hour from now, the curtain calls of Columbia's 1937 Shakespeare cycle.
This has been another presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Well, right about now, you're probably taking a little breather in your last-minute rush to get everything ready for the big day tomorrow. Children have to be put to bed to wait for Santa Claus, and there's the tree waiting to be decorated, and, a million and one things which must be done before morning. I sure hope you got all your Christmas shopping done. It's pretty hectic rushing off at the last minute to take care of Uncle Charlie or Aunt Bertha or Cousin Sam. But if you must get something, just remember that you can always dash over to your wine merchant and get a bottle or two of Petri wine. Or better yet, a whole case of Petri wine. Petri wine's a swell gift, and I just thought a little last-minute suggestion might be of some help. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's waiting for us, so let's go in and join him.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Oh, say, Doctor, I can see you're going to have yourself quite a Christmas. Big tree in the corner with colored lights on it. Where'd you get those? Table covered with presents? You must be mighty popular.
They aren't all for me, my boy. You see, I'm having a Christmas party tomorrow for my housekeeper's little nieces.
Oh.
I'm going to dress up as Santa Claus for them.
Well, I'm sure you look very convincing in the part. Oh, by the way, Doctor, I brought you a little present.
Oh, really?
Here it is. I hope you'll like it.
Good of you, Mr. Basil. I got one for you, too, here, Summer. Oh, you mustn't open it until tomorrow. Here you are, my boy.
Thanks a lot, Doctor. And now, how's about tonight's story? Last week you told us you'd chosen an adventure with a lot of Christmassy atmosphere.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. My story begins on another Christmas Eve many, many years ago. To be exact, in 1886. The time the adventure occurred, I must confess I didn't quite understand what was going on myself. In fact, I never did quite make head or tails of it until Holmes took pity on me later and explained the whole thing. But I shan't try to confuse you, Mr. Bartell. I'll tell you the story exactly as it happened.
Right you are, Doctor. Let's go.
Very well. On that Christmas Eve in 86, I was standing in our Baker Street rooms, dressed in the costume of Santa Claus. Holmes, his long, thin fingers pressed together, lay back in an armchair and gazed at me quizzically, while our housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson, stood by the door and...
Dr. Watson, you make a grand Santa Claus.
Doesn't he, Mrs. Hudson? Try the beard on, Watson, old chap.
I'm afraid this is going to be a little uncomfortable. How does it look?
Oh, you look just like the old man on the Christmas cards, Doctor.
Yes, Watson. It really becomes you. The cheery twinkle of the eyes, the ruddy complexion, and the appropriate girth. What a shame we can't obtain some snow on a sleigh and reindeer for you. However, I'm sure Mrs. Hudson's nieces will be very much impressed.
Oh, they will that, sir. And it's very kind of you, Doctor, to offer to come over to their house with me. With her father in the hospital and my sister at his bedside, it would have been a very miserable Christmas without you.
Oh, I shall enjoy myself, but I think I'll take this beard off before we get there. That's it. Are you ready to leave, Mrs. Hudson?
I am, sir. Will I get a cab?
How far do we have to go?
Oh, Lexington Gardens, number 28. It's just off the Edgware Road, Doctor.
It's not far, but bearing in mind my costume, I suppose we'd better take a cab.
Aye, sir. I'll get one.
Holmes, what are you going to do with yourself? I hate leaving you alone on Christmas Eve.
Oh, don't worry, old chap. I shall spend a profitable evening writing on my new monograph.
Well, what's this one about?
An analysis of teeth marks on pipe stems, with particular regard to indicated character.
Oh, gracious me, how exciting. Well, I must be going.
Don't forget your sack of presents, old fellow.
Great Scott, no.
When you come to distribute them, you'll find that I took the liberty of adding a few trinkets on my own behalf.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Holmes.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but there's a gentleman to see you. Says he's an old friend of yours. Here's his card, sir.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it's Lord Whitcomb. Splendid. Ask him to come up, please, Mrs. Hudson.
All right, sir.
And I hope your party is a great success, Mrs. Hudson.
Thank you, sir. Are you sure you don't want me to stay? Now that you have a visitor,
Oh, no. Indeed, no, Mrs. Hudson. I can show the gentleman out myself. You go off and have a good time.
Thank you, sir.
I wonder what Lord William wants. Perhaps I should stay
No,
and give you...
please, my dear fellow, certainly not.
What?
You've far more important work to do. Whitcomb probably wants his revenge at chess. Or something equally innocuous. Off with you, my dear fellow, and enjoy yourself.
Oh, I suppose I'd better go. Just the same, I wish you were coming with me. I'll see you later.
I shall be there. Come on up, Whitcomb.
Hello, Holmes. Oh, evening, Watson. You make a very convincing Santa Claus. Are you leaving?
I'm afraid so, Lord Whitcomb.
Well, good night, then.
Good night, sir.
How are you, Holmes? All alone on Christmas Eve, eh?
Yes, Whitcomb, I'm glad you came over to see me.
Mm-hmm.
What's it to be, an evening of chess, or have you unearthed some recent treasure of medieval pottery that we can discuss?
Neither, Holmes. I've come to you in your professional capacity. I need help.
Oh, come now, Whitcomb. Don't tell me that after all these years of quiet friendship, you're going to become a client.
I'm afraid so, Holmes. Though I doubt if my problem will interest you very much. It's hardly up to your rather colorful standards. Care for a cigar?
Oh, thanks. Well, now, my dear Whitcomb, what's your trouble?
Well, I decided this year to have a little Christmas party at my townhouse. I'm quite comfortably off, as you know, and it occurred to me that I have several relatives and friends who are not as well off. I'm having a party for them tonight, Holmes, and I hope you'd attend it, disguised as Santa Claus.
Oh, my dear fellow. I've adopted many disguises in my time, but Father Christmas has never been one of them. Why do you want me to attend your party in disguise in any case? Are you ashamed of your friendship with a private detective, or do you consider my features more acceptable when buried beneath the depths of a snowy beard?
Oh, my dear Holmes, do take me seriously. I'm not joking, I assure you.
Of course you're not, of course you're not. You want me to attend your party in disguise. Why?
I'm giving some very valuable presents. Diamond and onyx cufflinks, platinum and ruby earrings, and such like. And I've wrapped each of the presents in banknotes.
Oh, dear me. Where are these presents now?
In a sack, in charge of my butler. I was going to dress up as Santa Claus and give them out myself, until I got the warning letter. That's why I've come to you.
Warning letter, eh?
Yes, I received it by this evening's post. Listen to this. My dear Lord Widdicombe, your generosity with Christmas presents borders on ostentation. We do not approve. Either we receive £5,000 in sovereigns at Post Restaurant Box 379 by 6 o'clock on Christmas Eve, or I'm afraid your Christmas party will be conspicuous by its absence of presents.
Let me see that note, Whittingham, will you?
Yes, here you are.
Thanks. Plain paper, torn from a penny notebook. The writing is obviously disguised. By George, yes. Whittingham, I accept the case. I'll come with you to your party at once, and furthermore, I shall follow your suggestion regarding a disguise. Dressed as Santa Claus, I shall be less likely to attract suspicion.
I'm delighted, Holmes. But what made you decide so suddenly?
This writing, my dear fellow, this writing. Oh, it's in a false hand. I'd know that characteristic M in my dear Whittingham. I've seen it too often at the beginning of a signature. Moriarty.
Moriarty? Who's he?
Oh, one of the cleverest and most unscrupulous criminals in England. Whittingham, there's no time to be lost. Let me see now. 6:30. Half an hour beyond the deadline given you in this letter. We must go to your house at once.
This is as far as the cab can take us, Doctor.
Oh, here you are, cabby. Here's 5 shillings for you and a Merry Christmas.
Oh, bless you, General, and a Merry Christmas to you, too.
You said you wanted to get into the house through the back way so that you could surprise the children.
Yes, I thought I'd pretend to come down the kitchen chimney.
Oh, you can get to the back of the house by going up the alley here. I'll go in the front door.
Splendid, Mrs. Hudson. Which is the house?
Number 28. It's the third one down the alley, Doctor. I'll have the back window open in no time, and you can slip in without any of the bairns seeing.
Very well. Gloomy little street, I must say. Hello. Well, where's the music coming from?
Oh, it's from that temple across the street, Doctor. The disciples of the octagonal square, they call themselves.
What on earth do you suppose that means?
Oh, some newfangled cult. Heathens, most likely.
Hello. I'm not the only Santa Claus abroad tonight. Look at that fellow across the street over there.
Oh, dressed just like yourself, Doctor, and carrying a sack, too. Oh, he's running up the steps to the temple.
Great Scott, he slipped on the ice. Oh, I wonder what his hurry was. Here, my man.
Oh, be careful now,
sir.
Doctor. Don't trip yourself.
Here you are, sir. Now, give me a hand.
Thank you, sir. Silly of me, wasn't it?
Oh, we Santa Clauses have to help each other, you know. Up you come. That's it. Whoop. Oh, gracious me.
Doctor, I told you to be careful.
Oh.
Now you've fallen, too.
Oh, it's this confounded red coat of mine. It tripped me up.
Oh. Did you hurt yourself, sir?
No. I'm all right, I think. How about you, sir?
Well, I'm all right, thanks.
Oh.
Silly of me to run, wasn't it?
Here's your sack, sir.
Thank you. Good night, and Merry Christmas.
Good night. Same to you, sir. Same to you. Oh, he went into the temple. Must be a disciple of the octagonal square.
You're sure you're no hurt, Doctor?
No, of course not, Mrs. Hudson. Give me my sack, please. Thank you. Your sister's house is the third one down this alleyway, you say?
I'll hurry and open the back window.
Yes, I'll be waiting for you, Mrs. Hudson. This is going to be rather fun. What a shame Holmes isn't with us. Oh, well, he's probably happier Having a good game of chess with Lord Willicombe.
This is my house, Holmes. Number 39.
39 Branston Square, eh? And dear old Watson is just around the corner in Lexington Gardens and hasn't any idea that I've left Baker Street.
Yes, here you are, cabby.
Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas, sir.
Uh-huh. Listen to that. Carol singers.
Yes, we'll probably have our fill of them before this evening's over.
Good evening, my lord.
Have the guests arrived, Hargreave?
Most of them, sir. They're in the library. You brought another Santa Claus with you, I see, my lord.
Another Santa Claus? What do you mean?
The gentleman arrived 3/4 of an hour ago, sir, dressed as Santa Claus. I took him to your study, my lord, and showed him the sack of presents.
Confound it! He's got here before us. Where's this study?
This way.
I hope I didn't do wrong, my lord. You told me that a gentleman dressed as Santa Claus would be coming here. Dear me. The gentleman appears to have gone.
Yes, and the sack containing the presents with him.
But he can't have left the house, my lord. I've been watching the front door.
Yes, and while you were doing that, he slipped out through the window here. The catch is undone. Hargrave, describe this man.
Well, I can't tell you much about his appearance, I'm afraid, sir. He was dressed as Santa Claus, just like yourself. But I did notice one thing about him, sir.
Oh? What was that?
He lisped, sir. It was quite pronounced.
Of course. Lou the Lisper.
Who on earth is Lou the Lisper?
One of Moriarty's most trusted accomplices. Fortunately, though, I've had news of him lately through my underworld grapevine.
You know where he lives?
He is reputed to have some connections with a new cult that calls themselves the Disciples of the Octagonal Square. Their headquarters are just around the corner from here.
Let's go there at once.
Of course. And Hargrave.
Yes, sir.
Get a message to Scotland Yard as fast as you can. Ask for Inspector Lestrade and tell him to join me at the Temple of the Octagonal Square in Lexington Gardens as soon as possible.
Oh, the children are awful excited, Doctor. I told them you just came down the chimney.
I'll slip the beard on and then I'll go into them. There we are.
Will I announce you, Doctor?
Yes, please, Mrs. Hudson.
All right, sir. Now, children, quiet. Santa Claus has come to see you, and he's brought you all presents.
Hello, children.
Hello, Santa Claus. My name's Elsie. Did you bring me a present?
Oh, I did, Elsie. I'll look in my sack in a minute. And what's your name, young man?
Herbert, they call me Bertie. Did you come down the chimney?
Yes, Bertie.
I bet you had a time doing it. You're so fat.
Oh, don't be rude, Bertie, or Santa Claus won't give you your present.
And what's your name, little man?
Lionel. I've got a cold.
Yes, I see you have. Well, children, gather round me and I'll see what presents I got for you.
Let me say Bertie.
The first present is for... Oh, it's got to be right. It says for Her Grace, the Dowager Duchess of Bewley.
Oh, do you suppose Mr. Holmes has been playing a practical joke on you, Doctor?
I suppose so, though I can't see the point myself. But he did say that he'd added a few trinkets of his own.
I want my present.
Then supposing you take this, Elsa.
Ooh, thank you.
And this one is marked for the Reverend Arthur Carter. I knew what Holmes was up to. Here you are, Bertie.
Cool, thanks.
And this is for you, Lionel, because you've been a good little boy.
It isn't very big, is it? I wanted the dog.
Oh, wanted the dog. Well, I'll bring you a dog next year, Lionel.
Oh,
Dr. Watson.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
Oh, look at the wrapping on these presents, Doctor. They're £20 notes.
Great Scott.
Oh, cool. Look what I got.
Now, let me see. Why, cufflinks and diamond and onyx ones, unless I'm very much mistaken.
I got the pretty earrings. Look how they sparkle.
Let me see, Elsie. Good gracious, I swear that these are platinum and rubies. What in thunder's going on?
I want my earrings back.
Give me back mine, too.
Well, here you are,
Dr. Watson, what do you suppose has happened?
I don't know, Mrs. Hudson. Perhaps my toys are still at the bottom of the sack. I can't understand it. I wish Holmes were here instead of dozing in front of our fire in Baker Street.
Where are you, Holmes? Here by the bed. This is the only room in the temple that gives any signs of having been lived in. I think our bird has been here, but I'm afraid he's flown. If Inspector Lestrade will get here, strike a match, will you, Whitcomb?
Right. Here's a candle on the table.
Oh, just as I feared. Look on the bed.
A red coat and a beard.
Yes, Luther Lisper has discarded his disguise and gone, and with him, I'm afraid, your valuable presents.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's a sack lying on the floor. Oh, no, this isn't mine. Look what's in it. A toy dog, large box of chocolates, little girl's doll.
What in thunder? Well, this is Watson's sack.
But how on earth could Luther Lisper have got hold of it?
Somewhere, somehow, he and Watson must have made an accidental change, and Luther Lisper is no doubt trying to track Watson down at this very moment. We must work fast, Whitcomb, or my friend's life and those of Mrs. Hudson and her relatives won't be worth a tinker's dam.
Oh, now, Doctor, you can't break off your story there.
Oh, yes, I can, my boy. Before I go on, I thought we'd have a glass of port just to freshen us up.
Oh, well, that's something different. Of course. Instead of talking about port, as I sometimes do, it'll be nice to drink some for a change.
There you are, my boy, and a Merry Christmas to you.
The same to you. And now, what happened next, Doctor? We left you at the children's Christmas party, and Sherlock Holmes and Lord Whitcomb around the corner at the Temple of the Octagonal Square.
Yes, Mr. Bartell, although at the time, of course, I had no idea what was going on. There I was, cheerfully handing out gifts worth, well, if not a king's, at least a baronet's ransom. While outside the Temple of the Octagonal Square, Holmes and Lord Whitcomb were talking to Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard.
Case in a nutshell, Lestrade.
Yeah, seems to me, Lord Whitcomb, you'd have been wiser to get in touch with Scotland Yard when you first got the warning note. We could have nabbed him when he came to your house and pinched the sack of presents.
Lestrade, this is no time for post-mortems. We've got to reach Luther Lisper before he finds Dr. Watson.
Do you suppose he can do that, Holmes?
It wouldn't be difficult. Luther Lisper is nearly as clever as his master, Professor Moriarty. The chances are that you were followed when you came to Baker Street tonight, Whitcomb, and it's equally likely that Watson and Mrs. Hudson were followed as they left it. Moriarty seldom leaves anything to chance.
Well, where did Dr. Watson go tonight?
28 Lexington Gardens. It's just around the corner from here.
Well, then let's go there at once.
Frighten our quarry away? No, Lestrade. We must use a little subtlety. Now, Luther Lisper wishes to recover that sack of presents from Watson. How would he invade the party with the least possible trouble?
By dressing up as Santa Claus again?
No, I think he's overplayed that role for one evening.
Well, then how would he try to get in, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, come now, Lestrade. What group of people can enter any house on Christmas Eve without invitation and without creating suspicion?
The carol
Exactly,
singers.
my dear fellow. I shouldn't be at all surprised if at this very moment Luther Lisper and some of his gang are singing carols outside 28 Lexington Gardens.
Well, then what are we going to do?
Form a rival choral society. How many of your men did you bring with you?
3. A sergeant and 2 constables.
Wearing greatcoats?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. But why?
Good. They can hide their helmets and pretend to be singers. Come on. Let's go over there, and while we're walking, we'll rehearse our carols. We must appear reasonably convincing. Sound your A, Lestrade. Sound your A.
At your back, Santa Claus?
No, you mustn't make Santa Claus too tired, love.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Hudson. Hop on, Lal, hop on.
Oh, they're singing carols outside
Oh,
the
isn't
door.
that
Can't they
nice?
come inside and sing for us, Santa
Yes,
Claus?
of course they can. Ask them to come in, Mrs. Hudson, will you?
All right, sir.
Oh, come on, let me get on your back, too.
Oh, now, take it easy. Oh, there we go.
I want to see your reindeer, Santa.
See my reindeer. Oh, boy, they're up on the roof.
I'll climb up and see them.
No, you mustn't do that. They're asleep. Oh, here are the carol singers. Off you get, children. There we go. That's it now. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, and Merry Christmas.
Would you like to sing some carols for the children? After that, I'm sure you'd like a drop of something to warm you up.
Well, thank you, sir. We should like that.
Haven't I met you before somewhere, my man?
No, sir, I'm sure you haven't. Come on, man, let's sing Good King Wencelet.
Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen.
Well, here we are outside the house, Mr. Holmes. Now what?
Shh. Listen. Uh-huh. Lou the Lisper and his men are already there.
Are we going in now?
In a moment. Now, men, you will have your truncheons handy?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we're ready.
Splendid. Now, remember, when we're inside and I yell Merry Christmas at the top of my voice, you bring out your truncheons and get Lou the Lisper and his gang out of there as quickly as possible. Don't arrest them until you get them outside again, Lestrade. I don't want to frighten the children.
Right you are, Mr. Holmes. We're ready. Just give us the word and we'll go in and get them.
Oh, that was very nice singing. And now, how about something to warm you all up?
That won't be necessary, Dr. Watson. See to the door, Sammy. Now, all of you, stay right where you are.
Who are you? What do you think you're up to?
Please don't be difficult, Doctor. All I want is the jewels out of my sack that you stole from me tonight. If you try and stop me, I shall have to hurt you.
Why do you talk so funny? You got a cold like me?
Shut up. Now, Doctor, where are the jewels? Oh, curse it. There are some more carol singers outside.
Well, tell them to go away, Lou.
No, better let them come in. If we don't, they might get suspicious.
All right, Lou. Suppose you know what you're up to.
Now, no tricks, Doctor. If you try and give an alarm, I shall have to get rough with you.
I don't mind about that, but just remember that there are children present.
Oh, yeah, matey. You're all here before you, eh? What you say, we all join a little carol for the nippers, eh?
All right. What do you want to sing?
Up the little angels sing, eh?
All right. Come on, men. Let's sing.
All the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
Merry Christmas!
Dr. Watson, what's happening? They're all hitting each other with truncheons.
Here, you can't do that. They're all going away. They're dragging each other out. Hey, come back here.
Oh, terrible.
Holmes, what in thunder's going on?
I'll explain it to you later, old chap. Lestrade!
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Take them to Scotland Yard and preferred charges. I'll be over in a little while and give evidence.
Right you are, sir. Too bad we didn't catch Professor Moriarty, too.
Well, at least we have some of his cohorts. I'll see you later, Lestrade.
I wish I knew what was going on here. Is Moriarty mixed up in this business?
Yes, Watson. I'll tell you all about it as soon as I've straightened this thing out. Now, Whitcomb.
Yes, Holmes.
The 20-pound notes that you used as wrapping for your gifts seem to have been scattered all over the house. Do you want me to recover them, too?
No. From what you've told me of the children, I think their parents could use the money much more profitably than my relatives. In any case, I can replace it.
A very generous Christmas gift. Well, children, did you enjoy the little game we staged for you?
It was enough fun.
Yes, I nearly died laughing when they started hitting each other.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, children. And now I want you to show me the presents you received.
I got these pretty earrings.
Oh, they were a part of the game, too. A nice little girl like you doesn't want silly earrings, Elsie. Here's a beautiful doll for you.
Cool. Her eyes open and shut and everything.
And what did you get, my little man?
These.
Oh, cufflinks. Good gracious. Who wants cufflinks when he can have a clockwork train? You want to exchange?
Prain Lord love a duck, yes.
I wanted the dog.
There's one for you, Lionel. A nice woolly dog.
Oh, good.
And here's a
Lovely.
Here you are, children. Here's a nice big box of chocolates, too. You can all share them.
Oh, lummy, what a night. I ain't had as much fun since Granny got her finger stuck in a plug-o.
I still don't understand what's going on, Holmes, but I must say this has all the earmarks of being a happy Christmas.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson.
Hi, Mr. Holmes.
How's the turkey coming along?
Oh, it'll be ready in a few minutes, Mr. Holmes.
Splendid. And while we're waiting, perhaps the children will oblige with something we haven't heard so far this evening.
Yes, I know what you mean. A Christmas carol that really sounds convincing. How about it, children?
All right, sir. Come on, Elsie. Come on, Lionel.
Well, Doctor, that was really a swell story. On a Christmas Eve like this, do you ever wish you were back in Baker Street celebrating Christmas there?
At times, yes, but actually, Mr. Bartell, I'm very happy right here in my little home. There on the table is a beautiful little Christmas tree. There's a fine fire in my fireplace. My two dogs, Monty and Winnie, are sleeping peacefully at my feet. And best of it all, I've got the love of every child in the neighborhood. Yes, I got a great deal this Christmas Eve. Lots to be thankful for. And what with the troubles of the world on their way to being settled, it looks as if this is the brightest Christmas that I've ever had.
Well, that's how I feel about it, too, Doctor.
I hope that all our friends listening in are just as happy this Christmas Eve as we are. And speaking not only for myself, but I know for all of us and for the Petrie family, too, we wish every one of you a happy Christmas from the bottom of our hearts. God rest ye merry, gentlemen.
Well, Dr. Watson, next Monday is New Year's Eve. What story do you plan to tell us?
One that I think you'll find extremely appropriate, Mr. Bartell. It takes place in a Scottish castle near Edinburgh on a New Year's Eve in 1900 and concerns a pair of lovers, an elderly baronet, and a strange iron box that proved to be more than worth its weight in gold.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petrie Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petrie family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, Columbia presents Leslie Howard and Rosalind Russell in Much Ado About Nothing. With tonight's production of Much Ado About Nothing, the Columbia Network presents the second in its cycle of Shakespearean plays for the summer season of 1937. A cycle which includes 8 of Shakespeare's finest plays, to be heard every Monday night at this time during July and August. In these plays, each especially adapted for a full hour radio presentation, many of the world's most distinguished actors will join with Columbia in bringing the great dramatist's work to a larger audience than he has ever reached before. Tonight's presentation, Much Ado About Nothing, co-stars Leslie Howard, stage and screen favorite of 2 continents, and Rosalind Russell, lovely and talented star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production. Miss Russell, whose recent successes include China Seas and Night Must Fall, plays the role of Beatrice. Mr. Howard, following his screen triumph as Romeo and his stage success as Hamlet, plays the part of Benedict. A distinguished supporting cast in the order of their appearance includes Dennis Green as Claudio, John Davidson as Don Pedro, Ben Webster as Leonato, Jack Spart as Paracchio, and Lionel Braham as Dogberry. Victor Bay, Columbia's talented young conductor, takes the stand to lead the orchestra in the musical introduction. And as the curtain rises, Conway Turrell, distinguished actor of stage and screen, comes forward as narrator to set the stage for the first scene of Much Ado About Nothing. Much Ado About Nothing is all about a house party, where Beatrice, an attractive and witty girl who hates men, meets Benedict,
a smart young officer who scorns women. The story, too, of Claudio, boon companion to Benedict and his sweetheart hero, cousin to Beatrice. Benedict and Claudio are just home from war, but are still on duty as aides to their general, Don Pedro. As they pass through the town of Messina, Leonato, the governor, naturally entertains them. We say naturally because he has two young ladies in his household who are of marriageable age. The party is just beginning. The young men have met the young ladies. The young ladies have sized up the men. And now Claudio draws his friend Benedict aside.
Benedict, didst thou note the daughter of Signor Leonato, the Lady Hero?
Claudio, I noted her not, but I looked on her.
Is she not a modest young lady?
Do you question me as an honest man should do for my simple true judgment? Or would you have me speak after my custom as being a professed tyrant to their sex?
No, I pray thee speak in sober judgment.
Why, faith, methinks she's too low for a high praise, too brown for a fair praise, and too little for a great praise. I do not like her.
Thou thinkest I am in sport. I pray thee tell me truly how thou likest her.
Would you buy her that you inquire after her?
Can the world buy such a jewel?
Yea, and a case to put it into.
In mine eyes, she is the sweetest lady that ever I looked on.
I can see yet without spectacles, and I see no such matter. There's her cousin Beatrice, and she were not possessed with a fury. Exceeds her as much in beauty as the 1st of May doth the last of December. But I hope you have no intent to turn husband, have you?
I would scarce trust myself, though I had sworn the contrary, if Hero would be my wife.
Is't come to this? Shall I never see a bachelor of 80 again? Go to it, faith. And thou wilt needs thrust thy neck into a yoke, wear the print of it, and sigh away Sundays. Look, Don Pedro is returned to seek you.
Benedict! Claudio! What secret hath held you here?
Don Pedro, I would your grace would constrain me to tell.
I charge thee on thy allegiance.
You hear, Count Claudio? I can be secret as a dumb man. I would have you think so. But on my allegiance, mark you this, on my allegiance. He is in love with who? Mark how short his answer is. With Hero, Leonato's short daughter.
Amen, if you love her, for the lady is very well worthy.
You speak this to fetch me in, my lord.
By my troth, I speak my thought.
And in faith, my lord, I spoke mine.
And by my 2 faiths and trusts, my lord, I spoke mine.
That I love her, I feel.
That she is worthy, I know.
That I neither feel how she should be loved, nor know how she should be worthy, is the opinion that fire cannot melt out of me. I will die in it at the stake.
Thou wast ever an obstinate heretic in the despite of beauty.
And never could maintain his path, but in the force of his will.
That a woman conceived me, I thank her. That she brought me up, I likewise give her most humble thanks. Because I will not do them the wrong to mistrust any, I will do myself the right to trust none. And the fine is, for the which I may go the finer, I will live a bachelor.
I shall see thee, ere I die, look pale with love.
With anger, with sickness, or with hunger, my lord. Not with love.
Well, if ever thou dost fall from this faith, thou wilt prove a notable argument. Farewell.
If I do, hang me in a bottle like a cat and shoot at me. And he that hits me, let him be clapped on the shoulder and called Adam.
Well, as time shall try. In time the savage bull doth bear the yoke. And so, I take my leave.
The savage bull may. But if ever the sensible Benedict bear it, pluck off the bull's horns and set them in my forehead. And let me be vilely painted, and in such great letters as they write, here is good horse to hire. Let them signify under my sign, here you may see Benedict, the married man.
I wonder that you will still be talking, Signor Benedict.
What,
Nobody marks you.
What, my dear Lady Disdain, are you yet living?
Is it possible Disdain should die while she has such meat food to feed it as Signor Benedict? Courtesy itself must convert to disdain if you come in her presence.
Then is courtesy a turncoat. But it is certain, Lady Beatrice, I am loved of all ladies, only you excepted. And I would I could find it in my heart that I had not a hard heart, for truly I love none.
A dear happiness to women. I thank God in my cold blood I am of your humor for that. I'd rather hear my dog bark at a crow than a man swear he loves me.
God keep your ladyship still in that mind. So some gentleman or other shall scape a predestinate scratched face.
Scratching could not make it worse, as 'twas such a face as you wear.
Well, you are a rare parrot teacher.
A bird of my tongue is better than a beast of yours.
I would my horse had the speed of your tongue, and so good a continuer. But keep your way, in God's name. I've done.
You always end with the jade's trick. I know you of old.
It is now evening, and the guests have just risen from a magnificent dinner in which the governor, Leonato, has exhausted all the resources of the town to do honor to his distinguished visitors. The dancing is about to begin. The guests have hurried to their rooms to don the masks, which make flirtation easier. Leonato rushes from chamber to hall, from hall to garden, to make sure that all is in order. He comes upon Beatrice sitting alone in the garden and pauses to shake his finger at her.
By my troth, Beatrice, thou'st never get thee a husband if thou be so shrewd of thy tongue.
For the which blessing, uncle, I am upon my knees every morning and evening.
Well, niece, I hope to see you one day fitted with a husband.
No, not till God make men of some other metal than earth. Would it not grieve a woman to be overmastered with a piece of valiant dust? To make an account of her life to a clod of wayward marl? No, uncle, I'll none. Wooing, wedding, and repenting is a Scotch jig, a measure and a sync pace. The first suit is hot and hasty like a Scotch jig, and full is fantastical. The wedding, mannerly, modest, as a measure, full of state and ancientry. And then comes repentance, and with his bad legs falls into the sync pace faster and faster till he sinks into his grave.
Cousin, you apprehend passing shrewdly.
I have a good eye, uncle. I can see a church by daylight.
Count Claudio draws his commanding officer, Don Pedro, into the garden.
Don Pedro, your highness now may do me good.
My love is thine to teach, Claudio.
Hast Leonato any son, my lord?
No child but Hero. She's his only heir. Dost thou affect her, Claudio?
Oh, my lord.
If thou dost love Hero, cherish it, and thou shalt have her.
How sweetly you do minister to love.
I will fit thee with a remedy. I know we shall have reveling tonight. I will assume thy part in some disguise, and in her bosom I'll unclasp my heart and take her hearer in prisoner with the force and strong encounter of my amorous tale. And the conclusion is, she shall be thine. In practice, let us put it presently.
Beatrice, meanwhile, reluctantly enters the ballroom, where the masked couples are gaily chatting. A young man in a crimson doublet with a mask of the same color bows gallantly, asks her to dance. This is Benedict, though she does not recognize him. The opportunity is too good to miss. He tells her a few home truths.
Will you not tell me who told you so?
No, you shall pardon me.
No, will you not tell me who you are?
Not now.
That I was disdainful. That I had my good wit out of the 100 merry tales. Well, this was Signor Benedict that said so.
What's he?
I'm sure you know him well enough.
Not I, believe me.
Did he never make you laugh?
I pray you, what is he?
Why, he is the Prince's jester, a very dull fool. Only his gift is in devising impossible slanders. None but libertines delight in him, and the commendation is not in his wit, but in his villainy. For he both pleases men and angers them, and then they laugh at him and beat him.
When I know the gentleman, I'll tell him what you say.
Do.
Benedict!
Lord!
Benedict, the Lady Beatrice hath a quarrel to you. The gentleman that danced with her told her she is much wronged by you.
Oh, she misused me past the endurance of a block. An oak with but one green leaf on it would have answered her. My very visor began to assume life and scold with her. She told me, not thinking I had been myself, that I was the prince's jester, that I was duller than a great Thor, huddling jest upon jest with such impossible conveyance upon me that I stood like a man at a mark with a whole army shooting at me. She speaks poniards and every word stabs. I would not marry her, though she were endowed with all that Adam had left him before he transgressed. Come, talk not of her.
Look, here she comes.
Will your grace command me to any service to the world's end? I will go on the slightest errand that you can devise to send me on, rather than hold 3 words conference with this harpy. You have no employment for me?
None but to desire your good company.
Oh, heavens, sir, here's a dish I love not.
Don Pedro, I have brought Count Claudio, whom you sent me to seek.
Why, how now, Count? Wherefore are you sad?
Not sad, my lord.
How then? Sick?
Neither, my lord.
The Count is neither sad, nor sick, nor merry, nor well, but civil, Count. Civil as an orange, and something of that jealous complexion.
Faith, lady, I think your blazon to be true. Here, Claudio, I've wooed in thy name, and fair hero is won. I've broke with her father, and his goodwill obtained. Name the day of marriage, and God give thee joy.
Count, take of me my daughter, and with her my fortunes. His grace hath made the match, and all grace say amen to it.
My lord Claudio, speak, Count. 'Tis your cue.
Silence is the perfectest herald of joy. I were but little happy if I could say how much. Lady, as you are mine, I am yours. I give away myself for you and dote upon the exchange.
Speak, cousin, or if you cannot, stop his mouth with a kiss, and let not him speak neither.
In faith, lady, you have a merry heart.
Yes, my lord, I thank it, poor fool. It keeps on the windy side of care. Good Lord, for alliance. Thus goes every one to the world but I, and I am sunburnt. I may sit in a corner and cry, hey-ho, for a husband.
Lady Beatrice, I will get you one.
I would rather have one of your father's getting. Hath your grace ne'er a brother like you? Oh. Your father got excellent husbands if a maid could come by them.
Will you have me, lady?
No, my lord. Unless I might have another for working days. Your grace is too costly to wear every day. But I beseech your grace pardon me. I was born to speak all mirth and no matter.
Your silence most offends me, and to be merry best becomes you. For out of question you were born in a merry hour.
No, sure, my lord. My mother cried. But then there was a star danced, and under that I was born. Cousins, God give you joy.
By my troth, Leonato, a pleasant-spirited lady.
There's little of the melancholy element in her, my lord. She is never sad but when she sleeps.
But she cannot endure to hear tell of a husband.
Oh, by no means. She mocks all her wooers out of suit.
She were an excellent wife for Benedict.
Oh, Lord. If they were but a week married, they would talk themselves mad.
Count Claudio, when mean you to go to church?
Tomorrow, my lord. Time goes on crutches till love have all his rights.
Not till Monday, my dear son, which is hence a just 7 night. A time too brief, true, to have all things answered to my mind.
Oh, my lord.
Come, you shake the head at so long a breathing. But I warrant thee, Claudio, the time shall not go dully by us. I will, in the interim, undertake one of Hercules' labors, which is to bring Signor Benedict and the Lady Beatrice into a mountain of affection, the one with the other. If you 3 will but minister such assistance as I shall give you direction.
Lord, I am for you if it cost me 10 nights' watching.
And I, my lord.
And you too, gentle hero.
I will do any modest office, my lord, to help my cousin to a good husband.
And Benedict is not the unhopefulest husband that I know. I will teach you how to humor your cousin Beatrice, that she shall fall in love with Benedict. And I, with your 2 helps, will so practice on Benedict that, in despite of his quick wit and his squeezy stomach, he shall fall in love with Beatrice. Go in with me, and I will tell you my drift.
It is now the next afternoon. Don Pedro has rehearsed his fellow conspirators in their parts, and he is now ready to open up the campaign to make Benedict fall in love with Beatrice. Don Pedro, Leonato, and Claudio stroll casually into the sunlit garden, pretending not to know that Benedict sits reading in a nearby arbor. Benedict hopes he has escaped for a few hours from women and matchmaking, but the voices of his friends intrude upon his solitude.
Leonato, what was it you told me of today? That your niece, Beatrice, was in love with Signor Benedict?
Oh, I did never think that lady would have loved any man.
No, nor I, neither. But most wonderful that she should so dote on Signor Benedict, whom she hath in all outward behaviors seemed ever to abhor.
You amaze me. I would have thought her spirit had been invincible against all assaults of affection.
I would have sworn it had, my lord. Especially against Benedict.
Hath she made her affection known to Benedict?
No, I swear she never will. That's her torment.
'Tis true indeed, so your daughter says. Shall I, says she, that have so often counted him with scorn, write to him that I love him?
This says she now when she's beginning to write to him. For she'll be up 20 times a night, and there will she sit in her smock till she hath writ a sheet of paper. When she hath writ it and was reading it over, she tore the letter into 1,000 halfpence, railed at herself, that she should be so immodest to write to one that knew would flout her. I measure him, says she, by my own spirit. For I should flout him if he writ to me. Yes, though I love him, I should.
Then down upon her knees she falls, weeps, sobs, beats her heart, tears her hair, prays, curses. Oh, sweet Benedict, God give me patience. Hero thinks surely Beatrice will die.
Well, I am sorry for your niece. Shall we go seek Benedict and tell him of her love?
Never tell him, my lord. Let her wear it out with good counsel.
Nay, that's impossible. She may wear her heart out first.
Well, we will hear further of it by your daughter. Let it cool the while. I love Benedict well, and I could wish he would modestly examine himself to see how much he is unworthy so good a lady.
My lord, will you walk? Dinner is ready.
This can be no trick. The conference was sadly born. They have the truth of this from Hero. They seem to pity the lady. It seems her affections have their full bent. Love me. I must be requited. I hear how I am censured. They say I will bear myself proudly if I perceive the love come from her. They say, too, that she will rather die than give any sign of affection. I did never think to marry. I must not seem proud. Happy are they that hear their detractions and can put them to mending. They say the lady is fair. 'Tis a truth, I can bear them witness. And virtuous. 'Tis so, I cannot reprove it. And wise, but for loving me. By my troth, it is no addition to her wit, nor no great argument of her folly, for I will be horribly in love with her. I may chance have some odd quirks and remnants of wit broken on me, because I have railed so long against marriage. But doth not the appetite alter? A man loves the meat in his youth that he cannot endure in his age. Shall quips and sentences and these paper bullets of the brain awe a man from the career of his humor? No, the world must be peopled. When I said I would die a bachelor, I did not think I should live till I were married.
The poison is working. Benedict is caught. Now it remains for the conspirators to work on Beatrice. Dinner is over, and Beatrice steals away into the garden, weary of her uncle's matchmaking. Hero and her lady-in-waiting receive their instructions from Don Pedro and follow after her. Beatrice withdraws behind a flowering hedge, but she cannot escape their voices.
No, truly, Ursula. She is too disdainful. But are you sure that Benedict loved Beatrice so entirely?
So says the priest and my new trusted lord. They did entreat me to acquaint her of it. But I persuaded them, if they loved Benedict, to wish him lesser with affection, never to let Beatrice know of it. For nature never framed a woman's heart of prouder stuff than that of Beatrice. She cannot love. She will take no shape nor project of affection. She is so self-endeared.
Sure, I think so. And therefore, certainly it were not good she knew his love. Does she make sport at it?
Why, you speak true. I never yet saw a man how wise, how noble, young, how rarely featured, but she would spell him backward.
Sure. Such carping is not common.
No, not to be so ardent from all fashions as Beatrice is cannot be commendable. But who dare tell us so? If I should speak, she would knock me into air. Therefore, Let Benedict's light-covered fire consume away in sighs, waste inwardly. It were a better death than die with marks, which is as bad as to die with tickling.
Yet tell her of it. Hear what she will say.
No. Rather, I will go to Benedict and counsel him to fight against his passion. She's blind, I warrant you. We've caught her, madam. Is it true, sir? Then nothing goes by half. Some Cupid kills with arrows, some with traps.
Stars in mine ears. Can this be true? Stand I condemned for pride and scorn so much? Contempt farewell, and maiden pride adieu. No glory lives behind the back of such. And Benedict, love on. I will requite thee, taming my wild heart to thy loving hand. If thou dost love, my kindness shall incite thee to bind our loves up in a holy band.
So Beatrice loves Benedict, and Benedict loves Beatrice. And Claudio loves Hero, and Hero loves her Claudio. In truth, the wedding bells are all but pealing. For tomorrow, Claudio and Hero will be married, followed soon, it appears, by Beatrice and Benedict. Thus proveth William Shakespeare that love will find a way. But suddenly, enter the villain. This villain, in the person of Don John, is the illegitimate brother of Don Pedro. After a life of knavery, he has been taken back into his brother's good graces and travels in the prince's train with his two henchmen, Conrad and Borachio. But during the house party, he has held sullenly aloof. Now, with his equally villainous henchmen, he sits brooding. His henchman, Conrad, speaks.
What the good year, my lord? Why are you thus out of measure sad?
There is no measure in the occasion that breeds. Therefore the sadness is without limit.
You should hear reason.
And when I have heard it, what blessing brings it?
If not a present remedy, at least a patient sufferance. You have of late stood out against your brother Don Pedro, and he has taken you newly into his grace, where it is impossible you should take true root, but by the fair weather that you make yourself. It is needful that you frame the season for your own harvest.
I had rather be a canker in a hedge than a rose in his grace. And it better fits my blood to be disdained of all than to fashion a carriage to rob love from any. I am trusted with a muzzle and am franchised with a clog. Therefore I have decreed not to sing in my cage. If I had my mouth, I would bite. If I had my liberty, I would do my liking. In the meantime, let me be that I am and seek not to alter me.
And you make no use. You're discontent?
I make all use of it, for I use it only. Who comes here? Borachio.
My lord.
What news, Borachio?
I can give you intelligence of an intended marriage.
Will it serve for any model to build mischief on? Or what is he for a fool that betroths himself to unquietness?
Mary, it is your brother's right hand.
Who? The most exquisite Claudio?
Even he. Mary on Hero, the daughter and heir of Leonato.
A very forward matchstick. Come. Come, this may prove food to my displeasure. That young startup hath all the glory of my overthrow. If I can cross him anyway, I bless myself every way. It is so. The Count Claudio shall marry the daughter of Leonato.
Yea, my lord. But I can cross it.
Show me briefly how.
I think I told your lordship a year since how much I am in the favor of Margaret, the waiting gentlewoman to Hero.
I remember.
I can, at any unseasonable instant of the night, appoint her to look out at her lady's chamber window.
What life is in that to be the death of this marriage?
The poison of that lies in you to temper. Go you to Don Pedro, your brother. Spare not to tell him that he hath wronged his honor in marrying the renowned Claudio, whose estimation do you mightily hold up to such a one as Hero.
What proof shall I make of that?
proof enough to misuse the prince, to vex Claudio, to undo Hero and kill Leonato. Look you for any other issue?
Only to despite them I will endeavor anything.
Go, then. Find me a meet hour to draw Don Pedro and the Count Claudio alone. Tell them that you know that Hero loves me. They will scarcely believe this without trial. Offer them instances which shall bear no less likelihood than to see me at her chamber window. Hear me call Margaret Hero. Hear Margaret term me Borachio. And bring them to see this the very night before the intended wedding. For in the meantime, I will so fashion the matter that Hero shall be absent. And there shall appear such seeming truth of Hero's disloyalty that jealousy shall be called assurance and all the preparation overthrown.
Row this to what adverse issue it can, I will put it in practice. Be cunning in the working this, and thy fee is 1,000 ducats.
Be you constant in the accusation, and my cunning shall not shame me.
I will presently go learn their day of marriage.
It is the day before Claudio's wedding, and the entire household is in a gay bustle. Through the great halls, ringing with happy laughter, stalks Benedict, a changed and saddened man. For the first time in his young life, he is in love. Leonato, Don Pedro, and Claudio can scarcely restrain their laughter as he fences feebly at their ribald jokes.
Gallant, I am not as I have been.
So say I, methinks you're sadder.
I hope he be in love.
Hang him true, and there's no true drop of blood in him to be truly touched with love. If he be sad, he wants money.
I have the toothache.
Draw it.
Hang it. You must hang it first and draw it afterwards.
What? Sigh for the toothache?
Well, everyone can master a grief, but he that has it. Yet say I, he is in love.
There's no appearance of fancy in him.
If he be not in love with some woman, there is no believing old signs. He brushes his hat a mornings. What should that bode?
Hath any man seen him at the barber's?
No, but the barber's man hath been seen with him. And the old ornament of his cheek hath already stuffed tennis balls.
Indeed, he looks younger than he did by the loss of a beard. Nay, he rubs himself with civet. Can you not smell him out by that?
That's as much as to say the sweet youth's in love.
The greatest note of it is his melancholy.
And when was he wont to wash his face?
Yea, or to paint himself, for the which I hear what they say of him.
Nay, but his jesting spirit, which is now crept into a lute string and now governed by stops.
Indeed. That tells a heavy tale for him. Conclude he is in love.
Nay, but I know who loves him.
That would I know, too. I warrant one that knows him not.
Yes, and his ill conditions. And despite of all, dies for him.
She shall be buried with her face upward.
Yet this is no charm for a toothache. Signor Leonato, walk aside with me. I have studied 8 or 9 wise words to speak to you, which these hobby horses must not hear.
For my life, to break with him about Beatrice.
Enter. My lord and brother, God save you.
Good day, brother.
If your leisure served, I would speak with you. In private? If it please you. Yet Count Claudio may hear, for what I would speak of concerns him.
What's the matter, Don John?
Means the Count Claudio to be married tomorrow?
You know he does.
I know not that when he knows what I know.
Why, what's the matter?
I came hither to tell you. And circumstances shortened, for she has been too long a talking of. The lady is disloyal.
Who? Hero?
Even she. Leonato's hero. Your hero. Every man's hero.
Disloyal?
The word is too good to paint out her wickedness. I could say she were worse. Go but with me tonight. You shall see her chamber window entered even the night before her wedding day. If you love her then, tomorrow wed her. But it would better fit your honor to change your mind.
May this be so?
I will not think it.
If you will follow me, I will show you enough. And when you have seen more and heard more, proceed accordingly.
If I see anything tonight why I should not marry her tomorrow, in the congregation where I should wed, there will I shame her.
And as I wooed for thee to obtain her, I will join with thee to disgrace her.
I will disparage her no further till you are my witnesses.
bear it coldly but till midnight, and let the issue show itself. Midnight, the hour of villainy. While Don John and his henchmen are perpetrating their dirty work, the force of law and order assembles. Through the quiet streets resounds the tramp of the night watch coming on duty. At their head is old Dogberry, the constable.
All, this is your charge. You shall comprehend all vagrant men. You are to bid any man stand in the prince's name.
However, will not stand, Master Dogberry.
Why, then, take no note of him, but let him go. And presently call the rest of the watch together, and thank God you're rid of a knave. You shall also make no noise in the streets, for the watch to babble and to talk is most tolerable and not to be endured.
We will rather sleep than talk, Master Dogberry. We know what belongs to a watch.
Why, you speak like an ancient and most quiet watchman. But I cannot see how sleeping should offend. Only have a care your bills be not stolen. You're to call at all the alehouses, and bid those that are drunk get them to bed.
How if they will not, Master Dogberry?
Why, then, let them alone till they're sober. If you meet a thief, you may suspect him by virtue of your office to be no true man. And for such kind of men, the less you meddle or make with them, why, the more is be your honesty.
If we know him to be a thief, shall we not lay hands on him?
Truly, by your office you may. But I think they that touch pitch will be defiled. If you hear a child cry in the night, you must call to the nurse and bid her still it.
And if the nurse be asleep and will not hear us?
Why, then, depart in peace, and let the child wake her with crying. For the ewe that will not hear her lamb when it bars will never answer a calf when he bleats.
Oh, 'tis very true.
This is the end of the charge. Well, masters, good night. And if you any matter of weight chances, call up me. I pray you watch about Signor Leonato's door. For the wedding being there tomorrow, there's a great coil tonight. Adieu. Be vigilant, I beseech you.
Aye.
Will Don John's plot to slander hero succeed? Or will these simple watchmen thwart his cunning villainy? What will happen to Claudio's romance? We must wait until sunrise to find out.
You have been listening to the first part of the Columbia Network's presentation of Much Ado About Nothing, which stars Leslie Howard and Rosalind Russell. The second part will begin in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, we begin the second part of Much Ado About Nothing, starring Leslie Howard as Benedict and Rosalind Russell as Beatrice. Conway Turl comes forward as narrator to set the scene.
The wedding day dawns bright and fair as the guests assemble in the church to witness the marriage of Claudio and Hero. Hero, leaning on her father's arm, is radiantly happy, with no thought that Don John's villainy has already blasted her happiness. Beatrice is Hero's bridesmaid. And beside Claudio stand Benedict and Don Pedro. Leonardo, the proud father, speaks to the priest.
Come, Friar Francis, be brief. Only to the plain form of marriage, and you shall recount their particular duties afterwards.
You come hither, Count Claudio, to marry this lady?
No, to be married to her, Friar. You come to marry her.
Lady, you come hither to be married to the Count?
I do.
If either of you know any inward impediment why you should not be conjoined, I charge you on your souls to utter it.
Know you any, hero?
None, my lord.
Know you any, Count?
I dare make his answer. None.
Oh, what men dare do, what men may do, what men daily do, not knowing what they do. Stand thee by, Friar. Father, by your leave, will you with free and unconstrained soul give me this maid, your daughter?
As freely, son, as God did give her me.
And what have I to give you back whose worth may counterpoise this rich and precious gift?
Nothing, unless you render her again.
Sweet prince, you learn me noble thankfulness. There, Leonato, take her back again. Give not this rotten orange to your friend. She's but the sign and semblance of her honor. Behold, how like a maid she blushes there. But she is none. Her blush is guiltiness, not modesty.
What do you mean, my lord?
Not to be married, not to knit my soul to an approved wanton.
Dear my lord, if you, in your own proof, have vanquished the resistance of her youth...
No, Leonato. I never tempted her with word too large, but as a brother of his sister showed, bashful sincerity and comely love.
And seemed I ever otherwise to you?
Out on thee, see me. You seem to me as Dian in her all, as chaste as is the bud ere it be blown. But you are more intemperate in your blood than Venus, or those pampered animals that rage in savage sensuality.
Is my lord well that he does speak so wide?
Don Pedro, why speak not you?
What should I speak? I stand dishonored that have gone about to link my dear friend to a wanton.
Are these things spoken? Or do I but dream?
Let me but move one question to your daughter, and by that fatherly and kindly power that you have in her, bid her answer truly.
I charge thee do so, as thou art my child.
Oh, God defend me. How am I beset? What kind of catechizing call you this?
What man was he talked with you yesternight out at your window betwixt 12 and 1?
I talk with no man at that hour, my lord.
Why then are you no maiden? Leonato, I am sorry you must hear. Upon mine honor, myself, my brother, and this grieved count did see her, hear her, at that hour last night, talk with a ruffian at her chamber window, who hath indeed, most like a liberal villain, confessed the vile encounters they have had 1,000 times in secret.
Oh, hero, what a hero hadst thou been, if half thy outward graces had been placed about the thoughts and counsels of thy heart. But fare thee well, most foul, most fair. Farewell.
Hath no man's dagger here a point for me?
How now, cousin? Wherefore sink you down?
How doth the lady?
Dead, I think, hero. Why, hero.
O fate, take not away the heavy hand. Death is the fairest cover for her shame that may be wished for.
How now, cousin, hero?
Do not live, hero. Do not ope thine eyes. Or did I think thou wouldst not quickly die? Thought I thy spirits were stronger than thy shames? Myself would on the rearward of reproaches strike at thy life. Grieved I had but one. Oh, one too much, I thee. Oh, she's fallen into a pit of ink that the wide sea hath dropped too few to wash her clean again.
Oh, on my soul, my cousin is belied.
Would the two princes lie, and Claudio lie, who loved her so? Speaking of her foulness, washed it with tears. Hence from her, let her die.
Leonato storms from the church, which is now emptied of its festive throng. Beatrice sinks down on the altar steps, weeping her heart out. Benedict, troubled and shy in his newfound love, approaches her timidly.
Lady Beatrice, have you wept all this while?
Yea, and I will weep a while longer.
I will not desire that.
You have no reason. I do it freely.
Surely I do believe your fair cousin hero is wronged.
How much might the man deserve of me that would right her?
Is there any way to show such friendship?
A very even way, but no such friend.
May a man do it?
It is a man's office, but not yours.
I do love nothing in the world so well as you. Is not that strange?
As strange as a thing I know not. If it was possible for me to say I love nothing so well as you. But believe me not, and yet I lie not. I confess nothing, nor I deny nothing. I am sorry for my cousin.
By my sword, Beatrice, thou lovest me.
Do not swear and eat it.
I will swear by it that you love me, and I will make him eat it that says I love not you.
Will you not eat your word?
With no sauce that can be devised to it, I protest I love thee.
Oh, why then, God forgive me.
What offense, sweet Beatrice?
You have stayed me in a happy hour. I was about to protest I loved you.
And do it with all thy heart.
I love you with so much of my heart there is none left to protest.
Come, bid me do anything for thee.
Kill Claudio.
Ha! Not for the wide world.
You kill me to deny it. Farewell.
Tarry, sweet Beatrice.
I am gone, though I am here. There is no love in you. Nay, I pray you let me go.
Beatrice.
In faith, I will go.
We'll be friends first.
You dare easily be friends with me than fight with mine enemy.
Is Claudio thine enemy?
Is he not approved in the height of villain, that has slandered, scorned, dishonored my kinswoman? Oh, that I were a man. But bear her in hand until they come to take hands, and then with public accusation, uncovered slander, and mitigated rancor. Oh, God, that I were a man. I would eat his heart in the marketplace.
Hear me, Beatrice.
Talk with a man out of the window. A proper thing.
Nay, but Beatrice.
Sweet hero, she is wrong. She is slandered. She is undone.
Beatrice.
Oh, that I were a man, or that I had a friend would be a man for my sake. I cannot be a man with wishing. Therefore, I will die a woman with grieving.
Tarry, good Beatrice. By this hand, I love thee.
I'll use it for my love some other way than swearing by it.
Think you in your soul the Count Claudio hath wronged Hero?
Yea, as sure as I have a thought or a soul.
Enough. I am engaged. I will challenge him. I will kiss your hand, and so I leave you. By this hand, Claudio shall render me a dear account. As you hear of me, so think of me, and so farewell.
Meanwhile, the priest, Friar Francis, persuades Leonardo to pretend that Hero has died of shame and grief. Thus, he says, the world will turn its sympathy to Hero, and perhaps the source of this villainy will come to light. Leonardo reluctantly agrees, but he cannot reconcile himself to his disgrace. He faces the street before his palace with his brother Antonio, the father of Beatrice.
Leonardo, if you go on thus, you will kill yourself. I pray thee, cease thy counsel. Bring me a father that so loved his child, whose joy of heart is overwhelmed like mine, and bid him speak of patience. Therein do men from children nothing differ. I pray thee, peace. I will be flesh and blood. Never was philosopher yet could endure the toothache patiently. Yet vent not all the harm upon yourself. Make those that do offend you suffer too. There thou speaks reason. Nay, I will do so. My soul doth tell me Hero is belied. And that shall Claudio know. So shall the prince, and all of them that dost dishonor her. Here come Don Pedro and Claudio, hastily.
Good day, good day. Good day to both of you.
Hear you, my lord.
We have some haste, Leonardo.
Some haste, my lord. Well, fare you well, my lord. Are you so hasty now? Well, all is one. Nay, do not quarrel with this good old man. If he could right himself with quarreling, some of us would lie low.
Who wrongs him?
Marry, thou dost wrong me, thou dissembler. Thou, oh, Claudio, to thy head, thou hast so wronged my innocent child and me, that I am forced to lay my reverence by, and with grey hairs and bruise of many days, do challenge thee to trial of a man. I say thou hast belied mine innocent child.
You say not right, old man.
Lord, I'll prove it on his body if he dare.
Away, I will not have to do with you.
Canst thou so daft me? Thou hast killed my child. Let him answer me. Come, follow me, boy. Come, sir, boy, come, follow me. Sir, boy, I'll whip you from your foining fence. Nay, as a gentleman, I will. Brother. Content yourself. God knows I loved my niece, and she is dead, slandered to death by villains that dare as well answer a man indeed as I dare take a servant by the tongue. Boys, it's brackets, jacks, milksop. Brother Anthony. Oh, content. What, man, I know them, yea, and what they weigh, even to the utmost scruple. gambling, out fishing, fashion-monging boys that lie and cog and flout, deprave and slander, go antically, show outward hideousness, and speak off half a dozen dangerous words. Now they might hurt their enemies if they durst, and this is all.
But, Brother Anthony...
It is no matter. Do not you meddle. Let me deal in this.
Gentlemen, both. We will not wait your patience. My heart is sorry for your daughter's death, but on my honor, she was charged with nothing but what was true and very full of proof.
My lord.
I will not hear you.
No, I will be heard. And shall, or some of us will smart for it.
Come, brother.
Good day, my lord.
Ah, now, Signor Benedict, what news?
Welcome, Signor. You are almost come to part, almost a fray.
We had like to have had our two noses snapped off with two old men without teeth.
In a false quarrel there is no true valor.
We have been up and down to seek thee, for we are high-proof melancholy, and would fain have it beaten away.
I came to seek you both.
As I'm an honest man, he looks pale. Art thou sick or angry?
What courage, man! What though care killed a cat? Thou hast metal enough in thee to kill care.
Sir, I shall meet your wit in the career, and you charge it against me. I pray you choose another subject.
By this light, he changes more and more. I think he be angry indeed.
Shall I speak a word in your ears?
God bless me from a challenge.
You are a villain. I jest not. I will make it good how you dare, with what you dare, and when you dare. Do me right, or I will protest your cowardice. You have killed a sweet lady, and her death shall fall heavy on you. Let me hear from you.
Well, I will meet you, so I may have good cheer.
But when shall we set the savage bull's horns on the sensible Benedict's head?
Yea, and text underneath. Here dwells Benedict, the married man.
There you will, boy. You know my mind. I will leave you now to your gossip-like humor. My lord, for your many courtesies, I thank you. I must discontinue your company. You have among you killed a sweet and innocent lady. For my lord Lackbeard there, he and I shall meet. Till then, peace be with him.
He is in earnest.
In most profound earnest.
Comedy has turned to tragedy, and love has fostered hate. But have no fear. This is the Bard of Avon in a kindly mood. This is Much Ado About Nothing. Sure enough, the night watch comes to the rescue in the nick of time. They've overheard Don John's henchmen talking of their villainy, and have haled him into court before old Dogberry, the constable. He addresses the court.
Is our old assembly appeared?
Oh, a stool and a cushion for the sexton. Which are the offenders that are to be examined? Let them come before Master Constable.
Yes, Mary, let them come before me. What's your name, friend?
Baracchio.
Pray write down Baracchio. Yours, sirrah.
I am a gentleman, sir. My name is Conrad.
Write down Master Gentleman Conrad. Masters, do you serve God?
Yea, sir, we hope.
Write down they hope they serve God. And write God first, for God defends, but God should go before such villains. Let the watch come forth. Masters, I charge you in the prince's name, accuse these men.
This man said, sir, that Don John, the prince's brother, was a villain.
Write down Prince John a villain. Why, this is flat perjury to call a prince's brother villain.
Master Constable.
Pray thee, fellow, peace. I do not like thy look, I promise thee.
What heard you him say else, watchman?
Marry, that he had received 1,000 ducats of Don John for accusing the lady hero wrongfully.
Flat burglary as ever was committed.
Yes, by mass, that it is.
What else, watchman?
And that Count Claudio did mean, upon his words, to disgrace Hero before the whole assembly and not marry her.
Oh, villain. Thou wilt be condemned into everlasting redemption for this.
What else, watchman?
This is all.
And this is more, masters, than you can deny. Prince John is this morning secretly stolen away. Hero was in this manner accused, in this very manner refused, and upon the grief of this suddenly died. Master Constable, let these men be bound and brought to Leonato's. I will go before and show him their examination.
Come, let them be opinions.
Let them be in the hand. Answer!
Oh, Coxcomb!
Answer!
Well, Sir Sexton, let him write down the Prince's officer, Coxcomb. Come, bind them! Bind them! Thou naughty varlet.
Away! You are an ass! You are an ass!
Dost thou not suspect my place? Dost thou not suspect my years? Masters, remember that I am an ass. Though it not be written down, yet forget not that I am an ass. No, thou villain, thou art full of piety. I shall be proved upon thee by good witness. I am a wise fellow, and which is more, an officer, and which is more, a householder, and which is more, as pretty a piece of flesh as any is in Messina, and one that knows the law go to, and a rich fellow enough go to, and a fellow that hath had losses, and one that hath 2 gowns and everything handsome about him. Bring him away. Oh, that I had been writ down an ass.
Meanwhile, Leonato is still pretending that Hero is dead. But old Dogberry drags Borachio and Conrad into the presence of Dom Pedro and Claudio to tell their story.
How now? 2 my brother's men bound? Borachio one?
Hearken after their offense, my lord.
Officers, what offense have these men done?
Marry, sir, they have committed false report. Moreover, they have spoken untruths. Secondarily, they are slanders. 6th and lastly, they have belied a lady. Thirdly, they have verified unjust things. And to conclude, they are lying knaves.
Who have you offended, masters? This learned constable is too cunning to be understood. What's your offense, Borachio?
Sweet prince, let me go no farther to mine answer. Do you hear me, and let this count kill me? I have deceived even your very eyes. What your wisdoms could not discover, these shallow fools have brought to light, who in the night overheard me confessing to this man how Don John, your brother, incensed me to slander the Lady Hero, how you were brought into the orchard and saw me court Margaret in Hero's garments. My villainy they have upon record, which I had rather seal with my death than repeat over to my shame. The lady is dead upon mine and my master's false accusation, and briefly, I desire nothing but the reward of a villain.
Claudio, runs not this speech like iron through your blood?
I have drunk poison whilst he uttered it. Sweet Hero, now thy image doth appear in the rare semblance that I loved it first.
But did my brother set thee on to this?
Yea, and paid me richly for the practice of it.
He is composed and framed of treachery.
Come, bring away the plaintiffs. By this time our sexton hath reformed Signor Leonato of the matter. And masters, do not forget to specify when time and place shall serve that I am an ass.
Here comes Master Senior Leonato and the sexton too.
The slave that with thy breath hast killed mine innocent child.
Yea, even I alone.
No, not so, villain. Thou beliest thyself. Here stand a pair of honorable men. A third is fled that had a hand in it. I thank you, princes, for my daughter's death. Recorded in your high and worthy deeds. 'Twas bravely done, if you bethink you of it.
I know not how to pray your patience, yet I must speak. Choose your revenge yourself. Impose me to what penance your invention can lay upon my sin. Yet sinned I not, but in mistaking.
I'm a soul, nor I. And yet to satisfy this good old man, I would bend under any heavy weight that he'll enjoin me to.
I cannot bid you bid my daughter live. That were impossible. But I pray you both, possess the people in Messina here. How innocent
she died.
So villainy receives its true reward, and love conquers all. For you may be sure that when Claudio learns that Hero has been alive all this time, the two lovers are once more united. Let us leave them to their recaptured happiness and go with Benedict into the fragrant garden to find Beatrice. For after all, this is their story.
Beatrice. 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 Sweet Beatrice. Wouldst thou come when I called thee?
Yea, signor, and depart when you bid me.
Oh, stay but till then.
Oh, then is spoken. Fare you well now.
I pray thee now, tell me for which of my bad parts didst thou first fall in love with me?
For them all together, which maintain so politic a state of evil that they will not admit any good part to intermingle with them. But for which of my good parts did you first suffer love for me?
Suffer love? A good epithet. I do suffer love indeed, for I love thee against my will.
In spite of your heart, I think. Alas, poor heart. If you spite it for my sake, I will spite it for yours. For I will never love that which my friend hates.
Beatrice.
I answer to that name. What is your will?
Do not you love me?
I know. No more than reason.
Why, then your uncle and the prince and Claudio have been deceived. They swore you did.
Do not you love me?
Troth, no. No more than reason.
Why, then my cousin Margaret and Ursula are much deceived. For they did swear you did.
They swore that you were almost sick for me.
They swore that you were well nigh dead for me.
There's no such matter. Then you do not love me?
No, truly, but in friendly recompense.
Come, I will have thee. But by this light, I take thee for pity.
I would not deny you. But by this good day, I yield upon great persuasion. And partly to save your life, for I was told you were in a consumption.
Peace. I will stop your mouth.
The second production in Columbia's Shakespearean cycle for 1937. In tonight's cast were also Dennis Green, who played Claudio, John Davidson, who played Don Pedro, Ben Webster, who played Leonato, Jack Smart, who played Baracchio through courtesy of Universal Pictures, Lionel Graham, who played Dogberry, and Conway Turrell, who acted as narrator. Last week, you heard Hamlet, one of Shakespeare's greatest tragedies. This week, Much Ado About Nothing, one of his gayest comedies. Next week, Columbia presents one of Shakespeare's great historical dramas, Julius Caesar, with a brilliant all-star cast, Claude Rains as Cassius, Raymond Massey as Anthony, Walter Abel as Casca, Reginald Denny as Caesar. Don't forget, next Monday, same time, same stations, Julius Caesar with an outstanding all-star cast. In tonight's performance of Much Ado About Nothing, the orchestra was under the direction of Victor Bay. The play was adapted for radio and produced by Brewster Morgan. This is a presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to tell you that a time like right now is the perfect time for a glass of Petrie California port. After you've had a good dinner, boy, Petrie port is a real topper. That rich, deep red Petrie port is really an extraordinary wine. Even its color's different. And as for its flavor, well, it'll take a better man than me to describe that. Petrie port is a hearty wine, sure. And every other quality that you look for in a good port, you'll find in Petrie port, and then some. Try Petrie port by itself, or serve it with fruit, with nuts, or with cake. But share it with your friends, will you? Because you can serve it proudly. After all, it is a Petrie wine, and that name Petrie is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's visit our old friend and host, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor.
Settle yourself down and get your pipe going.
Thanks. Doctor, last week you told us that tonight's story took place in the Casbah at Algiers.
Yes, the Casbah. I remember it as the place of countless streets winding up and down, past colorful cafes where 100 tongues were spoken. And often a street would end in shadowy darkness, which a man would be foolhardy to enter alone. Yes, Mr. Bartell, that was the Casbah that Sherlock Holmes and I knew in that winter of '99.
Well, how did you happen to be out there, Doctor?
Do you mind if I tell you the story from the start, Mr. Bartell? It really began on a wintry night in Baker Street at the conclusion of the strange murder in Montrevor Castle. A charming young girl sat on the sofa of our lodgings in Baker Street and talked to us.
But, Mr. Holmes, you can't say you'll have nothing more to do with the
My dear
Montrevors.
Miss Tretfield, I found the true murderer of the Dowager Countess, and he committed suicide. Surely the case is ended.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, you found the real murderer. But now I want you to find the unfortunate young man who fled England 5 years ago when he was suspected of a crime.
This is a new development, Miss Tretfield. Please tell us about it.
It's Douglas Milton that I'm talking about.
Oh, yes. He was the heir to the title, wasn't he?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He was a sensitive, artistic boy, and when he knew that he was under suspicion, he ran away.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, everyone regarded his flight as an admission of guilt. That is, until you found the real culprit, Mr. Holmes.
I imagine, Miss Tretfield, that your interest in the missing boy is not entirely, shall we say, altruistic?
I'm in love with him, Dr. Watson. We were engaged to be married when he ran away. Mr. Holmes, you've got to find him. He must know that his name has been cleared and that he's inherited the title.
Miss Tretfield, have you any direct news, any letter from your fiancé since he left 5 years ago?
None.
Any clues as to his hiding place?
Only this. It's a painting I received anonymously a year after he had left.
Oh.
It was sent from a forwarding address in London. Here it is, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
It's a small oil painting. Very good one, too, sir.
Yes. He's a splendid sense of composition, and his use of color is unusually brilliant. You recognize this painting as the work of your fiancé, Miss Tretfield?
I'm certain of it.
Yes. Wonderful use of color. Observe the delicate shadings of that sunset and the brilliant green of the oasis. This scene is extraordinarily reminiscent of the desert in North Africa.
Yes, that's what made me say I was certain he'd gone abroad, Mr. Holmes.
But why should he go to North Africa?
A good place, Watson, for an Englishman who imagines himself to be escaping justice. Remember, the Foreign Legion is stationed there.
You think he might have joined the Legion, Mr. Holmes?
It would seem logical. No questions are asked of those who join it, and its colorful obscurity might easily appeal to a young fellow in trouble. Hello.
What is it, Holmes?
Quite a few grains of sand in between the canvas and the frame here. Miss Tretfield, do you mind if I pry the canvas loose?
Do anything you like, Mr. Holmes, if it gives you any clue to Douglas's whereabouts.
Give me your penknife, will you, Watson?
Yeah?
Thanks, old chap. Wait a minute. Here we are.
Can you see anything?
Uh-huh. Look. The word sheriff. An elafroon. Stamped here. Sheriff is probably the framer's name, and elafroon is a town some 50 miles from Algiers. That settles it. Miss Tretfield, I accept your case. Watson and I will go to Africa and try to find your fiancé, Douglas Milton.
Miss
Monsieur Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. I have heard of you so often, but I never thought I should see you here at the headquarters of the Foreign Legion. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Well, Colonel Brisson, I'm trying to trace an Englishman who has been missing during the past 4 years. I have reason to believe that he might have joined the Legion.
Yeah, I shall look in my records. Let me see. 4 years ago would be 1895. If Sherlock Holmes is tracking him, then I suppose he was in trouble in his own country. If he was in trouble, he might easily have come to us. We ask no questions. 97, 96, 95. In that year, 3 young Englishmen joined us. One of them died of dysentery 2 years ago in Cedar Rajee. One of them deserted 18 months ago, and we have been unable to trace him. The third is my adjutant who brought you into my office just now.
And he is, I would say, about 3 inches shorter than Douglas Milton. And men do not shrink in the Foreign Legion, eh, Colonel?
They do not, Monsieur Holmes.
And the fellow who deserted must be our man.
Unless it's the one who died of dysentery. Colonel de Brisson, how would you advise us to set about trying to find a deserter?
Monsieur Holmes, there's only one place in Algeria where a man can hide from the Foreign Legion and remain hidden.
Oh, and what's that place?
The Casbah in Algiers.
Then that's our destination, Watson.
Be very careful, please, gentlemen. The Casbah is a place where the law is exiled. The police have no jurisdiction there. The only rule is that of strength, violence, and trickery.
We shall be very cautious, I assure you. Goodbye, Colonel de Brisson, and thank you for your help.
Well, I must say that I think Colonel de Brisson rather exaggerated the dangers of the Casbah. I suppose you're going to tell me this cafe is the headquarters for a dope smuggling ring or white slaving or something.
Its ramifications are even more extensive than those you've mentioned.
You're joking, Holmes.
I assure you I'm not, old fellow.
What?
My old friend Duhamel is chief of police in Algiers. When I told him our mission, he advised me to come here. A 500-franc note, and the proprietor can obtain any and all information regarding the underworld. For as little as 200 francs, he can arrange a murder. So that gives you some idea of the relative values in the Casbah.
Good Lord, then you've already spoken to the proprietor?
Oh, yes, a charming, scoundrelly fellow by the name of Rafi. I gave him 500 francs and asked him to set his underworld grapevine in motion to see whether an Englishman living and hiding here in the Casbah could be found.
And I thought we'd come here for a quiet meal.
Here comes Rafi now. Let's hope he has news for us. Here we are, Rafi. Come and sit down, won't you?
Rafi works fast, does he not, Mr. Holmes? Your friend is...
My friend knows that you're working with me. What have you found out?
A drink first. The tongue of Rafi is parched. Would you have me die of thirst before I give you my news? Vermouth cassis.
Rafi?
You have news for me, then?
But yes.
Good, what is it?
First, you will pay me more money, no?
But I gave you 500 francs. You said that you'd do the job for that.
Can I help it if some tongues are more costly to make wag than others? It took the 500 to get the wag. Am I to have nothing for my own trouble?
Votre vermouth cassis, Monsieur Rafi?
Ah, good. The gentleman will pay for it.
There you are.
Merci, Missy.
I will drink to your health, gentlemen, both of you. You will pay me more money, no?
But my friend's already given you 500. You should stick to your bargain, my good fellow.
My information is a bargain at 750 francs. It would be a bargain at 1,000, but Rafi will let you have it for 750 because he likes you.
I see.
You will give it to me, no?
And if I refuse?
Then you get no information, and perhaps I spread news in the Casbah that makes it uncomfortable for you gentlemen to be there.
Great Scott, this is blackmail.
I get the money, no?
You're a scoundrel, Rafi.
Of course I am a scoundrel.
Here's your money. Your information?
There is an Englishman hiding here in the Casbah. I do not know his name, but he is tall and fair-haired. I cannot tell you where he lives, but if you go to the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs, you will find a girl who sings there. A girl who sings like a nightingale. Her name is Aisha, and she can lead you to your Englishman.
A girl named Aisha. The Cafe of 1,000 Sighs.
That is right. I would suggest that you go there in disguise. 2 well-dressed Englishmen might find themselves in trouble. For a small fee, say 200 francs, I will escort you there myself.
Thank you, yes. I think we can manage by ourselves, Rafi.
Oh, if your business is concluded quickly and time weighs heavy on your hands, Rafi can take you to some places of rare interest. Dancing girls that wither one's eyeballs with their beauty. For 500 francs, gentlemen...
Thank you, Rafi, thank you. I have a feeling the time will not weigh heavily on our hands. Good night.
You work too hard, gentlemen. You should learn how to play. Good night.
Upon my soul, I think that fellow's the biggest blackguard I ever met.
I quite agree, old chap, but he is amusing.
By the way, Holmes, don't you think that when this case is finished, we might have a time on our hands?
Oh, Watson, you're incorrigible. But I think... Watson.
What is it?
The man sitting over in the corner by himself.
By Joe, yes, his face seems familiar. We've seen him before somewhere.
Of course we have. His name is Oliver Leeming. We met him at the inquest on the Montrevor case.
So we did. Now, what on earth do you suppose he's doing here in the Casbah?
Not on a holiday, I'm sure. Mr. Oliver Leeming, if you recall, is a cousin of Douglas Milton's, the man we're searching for. If Milton were ever declared legally dead, Mr. Leeming over there would inherit the title.
It looks to me as if we're not the only people in the Casbah who are searching for the missing heir.
That's true, old fellow. Come on, let's go and talk to the gentleman. Mr. Oliver Leeming, how very odd to meet you here.
Well, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
World's a small place, isn't it? Or has somebody said that before? I wondered if you'd spot me over here in the corner.
Oh, you saw us then?
Of course. But you seemed to be in such deep conversation with that scoundrel Rafi. I didn't like to disturb you.
Very considerate of you, I'm sure. Why are you here, Mr. Leeming?
Oh, I'm making a business trip. This is my day off.
As I recall it, you're in the publishing business.
Correct. What a memory you have.
It seems peculiar that you should be on a business trip here. Are you planning on opening a publishing house in Algiers, or are you searching the Casbah for new authors?
Why not? I'm a great believer in encouraging new talent.
Mr. Leeming, why don't you admit that you're here for the express purpose of trying to find your cousin, Douglas Milton?
Mr. Holmes, you've discovered my secret. The great Sherlock Holmes and his watchdog have their eagle eyes on me. They know that I succeed to the title if Douglas Milton dies.
Yes, Mr. Leeming, we know that fact.
And you have fathomed my plan to find Douglas before me and kill him so that I may inherit the title. How lucky I am to meet you in the Casbah, where you cannot arrest me. Well, it's a race against time, gentlemen, but I have a head start, as you will soon find out. Goodbye, and the best of luck to you.
Extraordinary fellow. He's joking, of course.
I believe not, Watson. I think he labors under the whimsical belief that the best method of discounting the truth is to state it as boldly so that it will not be believed.
Great Scott, then we must work fast.
Yes, old chap, we must. I'm sure that we're entrants in a race against death. We must get back to the hotel and into our disguises as quickly as possible. After that, we shall visit a young lady named Aisha in the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs. And I'm certain, Watson, that it will be the first time 2 men have ever entered the Casbah for the express purpose of preventing a murder.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just about a second, which gives me time to remind you that if you like the flavor of big, plump, juicy Muscat grapes, you'll love the flavor of Petri California Muscatel. What a wine. Petri Muscatel is the perfect after-dinner wine. It looks good, smells better than it looks, and when it comes to the taste department, well, you never tasted anything like it. For a really good wine, remember first Petri, then Muscatel. Petri Muscatel. Well, Doctor, I can hardly wait to hear what happened next. You and Sherlock Holmes went back to the hotel, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Holmes quickly adopted the disguise of an Arab guide, while I assumed the role of a tourist. And we started off on our search. Outside the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs, we met with a rude shock. Good Lord. It's the fellow we met in the cafe.
Yes, Oliver Leeming, with a knife between his shoulders.
He's dead, Holmes. Shouldn't we get in touch with the police?
What can they do? Remember, there is no law in the Casbah. In any case, this man is beyond our help. Our job is to protect the living. Come on, old fellow. Let's go to the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs and find this girl, Aisha. The girl, Rafi says, sings like a nightingale.
Comme mon oiseau qui chante, je l'appelle ma petite bourgeoise, ma kiki, ma kiki, ma noise. Il y en a d'autres qui me font le doux yeux, mais c'est elle que j'aime le mieux.
So that's the girl, Aisha. She's very beautiful.
Here we get our role of tourist and guide, old chap.
Master, would wish to meet this Aisha?
Very much indeed.
I will see if it can be arranged, Master.
Wait here for me, Watson. I'll see what I can do.
Right you are, Holmes. Be careful now.
Mademoiselle Aisha?
What you want, greasy one?
There is an Englishman at the table over there. He wishes to talk to Aisha.
Which one is he?
The man who sits at the table in the corner. He is very rich, Aisha, and he admires you a great deal. He told me to give you this 500-franc note.
So? Very well. You may bring him to my rooms. The door is at top of stairway, to the right.
Good, Aisha. I fetch him.
I shall be waiting.
Aisha will see you, Master. Follow me, please.
Oh, very well. I hope you know that you're going to handle this, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. In this case, I think honesty will be the best policy.
Well, I'm not so sure. This place is a thieves' kitchen if ever I saw one. You better be careful.
First door to the right at the top of the stairs. This is it.
Come in. Oh, come and sit over here, Mr. Englishman. Greasy one, you may leave us.
Mademoiselle, I may as well tell you at once that I am not an Arab guide. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
What do you want with me? Why you trick your way in here?
Don't be frightened, mademoiselle. I can explain our mission in a very few words. My friend and I have come in search of an Englishman by the name of Douglas Milton. We have good news for him.
What make you think I might know of him?
A gentleman by the name of Rafi suggested that you might.
What is your good news for this Englishman?
That he has been cleared of suspicion of murder and that he is the rightful Earl of Montrevor.
That means when he knows this, he will leave the Casbah and return to his country?
Naturally, madame.
I do not know this man. I have never heard of him. Here is your 500 francs. Goodbye.
Not so fast, Aisha, mon petit chou. I've been listening from behind these curtains. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Douglas Milton.
Douglas Milton, we found you at last.
It gives me infinite pleasure to have succeeded in my mission. How do you do, sir?
This is very exciting. Yes, I think the occasion calls for a drink. What will it be, gentlemen?
Well, I think a glass of port would be very nice, sir.
Yes, it would be the most appropriate for toasting the new Earl of Montrevor.
Splendid, splendid. Aisha, bring glasses and a bottle of port and some creme de menthe for me.
You are not going to England. I will never let you leave me.
Oh, stop being so melodramatic, Aisha. Please bring 2 bottles and some glasses.
Very well. I am sorry.
Mr. Holmes, I can't tell you how I appreciate your trouble in coming all this way to find me, but, well, I must tell you at once, there's one problem that makes it difficult for me to leave this country. You see, I deserted from the Foreign Legion.
Yes, we know that, my boy. In fact, that's how we first got onto your trail.
I shouldn't let that fact worry you, Mr. Milton. I'm certain the British consul in Algiers can arrange to have any charges dropped against a peer of the realm.
Oh, well, I never thought of that.
Here are the bottles.
You must excuse the glasses, gentlemen. Tumblers are hardly correct, I suppose, but, well, they won't spoil the flavor, I'm sure. 2 glasses of port and a creme de menthe for me. Only 3 glasses, Aisha? Bring a glass for yourself.
I do not wish to drink.
And I insist that you do. Bring a glass, Aisha.
Why should I drink if you are leaving?
Mr. Milton, do you know Oliver Leeming?
Oh, of course, he's my cousin. Yes, he came here half an hour ago and threatened me.
Did you also know that he's lying dead in the street? Murdered?
Well, yes, I did. If we went in the Casbah, I wouldn't tell you this, but Aisha stabbed him. She followed him when he left here. He killed him and then slipped back just in time to sing a song a few moments ago. Oh, you needn't look so shocked, Dr. Watson. Life is cheap in the Casbah, and Aisha is a girl of violent passions. Come on, let's drink.
A toast to the new Earl of Montrevor.
Oh, excuse me, sir. You took the wrong glass. You were drinking my port.
Oh, silly mistake. I can't bear port. Very un-English of me, I'm afraid, but, well, after all these years, I don't feel particularly English. In fact, I'll probably find it very hard to adjust myself to the old life when I go back. Or perhaps I should say, if I go back.
Since you feel that way about it, Mr. Milton, why go? You can claim the title and the revenues of the estate without leaving Algeria. You could stay here and live on the income.
I didn't realize that would be possible. You sure I could do that?
Oh, yes, I'm quite certain of it. But if you doubt my word, I suggest we all adjourn to the British consulate in Algiers. They can put you straight on the matter.
That's a good idea. Let's go over there at once.
Now I've been listening to you, my friend. You're planning to leave me. Once you go from the Casbah, I shall never see you again.
Put down that knife, Aisha.
I will not let you go. You belong to me. If you try to leave me now, I will kill you.
Put down that knife, Aisha. You've done enough damage for one night.
Why, you...
Put it down, you fool. Put it down.
Let me go. Let me go.
She twisted the knife on herself as she fell.
Holmes, help me turn her over. She's dead, Mr. Milton.
Poor Aisha.
It's a bloody path that leads to the Montrevor title, sir. I suggest that we see that this poor girl's body is taken care of. Then go to the British consulate without any further delay. Now that we're at the consulate, Mr. Milton, I suggest that you swear on oath that you are Douglas Milton, heir to the Montrevor estate. This gentleman is a commissioner of oaths. Then we can go in and see the consul.
Very well.
Now, raise the right hand, please, and repeat after me. I hereby solemnly swear that I am Douglas Milton, the missing heir to the Montrevor estate.
I hereby swear that I am Douglas Milton, missing heir to the Montrevor estate.
Thank you, sir. And now, if you'll sign the statement here, these gentlemen can witness it.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. And now, if you gentlemen will sign.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, gentlemen. The document is now legal.
Splendid. Now let's go over and see the consul.
Not yet, my friend. Watson, this man is not Douglas Milton.
What the devil are you talking about?
There is no law in the Casbah, sir, so you cannot be punished for the two murders you committed there. But now that your avarice has tempted you here to Algiers, where you've been foolish enough to sign a false statement, I think we can at least settle you very nicely for desertion, false impersonation, forgery, and perjury.
Holmes, what do you mean?
The story should be obvious, old fellow. Oliver Leeming did track down the deserter. Recognition was uncertain after so many years, but at least it gave this gentleman the idea of impersonating the real Douglas Milton, a friend of his.
You have a lively imagination, Mr. Holmes.
The real Douglas Milton died of dysentery 2 years ago in Sidi El Raj. As soon as the idea of impersonating Milton was born, Leeming had to die.
Your theories are very interesting, but you haven't a shred of proof. I say that I'm Douglas Milton. How are you going to prove otherwise?
Very simply, my dear sir. Douglas Milton was a painter. A painter who excelled in the use of vivid colors. You, sir, suffer from the quite common malady of red-green color blindness. Less than an hour ago, you mistook a glass of port, which is red, for a glass of creme de menthe, which is green. I knew at once that you were an imposter.
You're cleverer than I thought you were, Holmes. Goodbye.
Here, come back.
No, Watson. Don't go after him.
But we can't let him escape, Holmes.
Don't worry, old chap. He won't escape. I sent a message to Colonel de Brisson. If you go to the window, I think you'll find that the consulate is being watched. The Legion has a long memory for desertion. I don't think he'll get very far.
They got him, Holmes. Shot him as he was trying to run away.
A just death for him. He lived a life of violence and treachery, Watson. It's only fitting that he should die in the same manner.
Doctor, that was a swell story, but you know something? I wish you hadn't disillusioned me about the Casbah.
Disillusioned you? What do you mean?
Well, before I heard your story, whenever somebody mentioned the Casbah, I'd always visualize a very glamorous, romantic sort of place full of beautiful women. Every one of them a ringer for Hedy Lamarr.
No.
Yep. And I could just see myself, handsome, dashing, going up to one of those beautiful girls and whispering in my fine French accent, "Darling, you're a sensational. You're a lovely, gorgeous. Tell me. Have you ever tried Petri wine? It's wonderful." Well, you must admit, Doctor, that is the truth. It is wonderful wine. It certainly ought to be.
You're incorrigible.
After all, winemaking has been the business of the Petri family ever since way back in the 1800s. For generations, the Petri family has handed down from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And don't forget, because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, the letters P-E-T-R-I on a bottle of wine are the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. So no matter what type wine you prefer, for any occasion, remember you can't go wrong with a Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Doctor, now I suppose you're ready to tell us about next week's story?
Yes, and as soon as I have, I want you to meet a friend of mine.
Friend?
Yes. But first, Mr. Bartell, next week, I'm going to tell you an adventure in which, for once, Holmes came off second best. An exciting story of high society and romance. I call it A Scandal in Bohemia.
Boy, that sounds swell. And now, what about your friend?
Well, he's waiting at the microphone in San Francisco. He's Dr. Langley Porter, and he wants to tell us about something very important. Dr. Langley Porter.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Radio listeners, tonight in Italy there are thousands, many thousands, dying of cold and hunger. Babies, children, expectant mothers, old folks, dying for want of clothes, want of food. This organization, American Relief for Italy, appeals to you to search your homes for anything that can be made useful for starving, freezing men, women, children. Clothing, layettes for babies, diapers, shoes, food, surgical supplies, but above all, clothes, clean clothes, fit to wear. Take them to the nearest fire station. That your gifts will reach the Italians who need them, you may be sure. Americans of this organization will distribute the packages in Italy through the Italian Red Cross, the Catholic Relief Organization, the League of Italian Women, the Confederation of Italian Labor, and the Italian government. In California, rationing has gone. Christmas comes. There, in Italy, death is on the prowl. Radio listeners, lives can be saved. It's up to you.
Thank you, Dr. Langley Porter. I know that our friends listening in will do all that they can to help the organization American Relief for Italy.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Crooked Man. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Columbia Workshop.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Columbia Workshop presents the 8th program of a series devoted to experimental radio. Your letters on last week's program, in which we dramatized Jonathan Swift's The Voyage to Brobdingnag from Gulliver's Travels, were very interesting and welcome. Thank you. Tonight, the workshop is proud to turn over its resources to Orson Welles. Some months ago, Mr. Welles produced Shakespeare's Macbeth for the Federal Theater. It was received with the most enthusiastic response accorded Shakespearean production in years. He is now busily engaged rehearsing for one of the leading roles in Sidney Kingsley's new play, 10 Million Ghosts, and also producing his own version of a French farce called Horse Eats Hat. Between both rehearsals, he has managed to write a book called Everybody's Shakespeare. We have asked Mr. Wells to arrange and produce Shakespeare's Hamlet for the workshop. He will also play the leading role. But first a word from Mr. Wells.
In deciding to present an abbreviated version of Hamlet, the Columbia Workshop found itself facing a considerable dilemma. Would it be feasible, we wondered, to give merely the plot in our short space of time, or should we concentrate on certain well-known passages and let the story proceed confusingly? Our final decision was this: to present to you the first 2 acts of the play, retaining, whenever possible, the most notable scenes in their entirety, and giving you, we hope, a clear, dramatic statement of the causes of Hamlet's tragedy.
Hamlet by William Shakespeare.
It is midnight, and before the castle at Elsinore, a sentry stands at his post.
Hey, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
It is now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold. But I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not about stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
I think I hear them.
Stand ho! Who's there?
Friends to the crown.
And liegemen to the Dane. Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What, has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him, touching this dreaded sight, twice seen of us. Therefore, I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, 'twill not appear.
Sit down a while, and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we have 2 nights seen.
Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole had made his course to illume that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself...
Peace! Break thee off! Look, where it comes again.
In the same figure like the king that's dead.
Shall I strike at it with my partisan?
No, it will not stand. It's here! It's here!
Tis gone. We do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it show of violence.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started, like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. But look, the morn, in russet mantle clad, walks o' the dew of yon high eastward hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him.
In the great hall of the castle, the court is assembled. Hamlet, a sober figure in black, stands apart from the rest. On a dais sits the king with his newly wedded queen. Suddenly, a trumpet blares forth. And the king rises.
Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe, yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him, together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress to this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with a defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, taken to wife. Nor have we herein bawd your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along. For all our thanks. But now, my cousin Hamlet and my son... A little more than kin. Less than kind. How is it that the clouds still hang on you? Not so, my lord. I'm too much in the sun.
Good Hamlet, cast thy nighted colour off. Let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common. All that live must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam. It is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam. Nay, it is.
I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, together with all forms, shows, shapes of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passeth show. These but the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these morning duties to your father. But you must know your father lost a father, that father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persever in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire. And we beseech you, bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee, stay with us. Go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come, this gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart. Come away.
This too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh, God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on it. 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. That it should come to this. But 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king that was to this Hyperion to a satyr. So loving to my mother that he might not between the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember. Why, she would hang on him, as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on. And yet within a month, a little month or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears. Why, she, even she, God, beast that once discourse of reason would have mourned longer. Married with my uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month. Yet the salt of those most unrighteous tears that left the flushing in her galled eyes, she married. Most wicked speed. To post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break my heart. For I must hold my tongue.
Hail to your lordship.
I'm glad to see you well. Horatio, or I do forget myself.
The same, my lord. And your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus.
My good lord.
Bernard, I'm very glad to see you. Good evening, sir. But what in faith make you from Wittenberg?
The lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
I pray thee do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon.
Thrift, Horatio, the funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven, or ere I'd seen that day, Horatio. My father. Methinks I see my father.
Oh, where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man. Take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw who?
My lord, the king, your father.
The king, my father?
2 nights together. Had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch, and the dead vast and middle of the night, been thus encountered. A figure, like your father, armed at point exactly cap a pie, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. This to me in dreadful secrecy impart they did, and I, with them, the third night kept the watch, where, as they had delivered, both in time, form of the thing, each word made true and good, the apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like.
But where was this?
Lord, upon the platform where we watched.
It's very strange.
Indeed, my honored lord, 'tis true.
Indeed, sirs, but this troubles me. I'll do the watch tonight.
We do, me lord.
Answer you.
My lord.
From top to toe.
Me lord, from head to foot.
I will watch tonight. Perchance 'twill walk again.
I warrant it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. So fare you well at once. Upon the platform, twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honor.
My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then, sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes. The air bites shrewdly. It's very cold.
The nipping and an eager air.
What hour now?
I think it lacks of 12.
Oh, no, it has struck.
Indeed? I heard it not. Then draws near the season wherein the spirit held his wont to walk. What did this mean, my lord?
Oh, the king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse, and as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down the kettle drum and trumpet doth bray out the triumph of his pledge.
Is the custom?
Aye, married 'tis. But to my mind, though I'm native here, and to the manner born, it is a custom more honored in the breach than the observance.
Look, my lord, it comes.
Angels and ministers of grace, defend us. Be thou a spirit of help, a goblin damned. Thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their cerements. Why the sepulchre wherein we saw thee quietly inurned hath oped its ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean? Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
It waves you to a more removed ground, but do not go with it. No, by no means.
It will not speak. Then I will follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why, what should be the fear? I do not beset my life at a pin's fee. It weighs me forth again, I'll follow it.
You shall not go, my lord.
Hold off your hand.
We rule, you shall not go.
My faith cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that left me. I say away. Go on. I'll follow thee. Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak. I'll go no further.
Mark me.
I will.
My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
Alas, poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak. I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fire. Till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. List, oh, list. If thou didst ever thy dear father love...
Oh, God!
Revenge this foul and most unnatural murder.
Murder?
Murder most foul, as in the best it is. But this most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Haste me to know it, that I with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge.
Now, Hamlet, hear. sleeping within mine altar, my custom always of the afternoon, upon my secure hour, thy uncle stole, with juice of cursed heaven and in a vial, and in the porches of mine ears, did pour the leprous distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man, that with a sudden vigor it doth pocket the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine. Thus was I sleeping by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, of queen, at once dispatched.
Horrible, horrible, most horrible.
If thou hast nature in thee, fear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. But fare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and dims to pale his ineffectual fire. Adieu, adieu, Hamlet, remember me.
Remember me, I, thou poor ghost. Thy memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation? What it should be, more than his father's death, that thus hath put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot dream of. I entreat you both, that being of so young days brought up with him, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time. So, by your companies, to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather whether aught to us unknown afflicts him thus, that opened lies within our remedy.
Good gentleman, he much hath talked of you, and sure I am two men there are not living to whom he more adheres.
We here give up ourselves in the full bent, to lay our service freely at your feet to be commanded.
Thanks, Guildenstern, and gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of you, and bring these gentlemen where Hamlet is.
Heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him.
Aye. Amen.
My liege and madam.
Now, what says Polonius, our Lord Chamberlain? He tells me, dear Gertrude, that he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper.
I doubt it no other than the main. His father's death, and our o'er hasty marriage.
My liege and madam, to expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why day is day, night night, and time is time, were nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad, call I it, for to define true madness, what is to be nothing else but, mad. But let that go.
More matter, with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity, and pity 'tis true. And now remains that we may find out the cause of this effect, or rather say, the cause of this defect.
How may we try it further?
You know, sometimes he walks 4 hours together here in the lobby.
So he does indeed. And look, where sadly the poor wretch comes reading.
Away, I do beseech you, both away. I'll board him presently. Oh, give me leave. How does my good Lord Hamlet?
Well, God of mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent well. You are a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord?
Why, sir, to be honest as this world goes is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
What do you read, my lord?
Words.
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean the matter that you read, my lord.
Slander, sir, for the satirical rogue says here that old men have gray beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hands.
Though this be madness, yet there is method in it. Will you walk out of the air, my lord?
Aye, into my grave.
Indeed, that is out of the air. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. My honorable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you.
You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part with all, except my life. Except my life.
Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious old fools.
You go to seek the Lord, Hamlet. There he is.
God save you, sir. My honored lord.
Oh, my.
My most dear lord.
Good friends. How dost thou, Guildenstern? Ah, Rosencrantz, what makes you at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord. No other occasion.
Beggar that I am, I'm even poor in thanks. But I thank you. Were you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come. Come. I may speak.
What should we say, my lord?
Well, anything but to the purpose. I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
That you must teach me. Oh, by the right of our fellowship, be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery, and your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather I have of late. But wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercises, and indeed it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory, this most excellent canopy, the air. Look you, this brave o'erhanging firmament, this majestical roof, fretted with golden fire, why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. Oh, what a piece of work is man. How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. No, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you seem to say so.
Oh, my lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts.
Why did you laugh then when I said man delights not me?
To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We courted them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you services.
He that plays the king shall be welcome. His majesty shall have tribute of me.
There are the players.
Your hands then. Come, you're welcome. But my uncle, father, and aunt, mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
Well be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too, Rosencrantz. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swaddling clouts. I will prophesy he comes to tell me of the players' market.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. When Rochus was an actor...
Oh, the actors are come hither, my lord.
Buzz.
The best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastoral, comical, historical, pastoral, tragical, historical, tragical, comical, historical, pastoral, scene indivisible, or poem unlimited.
You are welcome, master. I am glad to see thee well. Come, we'll have a speech straight. Give us a taste of your quality. Come. A passionate speech.
What speech, my lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. The play I remember pleased not the million. 'Twas caviar to the general. One speech in it I chiefly loved. 'Twas Aeneas's tale to Dido. If you live in your memory, begin at this line. Let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the Hyrcanian beast. Not so. It begins with Pyrrhus, the rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms. So proceed you.
The rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the night resemble, when he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal.
Say on, come to Hecuba.
But who? Oh, who had seen the moblet queen?
The moblet queen.
That's good. Moblet queen is good.
Run barefoot up and down, a clout upon that head, where late the diadem stood, and for a robe a blanket in the alarm of fear caught up. But if the gods themselves did see her, then when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamor that she made would have made milch the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
Look, whether he has not turned his color and has tears in his eyes. Pray you, no more.
That is well. I'll have thee speak out the rest soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed?
Come, sir.
Follow him, friend. We'll hear a play tomorrow. Now I'm alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I.
Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from her working all his visage waned, tears in his eyes, distraction in suspect, a broken voice and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit. And for nothing. For Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech. Yet I, a dull and muddy mettled rascal, peak like John o' Dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks me pate a course, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie in the throat, as deep as to the lungs? Who does me this, huh? Zounds, I should take it, for it cannot be that I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter. For ere this, I should have fatted all the region kites with its slaves. Ah, bloody body villain, remorseless, treacherous, kindless villain. Oh, vengeance! Why, what an ass am I? This is most brave that I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a board unpack my heart with words and fall a-cursing like a very drab scullion. Fie upon it, fie. About my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before my uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tend him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit I have seen may be the devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape, yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, and he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king. You have just heard a condensed version of William Shakespeare's Hamlet. The cast included this evening the King, played by Alexander Scourby, the Queen by Rosamund Pinchot, Polonius by Egerton Paul, Horatio by Sidney Smith, the Ghost by George Gall, Bernardo by Hiram Sherman. This program was arranged and directed by Orson Welles. Irving Reese directed the radio effects.
The Columbia Workshop would appreciate your comments on this production.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese. Ladies and gentlemen, the Columbia Workshop offers its 15th program in a series devoted to experimental radio. Some 2 months ago, we offered you on the Workshop a radio version of the first 2 acts of Hamlet by William Shakespeare. The response from our listening audience was instantaneous and highly flattering. So much so that tonight we go on to finish the play. If you enjoy the drama, if you believe after tonight's performance that Shakespeare should become a regular feature on radio, write to us and say so. We are eager to have this gauge of radio public opinion. Tonight's version of Hamlet, like that of some weeks ago, is the work of Orson Welles, who also plays the role of Hamlet. And now we take pleasure in introducing to you in person Mr. Orson Welles.
In our previous broadcast, we concerned ourselves with establishing the causes that led to Hamlet's tragedy. In especial, the revelation by the ghost
of his father's murder by Hamlet's own uncle, who is now the King of Denmark. This, and the knowledge that his mother had remarried immediately, has left Hamlet a creature mad for revenge. Assuming, as he calls it, an antic disposition, Hamlet plots to trap the king into an open confession of guilt. The arrival of strolling players at the court has provided the necessary means. Hamlet arranges that a performance be given, duplicating the circumstance of his father's death. The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king. It is the night of the play. The hall of the castle has been arranged for the performance. And in a moment the court will assemble. The blare of trumpets will announce the arrival of the king and queen, with Polonius, the king's counselor, and his daughter Ophelia. In a moment, this play of Hamlet's contriving will begin. But now, for an instant, we find him giving some last-minute advice to the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines. Now do not saw the air too much with your hand, thus. But use all gently.
I warrant, Your Honor.
Oh, be not too tame, neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, that neither having the accent of Christians, nor the gait of Christian, pagan, nor man, have so strutted and bellowed that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether. Go, you make ready.
Yes, my lord.
Horatio.
Yes, sweet lord. At your service.
There is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. Observe mine uncle.
Well, my lord.
Oh, he's coming to the play. Get you a place. Your Majesty.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, i' faith, of the chameleon's dish. I eat the air, promise crammed. You cannot feed capons so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine now. Polonius, are the players ready?
Aye, my lord, they stay upon your patience. Sit you there, Ophelia.
Fair Ophelia.
You are merry, my lord.
What should a man do but be merry? For look you, how cheerfully my mother looks. And my father died within these 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long. We shall know by these fellows.
For us and for our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patiently.
Full 30 times hath Phoebus' cart gone round Neptune's salt wash, and Tellus' orbit ground, since love our hearts and Hymen did our hands unite commutual in most sacred bands.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make us again count o'er, ere love be done.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too, my operant powers their functions leave to do, and thou shalt live.
Oh, confound the rest! Such love must needs be treason in my breast. And second husband let me be a curse. None weds the second, but who kills the first.
Wormwood. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead.
Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife. If once a widow, ever I be wife.
'Tis deeply sworn. Sweet, leave me here awhile. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile a tedious day with sleep.
Sleep rock thy brain, and never come mischance between us twain.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady does protest too much, methinks.
Oh, she'll keep her word.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. Very how?
tropically. This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna.
Thoughts black, hands apt, drugs fit and time.
This one is Lucianus, nephew to the king, see? He poisons him in the garden for the state. His name's Gonzago. The story is extension, written choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
Give all the play.
What? Write it with false fire!
Give me some light.
Why? Stricken fear, go weep, the heart ungalled play. But some must watch, while some must sleep. So runs the world away. "'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn, and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood, and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft. Now to my mother." The realization that his crime has been reenacted before the entire court, under the guise of an evening's entertainment, has completely unnerved the king. He sees there can be no peace for him while Hamlet remains in Denmark. So in a desperate move, he arranges that Hamlet shall be sent to England and secretly put to death. In his chamber, the king, torn by conscience, attempts to pray. Hamlet, passing on his way to the queen's apartment, observes the kneeling figure. Now might I do it, Pat? Now he is praying.
Oh, my offense is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon't. A brother's murder. Oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Help, angels, make us say, bow stubborn knees, all may be well.
And now I'll do it. So he goes to heaven. So am I revenged. Oh, this is hire and salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly full of bread, with all his crimes, broad flown, as flush as May. Am I then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Absorbed. And know thou a more horrid bent. When he is drunk, asleep, or in his rage, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that hath no relish of salvation in't, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned as black as hell whereto it goes. My mother stays.
Who's there? Polonius.
Hamlet is coming straight. Now look, you lay home to him. Tell him his place has been too broad to bear with.
Withdraw.
Mother!
I hear him coming.
I'll hide behind this arras. I'll convey myself to hear the process.
Now, Mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Why, how now, Hamlet? Have you forgotten me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. Would it were not so. You are my mother.
Nay, then I'll set those to you that can speak.
Come and sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What will thou do? Thou wilt not murder me. Help! Help!
Oh, help!
How now? A rat? Dead for a ducat! Dead!
Oh! I am slain.
Oh, me, what hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. It's the king!
Oh, what a rash and bloody deed!
A bloody deed! Almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
Kill a king?
Aye, lady. 'Twas my word. Polonius. Thou wretched, rash, intruding fool. Farewell. I took thee for thy better.
Oh.
Leave wringing of your hands. Peace, sit you down and let me wring your heart. Or so I shall if it be made of penetrable stuff. If damned custom have not brassed it so that it be proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I done? That thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me?
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love, and sets a blister there.
Ay me, what act? That roars so loud and thunders in the index.
Look here. Upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See, what a grace was seated on this brow. Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars to threaten and command, a station like the herald Mercury, new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill. This was your husband. Look you now, what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear, blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave to feed and batten on this moor? Ha! Have you eyes? You cannot call it love, for at your age the Haiti and the blood is tame, is humble. It waits upon the judgment, and what judgment would step from this to this?
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turnst mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their teeth.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your preceding lord, a king of shreds and patches.
Save me, and hover on me with your wings, you heavenly gods. What would your gracious figure? Do you not come, your tardy son, to chide?
Alas, how is't with you that you do bend your eye on vacancy?
Why, look you there. Look how it steals away.
My father! In his cabinet he lived! Look where he goes, even now! Out of the portal!
This is the very coinage of your brain.
Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul. But not your trespass, but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to my uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll bless him, beg of you. So again, good night. I must be cruel, only to be kind.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath, and breath of life, I have no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England. You know that.
Alack, I had forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
Good night, Mother.
Thus, Hamlet leaves his mother, hoping his words have had the desired effect. But the queen, after her son's converse with an unseen spirit, is now more convinced than ever that Hamlet is mad. She reports her conclusions to the king, who speedily commands that Hamlet shall leave at once for England. And so Hamlet is banished from Denmark. But the peace for which the king has prayed is not to come. The murder of Polonius proves the mainspring of greater and more tragic events. Bereft of a father, Ophelia goes insane. The Danish people are stirred almost to rebellion. And finally, with the return of Laertes, the son of Polonius, they are provided with a necessary leader. Now the rabble has risen, and, led by Laertes, storms the castle in which the king and queen have secluded themselves. Suddenly the doors break open, and Laertes appears at the head of the mob.
Where is the king? Sir, stand you all without. I pray you, give me leave. Keep the door. Oh, thou vile king, give me my father. Tell me, Laertes, why thou art thus incensed?
Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man.
Where is my father?
Dead.
But not by him.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with.
If I am guiltless of your father's death, it shall as level to your judgment, Pierce, as day does to your rye.
Oh, no. What noise is that?
Here is the beauteous majesty of Denmark.
How do you, pretty lady?
Well, Godolphin. Ha! They say the owl was a baker's daughter.
Oh, heat dry up my brains. 'Tis 7 times salt burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye. Dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia. Oh, heavens, is it possible a young maid's wits should be as mortal as an old man's life?
Why, there's rosemary. That's for remembrance. There's rue for you, and here's some for me. Ha, we may call it herb grace for Sundays. Oh, you must wear your rue with a difference. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. God have mercy on his soul, and on all good Christian souls, I pray God. God be with you.
Oh. Oh.
And so Ophelia, before her brother's eyes, drifts from the castle to die. A suicide by drowning. Meantime, Hamlet, unaware of what has happened in his absence, has managed to escape the king's plot to have him murdered, and has secretly returned to Denmark. We find him once more with Horatio in a churchyard. Nearby, a gravedigger sings at his work.
Was very sweet to contract the time for our mighty foe. Oh, methought there was nothing in me.
Has this fellow no feeling of his business, Horatio? With his sings at grave making?
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
I will speak to this fellow.
And ship it me.
Whose grave's this, sir?
Mine, sir. Oh, a pit of clay for to be made.
I think it be thine indeed, for thou liest in it.
And you lie out on, sir, therefore it is not yours. For my part, I do not lie in't, and yet it is mine.
What man dost thou dig it for?
For no man, sir.
What woman, then?
For none neither.
Who's to be buried in?
One that was a woman, but rest her soul, she's dead.
How absolute the knave is, Horatio. How long hast thou been a gravemaker?
Of all the days of the year, I came to it that day our last King Hamlet o'ercame Fortinbras.
How long is that since?
Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day young Hamlet was born. He that's mad and sent into England.
Aye, marry. Why was he sent into England?
Because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there. Or if he do not, 'tis no great matter there. There the men are as mad as he.
How long will a man lie the earth ere he rot?
Faith, sir, if he be not rotten before he die, he'll last you some 8 or 9 year. Here's a skull now. This skull have lain of the earth 23 years.
Whose was it?
A whoresome mad fellow's it was. This same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the king's jester.
This?
E'en that.
Let me see. Alas. Poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio. A fellow of infinite jest. Of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times. And now, horrid in my imagination it is. Where be your jibes now? Your gambols, songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What's that, my lord?
Dost thou think Alexander looked to this fashion in the earth?
E'en so.
And spelt so? To what base uses may we return, Horatio? Oh, but soft aside. Here comes the king, the queen, the courtiers. Who is this they follow? Crouch we a while and mark.
What ceremony else?
That is Laertes, a very noble youth.
What ceremony else? Must there no more be done? No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead, to sing a requiem, and such rest to her as to peace parted souls.
Nay, hurry, dear.
I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
What? Fair Ophelia?
Sweet to the sweet. Farewell. I hope thou shouldst have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not have strewed thy grave.
Hold off the earth a while, till I have caught her once more in my arms.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis? This is I, Hamlet, the Dane! Devil take thy soul! I loved Ophelia! 40,000 brothers could not with all their quantity of love make up my sum. Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in her grave?
Oh, he is mad, Laertes.
For love of God, spare him!
Laertes. What is the reason that you use me thus? I loved you ever. But 'tis no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and dog will have his day.
Now Laertes, determined to be revenged, finds an ally in the king. Thus the latter arranges that Hamlet and Laertes shall duel. Ostensibly for sport, the contest is treacherously conceived. Laertes' rapier bears an envenomed point, and if this fails, the king has prepared a poisoned drink to ensure the death of Hamlet.
My lord, His Majesty sends to know if your pleasure hold to play with Laertes. I am constant to my purposes. The king and queen are all coming down.
You will lose this wager.
I do not think so. But thou wouldst not think how ill's all here about my heart. It is no matter.
If your mind dislike anything, obey it. I will forestall the repair hither and say you are not fit.
Oh, not a whit. We defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be not now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all.
Come, Hamlet. Come and take this hand from me. Give them the foils. You know the wager.
Very well, my lord.
Set me the stoups of wine upon that table. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath. Come. Begin. Come on, sir. Come, my lord. What? No! A hit! A very palpable hit! Stay. Give me drink. Hamlet, here's to thy health. Give him the cup.
I'll play this bout first. Set it by a while.
Come. Another hit. A tail. A touch, I do confess.
The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
Gertrude, do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me.
'Tis the poisoned cup. It is too late. Come for the third, Laertes. You would dally. I pray you pass with your best violence. How about you now? A touch for Laertes. Hey, come again. Look, they have changed rapiers. Look to the queen there. Ho! How does the queen? She swoons to see them bleed.
No, the drink. The drink! I am poisoned.
Oh, villainy! Let the door
doors be locked. Treachery, seek it out.
It is here, Hamlet. Hamlet, thou art slain. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand, unbaited and envenomed. Thy mother's poisoned. I can no more. The king's to blame.
The point in venom, too. Envenom thy work. Oh, yet defend me, friend. Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned Dane. Drink off this potion. Follow my mother. You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act, had I but time, oh, I could tell you. But let it be. I die, Horatio. Thou livest. Report me in my cause a right to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Is yet some liquor left?
As thou art a man, give me the cup. Let go. Oh. By heaven,
Horatio. What a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown shall live behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, had sent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain, but tell my story. The rest is silent. Now cracks a noble heart. Good night, sweet prince, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest.
So ends the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Again may we say that if you enjoyed this presentation, if you are convinced that the tragedies and comedies of Shakespeare have a place on the air and should become a permanent radio feature, write to us. Help give us this gauge of public opinion. Tonight's cast included Miss Frank Hale, Miss Laura Straub, Miss Virginia Wells, Mr. Whitford Kane, Sidney Smith, Joseph Cotton, Shirley Oliver, Santos Ortega, George Duthie, Edgerton Paul, and Hiram Sherman. The narrator was Edward Jerome. Next week, the workshop will present a special demonstration in conjunction with the meeting of the New York Electrical Society. Dr. E. Free will have charge of the demonstration. Tonight's presentation of Hamlet was arranged and produced by Orson Welles. In the absence of Mr. Reese, Brewster Morgan assisted. The Columbia Workshop's presentations are conceived and directed.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The Hound of the Baskervilles.
My friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, was usually very late in the mornings, save on those not too infrequent occasions when he stayed up all night. One morning, it was in the autumn of 1889, he was seated at the breakfast table in his dressing gown. I was standing on the hearthrug, looking at a stick which a visitor had left at our Baker Street rooms the night before. It was a fine, thick piece of wood, bulbous-headed, of the sort that used to be known as a Penang lawyer. Holmes was sitting with his back to me, and I'd given him no sign of my occupation.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it?
Good heavens, Holmes. How do you know what I was doing? You must have eyes at the back of your head.
Hardly that. But at least I have a well-polished, silver-plated coffee pot in front of me.
Oh, I see.
Tell me, Watson, What do you make of that stick? We missed its owner yesterday and have no idea of his errand, so this accidental souvenir assumes some importance. Let me hear you reconstruct the man by an examination of it. Just follow my method.
Well, I think he's an elderly medical man.
Why?
Because the inscription on the silver band to James Mortimer, MRCS, from his friends of the CCH 1884.
Excellent. What else?
I say he's a country practitioner who does a great deal of his visiting on foot.
Oh, why that?
Well, because the thick iron ferrule has been worn down and the whole stick's been terribly knocked about. I can't see a town doctor carrying it.
Perfectly sound. And what about the friends of the CCH?
I think that's the, something hunt, whatever the local hunt's called. He's probably helped them professionally, and they gave him this stick in return.
Really, Watson, you excel yourself. Most stimulating.
Oh.
And now that I've finished breakfast, I'd like to have a look at that stick myself. Just hand me over my convex lens, will you?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, let me see. Interesting, though elementary. Yes, it gives us the basis for several deductions.
Have I missed anything?
I'm afraid, my dear Watson, that most of your conclusions are erroneous. When I said you stimulated me, I meant, to be frank, that your fallacies sometimes guide me towards the truth. Not that you're entirely wrong. The man is certainly a country practitioner.
Oh, then I was right.
To that extent.
Where did I go wrong, then?
Well, for one thing, I would suggest that a presentation to a doctor is more likely to come from a hospital than from a hunt. And when the initial CC are placed before that hospital, the words Charing Cross naturally suggest themselves.
You may be right.
The probability lies in that direction. And since the presentation was made but 5 years ago, there emerges a young fellow under 30, amiable, absent-minded, and with a favorite dog, something between a terrier and a mastiff.
Now, just a minute, Holmes. How do you know he's amiable, absent-minded, and has a dog?
Well, it's my experience that only amiable men receive testimonials. And he was absent-minded enough to leave his stick here yesterday.
Oh, true. Well, what about the dog?
Look at the teeth marks on the stick. See? As I say, they're too broad for a terrier, not broad enough for a mastiff. Let me take it over to the light. Oh, yes, by Jove, it's a curly-haired spaniel.
My dear fellow, how can you possibly be sure of that?
Simply by looking out of the window. Dog and owner on our very doorstep. He's a tall, thin man, a bit bent at the shoulders. Oh, yes, and his frock coat's a bit worn. That's all I could see.
Well, I better leave you.
No, don't move, I beg you, Watson. He's a professional brother of yours, and you may be able to help us. Now is the dramatic moment of fate, Watson. A man is walking into our lives, and we don't know whether for good or ill. What does this unknown man of science want of Sherlock Holmes? Come in.
You have my stick. I'm so very glad. I wasn't sure whether I'd left it here or in the shipping office. I wouldn't lose that stick for the world.
A presentation, I see.
Yes, sir.
From Charing Cross Hospital?
Yes.
Then we're not so far wrong. Dr.
Mortimer. James Mortimer.
Yes, sir.
I'm now in practice in Devon at Grimpen on Dartmoor. I am pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. You interest me very much.
Indeed?
Yes. I had hardly expected so dolichocephalic a skull, or such well-marked supraorbital development. Would you object to my running my fingers along your parietal fissure?
I would, sir.
It's not my intention to be fulsome, but I must confess I covet your skull.
Pray take a chair.
Thank you.
Now, sir, I presume it wasn't merely for the purpose of examining my skull that you've done me the honor to call here last night and again today.
No, Mr. Holmes. I came to you because I am confronted with a most serious and extraordinary problem. And recognizing as I do that you are the second highest expert in Europe...
Indeed, sir. May I inquire who has the honor to be the first?
To the man of precisely scientific mind, the work of Monsieur Bertillon must always appeal strongly.
Then had you not better consult him?
I said, sir, to the precisely scientific mind. As a man of practical affairs, it's acknowledged that you stand alone. I trust I have not inadvertently...
Just a little.
Oh.
I think, Dr. Mortimer, you do well to avoid further preamble and tell Dr. Watson and myself the exact nature of the problem in which you ask my assistance.
Well, gentlemen, I have in my pocket an old manuscript.
I observed it as you entered the room. Early 18th century, unless it's a forgery.
How can you say that, sir?
It's been showing from your pocket as you've been talking.
Oh.
To an expert, the writing gives its date to within a decade. I should put it at 1730.
The exact date is 1742.
Oh, well done, Holmes.
It's a family document. It was committed to my care by Sir Charles Baskerville, who died some 3 months ago in Devon.
Ah, yes, I remember reading about that.
Mr. Holmes, until his sudden and tragic death, Sir Charles was a patient and also my personal friend. He was strong-minded, shrewd, practical, and as unimaginative as I am. But he took this document very seriously and was prepared for just such an end as eventually did overtake him.
What's in the document?
A certain legend that runs in the Baskerville family. With your permission, I will give you the gist of what it contains.
If you think it necessary.
Oh, it is, I assure you. It tells the story of the death of Hugo Baskerville, who held the manor at the time of the Great Rebellion. Hugo, Mr. Holmes, was a wild, profane, and godless man. His name was a byword in the West. It happened that he fell in love with the daughter of a yeoman who held lands near the Baskerville estate. This girl avoided him, and one Michaelmas he stole down upon the farm with 5 or 6 wicked companions and carried her off to the hall. They put her in an upper room and sat down to a long carousal. The girl, in the stress of her fear, climbed down the ivy that still covers the south wall and set off homeward across the moor.
Go on.
Some time later, Hugo went upstairs to see his captive and found her gone. And here I think I must quote the manuscript itself. Then it would seem he became as one that hath a devil, for rushing downstairs into the dining hall, he sprang upon the table, flagons and trenchers flying before him, and he cried aloud before all the company that he would that very night render his body and soul to the powers of evil, if he might but overtake the wench. And at that, Mr. Holmes, this wicked man ran from the house and had his groom saddle his horse and unkennel the pack.
You mean he put the hounds on her?
He did. He gave them the girl's handkerchief and set off full cry in the moonlight over the moor.
But good heavens, didn't the others try and stop him?
Well, they just seemed to have stood there, stupefied. But then some sense came back into their minds and they rode off after him. They found Hugo Baskerville's black mare dabbled with froth and riderless. They found the hounds whimpering in a cluster at the head of a dip. 3 of the boldest riders, or maybe the most drunken, rode down into the dip. And there they found the unhappy girl lying dead with fear and fatigue.
Poor girl.
But it wasn't that raised the hair on their heads. Let me quote the actual words again. It was that standing over Hugo and plucking at his throat, there stood a great foul thing, a black beast, shaped like a hound, yet larger than any hound that mortal eye had rested upon. And even as they looked, the thing tore out the throat of Hugo Baskerville. Then, as it turned its blazing eyes and dripping jaws upon them, the 3 shrieked with fear and rode for dear life, still screaming across the moor. One, it is said, died that very night of what he had seen, and the other 2 were but broken men for the rest of their days. The writer ends by counseling his descendants never to cross the moor in those dark hours, as he puts it, when the powers of evil are exalted.
Great.
Well, Mr. Holmes, do you find it interesting?
To a collector of fairy tales.
Aha, but wait. Now we come to something a little more recent. The death of Sir Charles Baskerville in June of this year.
Ah, yes. Yes, I was busy undertaking a small service for the Pope at the time. Otherwise, I should have been able to give the affair more attention.
Well, let me say at once that Sir Charles was a man of very different mould from his infamous ancestor. Many people had good reason to bewail his untimely end.
It was sudden, you say?
Indeed, yes. Not that his health had been good for some time. There was an affection of the heart, showing itself in breathlessness and nervous depression.
Was he a married man, Dr. Mortimer?
He was a widower and childless. He lived very simply. His indoor servants at Baskerville Hall consisted of a couple named Barrymore, who acted as butler and housekeeper. They corroborated my own evidence at the inquest about his health.
What happened?
Well, the facts are quite simple. Every night before he went to bed, Sir Charles used to walk down the famous yew alley of Baskerville Hall. On the 4th of June, he declared his intention of starting for London the next day and told Barrymore to pack for him. That night, he went for his walk as usual and never returned.
Who raised the alarm?
Barrymore, the butler. He found the hall door open, became alarmed, and went out with a lantern. Halfway down Yew Alley, there's a gate that leads out onto the moor. Sir Charles's footprints led there, and there was evidence that he had stood there for a while. Then the footprints continued, but appeared to be those of a man...
Running for his life? Where did they lead?
To the far end of the alley. And there the body was found.
Any signs of violence?
No, but the face was incredibly distorted. At first, I couldn't believe that it really was Sir Charles.
How do you account for the distortion?
Well, it's a symptom that is not unusual in cases of death from cardiac exhaustion.
Yes, that's true enough.
The post-mortem showed a long-standing organic disease, and the coroner returned a verdict in accordance. Those are the public facts.
I see. Then can we now have the private ones?
Mr. Holmes, if I give them to you, I shall be telling you things I haven't confided to anyone.
Not even to the coroner?
Not even to him.
Why not, pray?
Because I didn't want Baskerville Hall to be untenanted for the rest of its days.
What is this information you withheld? Be frank, sir.
The moor is very sparsely inhabited, and those who live near each other are thrown very much together. Sir Charles and I used to talk and play cards during the evenings. It became increasingly clear to me that his nervous system was strained to breaking point. He'd taken the legend terribly to heart. He would never go out on the moor at night.
You mean he really believed in this phantom hound?
He asked me if I'd ever seen a strange creature at night or heard a hound baying. He asked me that several times, and always in a voice vibrating with excitement.
Did you ever see anything?
One evening, about 3 weeks before he died, I drove up to his house. He was standing at his hall door. Just as I was getting out of my gig, I noticed his eyes fix themselves on something over my shoulder and stare with an expression of horror. He was so excited and alarmed that I had to go down to the spot and look round. But there was nothing. I had to stay with him all the evening. That's when I suggested he should go to London. I thought the distractions of town might bring him back a new man. Mr. Stapleton, a mutual friend, was also very worried about him, and he agreed with me. And then, at the last instant, came this terrible catastrophe.
How soon did you see the body?
Well, they had to send a message over. I was there within the hour. I checked all the facts that were mentioned at the inquest, the footprints, the absence of physical injury, the facial contortion. But Barrymore made one false statement in his evidence.
Oh? What was that?
He said there were no traces on the ground round the body. He didn't see any. I did.
Footprints? A man's or a woman's?
Mr. Holmes, they were the footprints of a gigantic hound.
Great heavens! There are sheepdogs on the moor.
No doubt. But this was no sheepdog.
What is this alley like?
Well, there are 2 lines of old yew hedge. Impenetrable, 12 feet high.
Penetrated at one point by a wicket gate, you say?
Yes, which leads on to the moor.
Is there any other opening?
None.
Was this gate closed?
Closed and padlocked.
How high is it?
About 4 feet.
So anyone could have got over it?
Yes.
Dr. Mortimer, what made you say that Sir Charles had waited by the gate?
His cigar ash. He dropped it there twice.
Excellent. Watson, this is a colleague after my own heart. What other marks were there?
None in particular.
Good heavens, did no one examine?
I did, but I didn't notice anything.
Oh, if only I'd been there. By this time, all that was there will have been smudged by the rain and defaced by the clogs of curious peasants. Oh, Dr. Mortimer, Dr. Mortimer. To think that you didn't call me in. You have indeed much to answer for.
Mr. Holmes, I couldn't have done so without disclosing all these facts to the world. And besides...
Yes?
There is a realm in which the most acute and experienced of detectives is helpless.
But you mean that the thing is supernatural?
I didn't say so.
You evidently think it.
Mr. Holmes, several people have seen a creature on the moor. Something that couldn't be any animal known to science. A huge creature. Luminous, spectral.
And you, a trained man of science, believe it to be supernatural?
I don't know what to believe.
Surely the footprints were material.
The original hound was material enough to tear out a man's throat. But it was diabolical as well.
Dr. Mortimer, if you hold these views, why have you come to consult me? You tell me in the same breath that it's useless to investigate Sir Charles's death and that you desire me to do it.
I did not say I desired you to do it.
Oh? Then how can I assist you?
By telling me what to do about Sir Henry Baskerville.
Sir Henry? Is this the heir?
Yes. He's Sir Charles's nephew, the son of his younger brother. He's been traced in Canada. He's been farming there. He arrives at Waterloo in, just under an hour and a quarter.
Are there any other claimants?
No. The only other kinsman we have been able to trace was Roger Baskerville, the youngest of the three brothers, of whom poor Sir Charles was the eldest. He was the black sheep of the family, the very image, so they say, of old Hugo. England became too hot for him, and he died of yellow fever in Central America. Henry's own father, the middle brother, died young, so he is the last of the Baskervilles. I had a wire to say that he arrived at Southampton this morning, and I'm on my way to meet him. Mr. Holmes, what am I to do?
Meet Sir Henry.
And then?
Say nothing to him at all until I've made up my mind on the matter.
Well, how long will that take you?
24 hours. I suggest you call here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and bring Sir Henry with you.
I'll do that, Mr. Holmes.
Just one more question. You say that before Sir Charles Baskerville's death, several people saw this apparition on the moor.
Yes.
Did anyone see it afterwards?
Not that I've heard.
Thank you, Dr. Mortimer.
Good day, Mr. Holmes. Good day, Dr. Watson.
Good day, Doctor.
I'm very much obliged to you.
Going out, Watson?
Well, unless I can help you.
No, my dear fellow. It's at the hour of action that I turn to you for aid.
Oh, just as you like, Holmes.
When you pass Bradley's, would you ask him to send up a pound of the strongest shag tobacco? Oh, and ask the people next door to him if they have an ordnance map of Dartmoor.
Very well.
Thank you, Watson. Oh, and Watson, it would be as well if you could make it convenient not to return before evening.
I spent the day at my club and didn't return to Baker Street till nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. My first impression when I opened the door was that a fire had broken out. The room was so filled with smoke that the light of the lamp on the table was blurred by it. Through the haze, I had a vague vision of Holmes in his dressing gown, coiled up in an armchair with his black clay pipe between his lips. I left him in peace and took myself off to the more tolerable atmosphere of my bedroom. The next morning, our clients were punctual. As the clock struck 10, Dr. Mortimer was shown up, followed by the young baronet, a man of about 30, sturdily built, with the weather-beaten appearance of one who spent most of his time in the open air.
Come in, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is Sir Henry Baskerville.
How do you do, Mr. Holmes?
Sir Henry.
Dr. Watson. You know, the strange thing is, if my friend here hadn't proposed coming round to you this morning, I'd have come on my own.
Indeed?
Well, you're the man who thinks out little puzzles, aren't you? Well, I've had one this morning that wants more thinking out than I'm able to give it.
You mean that something has happened since you arrived in London?
Well, nothing of any importance. Maybe it's only a joke. But it was this letter. If you can call it a letter. It reached me by the first post.
Sir Henry Baskerville, Northumberland Hotel, Charing Cross. Who knew you were going to stay there?
Well, no one. We only decided after I met Dr. Mortimer.
But presumably he was already staying there.
No, sir, no. I've been staying with a friend. There was no possible indication that we intended to stay at that hotel.
I see. Oh, somebody seems to be deeply interested in your movements. May I read the letter?
Please do. As you'll see, it's only a single sentence.
I notice it's made up of printed words pasted onto a sheet of foolscap. As you value your life or your reason, keep away from the moor. The word moor is written in ink. It's the only one.
Now, perhaps you'll tell me what in thunder's the meaning of that.
Watson, have you yesterday's Times?
Yes, I think so.
Might I trouble you for the inside page? The one with the leading articles?
Yes, I've got it. Ah, yes. There you are.
Thank you. Stands to reason that such legislation must no longer keep away from... Ah, yes. Yes, there's a capital article here on free trade. Listen, it stands to reason that such legislation must in the long run keep away wealth from the country, diminish the value of our imports, and lower the general conditions of life in this island. What do you think of that, Sir Henry?
Well, haven't we gone a bit off the trail?
On the contrary. If you read the whole of that article, you would, I'm sure, find all the words of your mysterious letter. The one sentence I had read you already gives us value, reason, keep away, from, and life.
You mean someone cut those words out of the paper and pasted them together?
All except the less common word, moor, which is the one word written in ink.
But, Mr. Holmes, that's incredible. How did you know it was the Times?
Knowledge of different types is elementary to the special expert in crime. Though I confess that once, when I was very young, I did confuse the Leeds Mercury with the Western Morning News, but the Times is entirely distinctive. Just let me see the note again.
Here.
Any watermarks? I wonder? No, I don't see any. Now, tell me, Sir Henry, has anything else of interest happened to you since you've been in London?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
You've not observed anyone following you or watching you?
I seem to have walked right into the thick of a dime novel. Now, why in thunder should anyone follow me or watch me?
We're coming to that. You've nothing else to report to us?
Well, no. Well, unless you think it's worth reporting that I've lost one of my boots.
Have you indeed?
Yes, I put them both outside my door last night, and there was only one there this morning. I couldn't get any sense out of the fellow who cleans them.
It seems a singularly useless thing to steal.
Oh, I told him it's bound to turn up again.
Now, look, gentlemen, it seems to me that I've spoken quite enough of the little I know. It's time you kept your promise and told me what we're all driving at.
I quite agree. Dr. Mortimer, will you be good enough to tell Sir Henry your story as you told it to us?
By all means. It begins, Sir Henry, with this manuscript, which has been in the possession of your family for generations.
Well, I seem to have come into an inheritance with a vengeance. Of course, I've heard of the hound since I was in the nursery, but I never thought of taking it seriously. But as to my uncle's death, I can't get it clear yet. You don't seem to have made up your minds whether it's a case for a policeman or a clergyman.
Precisely. The point we have to decide now, though, Sir Henry, is whether or not it's advisable for you to go to Baskerville Hall.
Why shouldn't I?
There seems to be danger.
You mean danger from the family fiend or danger from human beings?
That's what we have to find out.
Well, whichever it is, my answer's fixed. There is no devil in hell, Mr. Holmes, and there is no man on earth who can stop me going to the home of my own people, and you can take that as my final answer.
Bravo!
Now look, Mr. Holmes, I'd rather like a quiet hour to myself to think about all this.
Of course.
I'll go back to my hotel. Look, why don't you and Dr. Watson come and lunch with us there at 2 o'clock?
Oh, thank you. Is that convenient to you, Watson?
Very good.
Then you may expect us. Shall I have a cab?
No, I prefer to walk. If you'll join me, Dr. Mortimer?
With pleasure.
Well, then we'll meet again at 2. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Well, he seems a good enough chap. Quick, Watson, while I get my frock coat. Watch at the window and see which way they go.
What do you mean?
Of course. Isn't it clear there are people at their tails? We must shadow them and see what happens. Careful, Watson. They've stopped to look in the shop window. We'd better do the same. No, wait. Look at that handsome cab. It has stopped as well. It's following them. That's our man.
The cab?
Yes. Let's get a look at him. Oh, curse it. He's seen us. He's shouting to his cabby.
Let's run off.
Oh, useless. They've got too good a start. Oh, Watson. If you're an honest man, you can record this and set it against my successes.
Who was the man?
I've no idea. Did you see his face?
Oh, I saw the big black beard.
Quite so. Probably a false one to conceal his true features. He is at a disadvantage, though.
You mean he's put himself in the power of the cabman?
Exactly.
What a pity we didn't get the number.
My dear Watson, clumsy as I have been, you surely don't imagine that I neglected to get that. 2704 is our man. We must find out by wire the identity of the cabman and arrange to question him.
Well, what about Sir Henry and Dr. Mortimer?
Oh, there's no point in following them now. Come, Watson, the nearest telegraph office, and then we can drop into one of the Bond Street picture galleries and do a review.
Mr. Holmes. It's just as well you're here. It seems to me they're playing me for a sucker in this hotel. They'll find they've started to monkey with the wrong man.
Well, what's the trouble?
Well, the first boot has been put back, but now another one is gone.
Another one?
Yes, an old black one this time. It's the last thing I'll lose in this den of thieves. What do you make of it, Mr. Holmes?
I don't profess to understand it yet. This case of yours is very complex, Sir Henry. Did you know you were followed from my rooms this morning?
Followed? By whom?
Well, whoever he was, he informed the cabman that his name was Sherlock Holmes.
Good heavens.
Dr. Mortimer, have you among your acquaintances on Dartmoor any man with a black, full beard?
Let me see. Yes. Barrymore, Sir Charles's butler. He has just such a beard.
Who is this Barrymore?
Oh, his family have looked after the hall for 4 generations now.
Did Barrymore profit at all by Sir Charles's will, Sir Henry?
Yes, he and his wife had, £500 each.
Did they know it was coming to them?
Oh, yes. Sir Charles was fond of talking about his will.
That's very interesting.
I hope you don't suspect everyone who received a legacy from Sir Charles. I myself was left £1,000.
Indeed? And anyone else?
There were a number of small bequests to individuals and charities. The residue all went to Sir Henry here.
Sir Henry, how much was the residue?
£740,000.
Really? I had no idea that so gigantic a sum was involved. It's a stake for which a man might well play a desperate game. One more question, Dr. Mortimer. If anything happened to our young friend here, you'll forgive the unpleasant hypothesis, who would inherit the estate?
Some distant cousins named the Desmonds. James Desmond is an elderly clergyman in Westmoreland.
I see. Tell me, Sir Henry, have the mysterious events of the last few hours caused you to change your mind about Baskerville Hall?
Mr. Holmes, they have just made me all the more determined to go down there the very first moment I can.
Then I only make one provision. You certainly must not go alone.
Well, Dr. Mortimer's going with me.
But Dr. Mortimer has his practice to attend to, and his house is miles away from yours. With all the goodwill in the world, he may not be able to help you. Now, Sir Henry, you must take somebody with you. A trusty man who'll be always by your side.
Could you possibly come yourself, Mr. Holmes?
If matters come to a crisis, I should endeavor to be present in person. But my extensive practice and the constant appeals that reach me make it impossible for me to be away from London indefinitely.
Whom would you recommend, then?
If my friend Dr. Watson would take it. There is no man better worth having at your side when you're in a tight place. No man can say so more confidently than I.
Well, now, that's real kind of you, Dr. Watson. Look, if you'll come down to Baskerville Hall and see me through, I'll never forget it.
I'll come with pleasure. I don't know how I can employ my time better.
Excellent. Now, Watson, you will report very carefully to me. When a crisis comes, as it will do, I will direct you how to act.
Yes.
Could you start by Saturday?
Does that suit, Dr. Watson?
Oh, perfectly.
Then on Saturday, unless you hear to the contrary, we shall meet at the 10:30 train from Paris.
As the train sped out of Paddington, I looked back at the tall, austere figure of Holmes gazing after us. A pleasant journey it was. And in a very few hours, the brown earth had become ruddy, the brick changed to granite, and then over the green squares of the fields and the low curve of a wood, there rose in the distance a grey, melancholy hill with a strange, jagged summit.
There you are, Sir Henry. There's your first view of the moor.
Dartmoor. You know, I've been over a good part of the world, but I've never had a moment to compare with this.
This is your homecoming?
Yes, but it's more than that. This is where the men of my blood have lived for centuries. Up on those moors. And up there, too, there's something that has haunted them and driven them to their deaths. I know one thing, gentlemen. Whatever it is that lurks up there, whether it's man or fiend, it's not driving me away. I'm going to face it and beat it.
Pray God you may.
beautiful country, isn't it, Doctor?
Very beautiful. There's autumn in the air, though.
Hello? What's this?
What's the matter?
Look, up there on the skyline. Huh?
Oh, a man on horseback.
Oh, with a rifle.
Yes, he's watching our road. Perkins! What's that fellow doing up there with the gun?
Oh, there's a convict escaped from the prison, sir.
Oh?
Been out there 3 days now. Warders are watching every road. They've had no sign of him yet. Farmers about here don't like it, sir, and that's a fact.
Well, who is he then?
Selden, the Notting Hill murderer.
Who's he?
I expect Dr. Watson remembers.
Oh, I do indeed. Holmes took a great interest in it. It was a peculiarly brutal murder. The death sentence was commuted because there was some doubt as to the man's sanity.
And he's somewhere out there hiding in a burrow like a wild beast. That's all this moor needs, gentlemen. I don't know if it's my imagination, but it's getting mighty cold.
Welcome, Sir Henry. Welcome to Baskerville Hall.
Thank you. You are Barrymore, I take it?
I am, Sir Henry.
I see. Doctor, will you stay for dinner?
No, thank you, if you don't mind. My wife will be expecting me. I'd stay to show you over the house, but Barrymore will be a better guide than I.
Very well. Perkins, take Dr. Mortimer on, will you? Au revoir, then, Doctor, and thank you for all the help you've given me.
It's been a pleasure. Goodbye, then. Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Goodbye, Doctor.
If I can be of any service, don't hesitate to send for me, night or day.
Thank you.
Here, Rani.
Oh, Doctor, it's just as I imagined it. Rafters, oak paneling, stag's heads, coats of arms. Isn't it the very picture of an old family home?
Yeah.
And my people have lived here for 500 years.
Excuse me, Sir Henry.
Yes, Barrymore?
Would you wish dinner to be served at once, sir?
Is it ready?
In a very few minutes, sir. You will find hot water in your rooms.
Thank you.
Sir, my wife and I will be happy to stay with you until you've made fresh arrangements.
Fresh arrangements? Do you mean your wife and you want to leave?
Only when it's quite convenient to you, sir.
Well, I'd be sorry to start my life here by breaking an old family connection.
I feel that too, sir, and so does my wife.
Well, then what's the trouble?
To tell the truth, sir, we were both very much attached to Sir Charles, and his death gave us a shock and made these surroundings very painful to us. I'm afraid we could never be easy in our minds at Baskerville Hall again.
What do you plan to do?
Well, I've no doubt, sir, we shall succeed in establishing ourselves in some business. Sir Charles's generosity has given us the means to do it.
I see.
And now, sir, perhaps I'd better show you to your room.
That's the law. Then the law's wrong. I'm not going to argue. But I want to do you. You'll face me in court, and I'll jail you for 2 years. 15 minutes.
Good morning, Dr. Watson.
Oh, morning, Sir Henry.
Help yourself.
Yes, I'll have a little catering.
Well, this place doesn't look too bad, does it, with the morning sunlight streaming through the windows? It disturbed me a bit last night, I don't mind admitting. I expect we were tired and chilled and imagined it all.
No, not entirely.
What do you mean?
Did you happen to hear someone sobbing in the night?
Well, that's curious. I did hear something of the sort. I was half asleep, and I thought it was all a dream.
I heard it quite distinctly. A woman sobbing. Good morning, gentlemen.
Barrymore. Very good breakfast. Tell me, we both thought we heard a woman crying in the night. Do you know anything about it?
No, Sir Henry. There are only 2 women here at night. One is the scullery maid who sleeps in the west wing, and the other is my wife. It certainly wasn't her. Can I bring you more coffee, sir?
No, thank you.
Very good, Sir Henry. I don't believe him.
Why not?
I passed Mrs. Barrymore on my way downstairs. Her eyes were red and swollen. It must have been her.
Well, then her husband must have known.
Yeah, exactly. Then why didn't he say so? And why was she crying? She doesn't look an emotional type.
Do you think it was him following me in that cab in Regent Street?
We'll soon find out.
Oh, how?
When we left you after lunch in London, Holmes sent a telegram to Barrymore with strict instructions that it was to be delivered personally to Barrymore or returned. I thought I'd walk over to Grimpen Post Office and have a word with the postmaster. He'll give me something to report to Holmes. Do you feel like a walk?
No. I've got a lot of papers to attend to here. You go on your own. I'll see you back here for lunch.
And with this making off into the darkness, his lordship lets off speed.
I see what you're querying, sir. My boy took the telegram and gave it to Mrs. Barrymore.
Why not to Mr. Barrymore himself, as instructed?
He was up in the loft at the time.
Did anyone see him?
Well, surely his wife ought to know where he is. He got the telegram, didn't he? If there's any mistake, it's for Mr. Barrymore to complain.
Yes.
Excuse me, but isn't this Dr. Watson?
Yes, but I don't think I have...
Allow me to introduce myself. Stapleton of Merripit House.
Stapleton, how do you do, sir?
I expect you've heard my name from our mutual friend, Dr. Mortimer.
Yes.
I was just visiting him, and he pointed you out from the window of his surgery. We're homely folk on the moor, and don't wait for formal introductions.
Right, sir.
I hope Sir Henry is none the worse for his journey.
He's very well, thank you.
Excellent. You going back to Baskerville Hall now, Doctor?
That was my intention.
Then our roads lie together. And just over there, you can see the plume of smoke from here. That's where I live, Merripit House. It's only a moderate walk from the moor path. If you've a few minutes to spare, I should appreciate the honor of introducing you to my sister.
I promised to get back to lunch.
There was plenty of time.
Very well, then, I shall be delighted.
Oh, come along, then. It's a wonderful place, the moor. Never tire of it. You can't think what secrets it contains.
You know it well, then.
I've been here 2 years. The residents call me a newcomer, but my tastes led me to explore every part of the country round. As you can see, I'm a naturalist, and some of the locals laugh at my butterfly net and this tin I always carry with me.
You're a lepidopterist.
So, although I've only recently come here, I should think there are few men who know the moor better than I do.
But is it so hard to know?
Very hard. For instance, you see that great plain to the north with the hills behind it?
Well?
Do you observe anything remarkable about it?
It'll be a rare place for a gallop.
Naturally you'd think so. The thought has cost folk their lives before now. That is the great Grimpen Mire. A false step there means death to man or beast. Only yesterday I saw one of the moor ponies wander into it. He never came out.
Oh, how horrible.
It's dangerous to cross, even in the dry seasons. But after these autumn rains, it's an awful place. Yet I can find my way to the very heart of it and come back alive.
But why should you want to go to such a dreadful place?
Well, you see the hills beyond? They're really islands, cut off on all sides by the mire, which has crawled round them in the course of years.
I see, yes.
That is where the rare plants and butterflies are. There are 1 or 2 paths as an active man can take.
Well, I'll try my luck someday.
For God's sake, put such an idea out of your mind. You wouldn't have a chance. It's only by remembering very complex landmarks that I can do it.
Good heavens, what was that?
Queer place, the moor.
But what is it, man?
The peasants say it's the hound of the Baskervilles calling for its prey.
It's the weirdest thing I ever heard in my life, and even in India where...
Yes, it's rather an uncanny place altogether. Look at that hillside. What do you make of those circular rings of stone?
What are they? Sheep pens?
No, they're the homes of our worthy ancestors. Prehistoric man lived thickly on the moor, and no one in particular has lived there since. So we find all his little arrangements exactly as he left them. Those are his wigwams with the roof off. You can even see his hearth and his couch if you have the curiosity to go inside.
It's quite a town. When was it inhabited?
Neolithic man. No date. Oh, excuse me. Did you see that butterfly? It's a cyclopedes. Very rare. You scarcely ever see them in autumn. I must try and get it.
I say, Mr. Stapleton, do be careful. You tell me how dangerous it... Well, he knows what he's doing.
Sir.
Good heavens, I didn't hear it.
Go back. Go straight back to London.
Why should I go back?
I can't explain, but for God's sake, do what I ask you. Go back and never set foot on the moor again.
But I've only just come.
Quiet. My brother's coming back. Not a word of what I said. Would you mind getting me that orchid among the mare's tails? We're very rich in orchids on the moor, though it's getting rather late for them.
Beryl?
Oh, you've introduced yourselves, I see.
Yes, I was telling Sir Henry that the orchids are nearly over.
That's not Sir Henry Baskerville.
No,
only a humble commoner. I'm his friend, Dr. Watson.
Then we've been talking at cross purposes.
Why, you hadn't very much time for talk.
I talked as if Dr. Watson were a resident instead of just a visitor. It can't matter to him whether it's early or late for orchids. Never mind. Do please come and see Merripit House, Doctor.
No, really, thank you. I promised Sir Henry he'll be waiting for me. Ah, well, it must be a pleasure deferred. Au revoir, Dr. Watson. Goodbye, sir. Come, Beryl. My dear Holmes, I waited until tonight to finish this letter to you, as I did not wish to arouse Henry's curiosity or alarm. I mentioned to him that I had met the Stapletons, but not that she had whispered to me this strange warning, thinking that I was Sir Henry myself. Stapleton, I learned, was a schoolmaster in the north, whose school was running well till an epidemic killed 3 of the boys, and they never recovered from the blow. Sir Henry's in excellent spirits. We've been sitting over the fire and talking, with the portraits of the Baskerville ancestors looking down on us. It's now nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. Who's that? Ah, Sir Henry. Anything wrong?
I'm not sure. There was a creaking in the passage outside. Did you not hear it?
Oh, I thought it was just the timbers working. It's a very rough night.
No. Someone went down the passage. I saw a candle and a shadow.
Well, let's go and see.
Yes. He went this way, round that corner. Come on.
I'm with you.
There you are. There's a light in one of those rooms. They're all empty. I went round them this morning. Shall we surprise him now?
You stay here. I'll go and see.
What's he doing?
Seems to be signaling with a candle, I should think, and staring out over the moor. My dear Holmes, little more of consequence to report this morning. No more nocturnal wanderings. And today, Mr. Stapleton and his handsome sister are joining us for luncheon with Dr. Mortimer.
You know, Stapleton, I think this Notting Hill fellow must have got away, don't you?
I'm inclined to agree. What on earth can he be living on out there? Unless he's catching the moor sheep.
Well, I hope he has got away. The outlying farmers will sleep the better for it.
But Miss Stapleton...
Yes, Sir Henry?
Well, what about you? I mean, I understand your house is very isolated. I wish you'd let me send over Perkins, my groom, to sleep at your house till we know it's all well.
Well, I think
No, Sir Henry. You're very kind, but I won't hear of it. The fellow's either left the district or else he's stumbled into Grimpen Mire.
As you please, Mr. Stapleton. Miss Stapleton, would you care for a little more wine?
No, thank you, Sir Henry.
Holmes, a new complication. If we had not enough, Sir Henry had shown an obvious attachment to Mr. Stapleton's sister. This was clear enough at our first luncheon party, of which I wrote to you earlier, and equally clear was Mr. Stapleton's hostility. Now the thing has moved further. A meeting on the moors between Sir Henry and the sister, interrupted with angry words by the jealous Mr. Stapleton. Otherwise, nothing, but we listen every night for Barrymore to repeat his strange behavior. Not too easy in an old house like this to know a human footstep from the creaking of the timbers. But next time...
Yes? Watson. Uh-huh? He's gone to that room again. I'm going to challenge him. Bring your revolver.
Very well.
Ready? Yes. Hey, Barrymore! What are you doing here?
Nothing, sir. Nothing. It was the window. I go around at night to see that they're fastened.
On the second floor. Now, look here, Barrymore. We're going to have the truth out of you. What were you doing at that window?
I wasn't doing no harm, sir. He must have been holding that candle as a signal. Give it to me, Barrymore. It's not a signal, sir. Give me that candle. Now let us see if there's any answer. There. Look. There it is. By Jove, yes.
Rascal. He still denies the signal?
It's my business, not yours.
Then why thunder you'll leave my employment in the morning? Come, Watson. Bring your revolver.
I have it with me.
I'm going to take that man out there, whoever he may be. This is bitter wind, Watson.
Yeah.
Now, where was that answering light, do you think?
Further up, I feel sure, by the Neolithic hut circle.
Good heavens. What's that, Watson?
I don't know. I heard it once before. It's a sound they have on the moor.
Watson, it was the cry of a hound. The hound of the Baskervilles. Now, Barrymore, to whom were you signaling? Dr. Watson and I go out onto the moor and find some filthy remnants of food and shelter. Who left them there?
Don't ask me, Sir Henry. Don't ask me. I give you my word, sir. It's not my secret.
Thunder, Barrymore. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Your family has lived with mine under this roof for over 100 years. And here I find you deep in some plot against me.
No. No, sir. Not against you.
Mrs. Barrymore, why have you come here?
Oh, let me speak, sir.
No good, Eliza. We have to go. That's the end of it. You can pack our things.
Oh, John. It's my doing, Sir Henry. He's done nothing except for my sake. I asked him to do it.
Well, speak out then. What does it mean?
My brother is starving out there on the moor.
Your brother?
We can't let him perish at our very gate, sir. Our light is a signal we have food for him.
Then your brother is...
The escaped convict, sir. Selden. The criminal.
Incredible. Is this true, Barrymore?
It is, Sir Henry, every word of it.
Well, I can't blame you for standing by your own wife, but you must see the man's a public danger.
I give you my word, sir. He'll never trouble anybody in this country again.
Well, how can you say that?
In a very few days, sir, he'll be on his way to South America. If he can only lie quiet till the ship's ready for him. I beg you not to let the police know he's still on the moor.
What do you say, Watson?
Well, if he were safely out of the country, it would relieve the taxpayer of a burden.
Yes, that's true, I suppose. I guess we're aiding and abetting a felony, eh, Watson?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
All the same, I don't feel now I can give the man up, and that's an end of it.
Oh, sir.
Sir Henry.
Yes? What is it now?
You've been so kind to us, sir, that I should like to do the best I can in return. I know something.
What do you mean?
It's about poor Sir Charles's death, sir.
What? Do you know how he died?
No, sir, I don't know that.
Well, what then?
I know why he was at the gate.
Why? Why?
To meet a woman.
A woman?
Yes, sir.
Well, what was her name?
I can't give you that, sir, but I can give you her initials. They were L.L.
How do you know that?
Well, sir, your uncle had a letter that morning. It was from Coon Tracy and addressed in a woman's hand.
Well?
I thought no more of the matter, sir, but the other day my wife was cleaning out Sir Charles's study, and she found the ashes of a burned letter in the back of the grate. Most of it was charred to pieces, but there was just one slip you could still read.
Well, what did it say?
Tell Sir Henry, Eliza.
It said, "Please, please, as you are a gentleman, burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock. And the initials were L.L.
And you've no idea who L.L. is?
No, sir.
Very good, Barrymore. You and your wife may go.
Thank you, sir. And God bless you, sir.
L.L.
I will not drop my combat boots on the floor.
Good day, Doctor.
Ah, Dr. Mortimer. Hello.
Been taking a walk?
Yes, I've been right round the Black Tor.
Oh, let me give you a lift home, then.
Oh, thank you.
That old reserve bullet does bother me occasionally.
Ah, yes. Very damp down here, of course.
Yep.
I'm very upset, Dr. Watson. My spaniel has disappeared. Oh, yes, little curly-haired chap. Wandered off into the moor and never came back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any news of Sherlock Holmes?
Well, very little. He acknowledges my reports, but he doesn't say much. Oh, Mortimer, you know, is there a woman living around here with the initials L.L.?
Not that I know of. L.L. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, of course there is. Laura Lyons of Coombe Tracy.
Who is she?
Married some artist fellow called Lyons who came sketching on the moors. He walked out on her and now the poor girl hasn't a penny.
How does she live?
Several have helped her. Stapleton, Sir Charles. So have I. She's managed to start a little typewriting business. Why do you ask?
Oh, just curiosity. Mrs. Lyons?
I don't think we've met, Mr...
Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? It was about the late Sir Charles Baskerville that I've come to see you.
What can I tell you about him?
You knew him, didn't you?
Yes. I owe a great deal to his kindness.
Did you correspond with him?
What is the object of this interrogation?
To avoid a public scandal.
Yes. I did write once or twice to Sir Charles to acknowledge his generosity.
How did he know enough about your affairs to be able to help you?
Through my friend, Mr. Stapleton.
Did you ever write to Sir Charles asking him to meet you?
Really, sir? That's an extraordinary question.
I'm sorry, madam. I must repeat it.
Then I answer, certainly not.
Not on the very day of Sir Charles's death?
No.
Surely your memory deceives you. Didn't you write, please burn this letter and be at the gate by 10 o'clock?
Is there no such thing as a gentleman?
You do Sir Charles an injustice, madam. He did burn the letter, but sometimes a letter may be legible in part even when burned.
I see.
You admit now that you wrote it?
Yes. I believed that if I could see him, I could gain his help.
Well, what happened when you got there?
I never went.
Mrs. Lyons.
I swear it on all I hold sacred. Something intervened to prevent my going.
What?
That is a private matter.
Why were you so pressing that Sir Charles should destroy the letter?
Dr. Watson, I've told you, the matter is a private one.
All the more reason to avoid a public investigation.
You probably know that I made a rash marriage and have had reason to regret it.
Yes, I've heard something of the kind.
My husband has made my life one incessant persecution.
Oh, dear.
I'd learned that there was a possibility of regaining my freedom if certain expenses could be met. And I thought that if Sir Charles heard the story from my own lips, he might help me.
Then why didn't you go?
Because I received help in the interval from another source.
Then why didn't you write to Sir Charles and explain?
I was going to. Then the next morning, I heard that he had died.
Watson, I thought you got lost on the moors. Come on, your lunch is waiting for you.
No, thank you. No, I didn't get lost. I was driving back from Mrs. Lyons, and Mortimer stopped me. Said he'd forgotten to tell me that he has observed a boy go up every day towards those stone huts on the hill. Regular as clockwork.
That's odd. Oh, Barrymore. Dr. Watson's here now.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and Barrymore. Do you know anything about a boy going up on the moors? Is he anything to do with that precious relation of yours?
No, sir. I think he takes food to that other man.
What other man?
I don't know, sir. Selden says he's not a convict. He says he's living in one of those stone huts, and the boy brings him up food from one of the villages.
But he doesn't know who he is?
No, sir. He doesn't like it. Neither do we, sir, I can tell you. Waiting for something, he seems to be. It's foul play somewhere, sir, I'll swear it.
What else can it be?
Do you think it's that same fellow who was following you about in London? I'd better send a report by telegraph. No, I'll do better than that. I'll go up onto the moor this evening.
Well, I'll come with you.
No, I can't permit it. That was Holmes's last word to me. Keep him off the moor, especially after dark. And it'll be close on dark by the time I get there.
But, my dear fellow...
Don't worry, I'll take my revolver. There's only one hut there with a roof on, that'll be the one. I'll creep up and surprise him. Or if he isn't there, I'll sit and wait for him.
He's probably dangerous.
I can look after myself. You realize, Sir Henry, this fellow may be the key to the whole mystery? He gave us the slip in Regent Street thanks to his handsome cab. Well, he won't do it up there. Ha, who knows? For once I may succeed where even Holmes has failed. The sun was already sinking when I reached the summit. Down beneath me, in the cleft, was a circle of old stone huts. One with sufficient roof to act as a screen against the weather. I went down to it, threw away my cigarette, closed my hand on my revolver, and went in. It was empty. But there were ample signs that this was where the man lived. With tingling nerves, I sat in the dark recesses of the hut and waited for the coming of its tenant. Then, at last, I heard it. At last.
It's a lovely evening, Watson. I really think you'd be more comfortable outside than in.
Holmes! Holmes!
And please be careful with that revolver.
Oh, my dear Holmes, I was never more glad to see anyone in my life. How did you know I was in there?
Watson, if you seriously desire to surprise me, you must change your tobacconist.
Oh, my cigarette in?
Yes. You threw it down, no doubt, at that supreme moment when you charged into the empty house.
Holmes, how in the name of wonder did you get here? I thought you were in Baker Street working on that case of blackmailing.
That was what I wished you to.
So you use me but don't trust me. I think I've deserved better at your hands, Holmes.
Oh, my dear fellow, you've been invaluable as always. You must forgive me. If I'd been with you, it would have put our opponents on their guard.
So my reports have all been wasted?
Not a bit of it. I made excellent arrangements. Your reports were only delayed one day on their way. So unless anything of consequence has happened today...
then at least I have some news for you. I've been over to see a Mrs. Laura Lyons at Coombe Tracy.
Well done. We've obviously been working on parallel lines. What did you learn?
Well, she made an appointment with Sir Charles at the gate. She admits that. She wanted money to help her divorce. But she never went. Something happened to make her change her mind, but she wouldn't tell me what. She also said that she first got in touch with Sir Charles through Stapleton.
Now that's important. It bridges the gap. You're aware, I suppose, that there's a close intimacy between the lady and Stapleton?
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's no doubt about it. Now, this puts a very powerful weapon into our hands. If I can only use it to detach Stapleton's wife...
His wife?
Why, yes. The lady who passes for his sister is his wife.
Good heavens, why the elaborate deception?
Because he foresaw that she'd be more used to him as a free woman.
Then, is he our enemy? Was it he who dogged us in London?
So I read the riddle.
And the warning letter, that must have come from her.
Exactly.
But Holmes, how do you know this woman's his wife?
Because he so far forgot himself as to give you a true piece of autobiography when he first met you. There's no one easier to trace than a schoolmaster.
Then where does Mrs. Laura Lyons come in?
That's where your interviewer shed a light. I didn't know about her projected divorce. It means that if she thought Stapleton was unmarried, she counted no doubt on becoming his wife.
And when she's undeceived?
Why, then, we may find the lady of service. But don't you think you're away from your charge rather long, Watson? It's dark already. Your place is at Baskerville Hall.
Holmes, one last question. What's the meaning of it all? What's Stapleton after?
It is murder, Watson. Refined, cold-blooded, deliberate murder. Don't ask me for particulars. My nets are closing on him even as his are on Sir Henry. He's almost at our mercy.
My God, what's that?
Where is it? The hound! Great heavens, if we're too late. Come, Watson, come! You hear that?
Oh, no, surely not.
Fool that I want to hold my hand, and you, Watson. See what comes of abandoning your charge. By heaven, if the worst has happened, we'll avenge him. Come quickly, let's find him.
Yes. Yes. It's Sir Henry, poor devil. Do you remember? That's the suit he wore when he first came to our rooms in Baker Street.
Yes, indeed. Oh, his skull's crushed. Oh, the brute! Holmes, I shall never forgive myself.
I'm more to blame than you, Watson. But how could I know that he'd risked his life on the moor in the face of all my warnings?
Well, this brute of a hound that drove him to death. He may be lurking among the rocks at this very moment. We're safe. He shall answer for this.
He shall. I'll see to that.
Well, there's a light in his cottage. Why don't we go and seize him at once?
No. Our case is not complete. One false move and he may escape us yet. All we can do now is to perform the last offices for our poor friend. Come on, Watson.
Yes. Help me to turn him over onto his back.
And then we can... Good heavens, Holmes, are you mad?
Watson, look! This man has a beard.
Beard?
It's not the baronet at all. It's...
Why? Is my neighbor the convict?
The suit. It's Sir Henry's. You said so. Oh, of course. Now I see it. He gave Barrymore some of his suits, and Barrymore must have passed them on to Selden.
Then the clothes have been the poor fellow's death. Obviously, the hound was laid on from some article of Sir Henry's.
The boot that was stolen at the hotel?
Probably. There's one curious thing, though. It was dark. So how did Selden know the hound was on his trail?
Must have heard it.
That wouldn't make a hard man like Selden scream with terror. How did he know?
Hello, Watson. What's this? Here's Stapleton himself, by all that's wonderful and audacious. Careful now, not a word to show your suspicions.
Why, Dr. Watson, that's you, is it not?
Yes.
You're the last person I should have expected to see on the moor at this time of night. But, dear me, what's this? Somebody hurt? Not... Don't tell me it's our friend, Sir Henry. What a terrible... Who's this?
Selden. The man who escaped from Princetown.
Oh, dear me, but how?
He appears to have broken his neck by falling over these rocks. My friend and I were strolling on the moor when we heard a cry.
So did I. That's what brought me out. I was uneasy about Sir Henry.
Why about Sir Henry in particular?
Because I had suggested he should come over.
I see.
By the way, did you hear anything else besides a cry?
No. Did you?
No.
What do you mean, then?
Oh, you know the stories the peasants tell about a phantom hound. I wondered if there was any evidence of such a sound tonight.
No, we heard nothing of the kind.
What's your theory of this poor fellow's death, Mr. Holmes?
You are quick at identification.
We've been expecting you in these parts since Dr. Watson came down. You're in time to see a tragedy.
Yes, indeed. I shall take an unpleasant remembrance back with me to London tomorrow.
You'll return tomorrow?
That is my intention.
I do hope your visit has cast some light on these occurrences that are puzzling us all.
One cannot always have the success for which one hopes. It has not been a satisfactory case.
I would suggest carrying this poor fellow back to my house, but it'd give my sister such a fright. So I think if we put something over his face, he'll be safe until morning.
Yes. His coat. But we must inform the authorities. And now our place is with Sir Henry.
And I must return to my sister. She'll be nervous there on her own. Good night, then, Mr. Holmes.
Goodbye, sir.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Well, Susan. What a nerve the fellow has. We're at close grips at last.
Sorry he's seen you.
So was I at first, but there was no getting out of it.
How will it affect him, do you think?
It may make him more cautious, or it may drive him to desperate measures. Like most clever criminals, he may be too confident and imagine he's completely deceived us.
What will you do now? Come up to the hall?
Yes.
Yes, I see no reason for further concealment. But one last word, Watson. Say nothing of the hound to Sir Henry. Let him think Selden's death was a Stapleton would have us believe.
When we arrived, I had the unpleasant task of breaking the news of Selden's death to the Barrymores. To him, it may have been an unmitigated relief, but she wept bitterly in her apron. Evil indeed is the man who has not one woman to mourn him. Sir Henry raised his eyebrows when he found that Holmes had no luggage and no explanation for his absence, but between us we soon supplied his wants and sat down to a belated supper.
I've been moping about the house all day since Watson here went off in the morning. If I hadn't sworn not to go out alone, I might have accepted Stapleton's invitation and had a more lively evening.
You might have indeed. Sir Henry, I don't suppose you appreciate that we've been mourning over you under the impression you'd broken your neck.
What's that?
This poor wretch was dressed in your clothes. I fear your servant who gave them to him may be in trouble with the police.
No, I don't think so. There was no mark on them, as far as I know.
That's lucky for him. In fact, it's lucky for all of you. What? Yes, you're all on the wrong side of the law. Do you know, I'm not sure that as a conscientious detective, my first duty isn't to arrest the whole household. Really? Watson's reports are very incriminating documents.
But how about the case? If you can muzzle that hound and put him on a chain, I'll be ready to swear that you're the greatest detective of all time.
I think I can do it. If you give me your help.
I'll do whatever you tell me.
Very good. I shall ask you to do it blindly, without asking the reason.
Just as you like.
If you'll do this, I think the chances are that...
What's the matter, Holmes?
I was admiring your family portraits. They are all family portraits.
The West Indies. And the man with the blue coat and roll of paper is Sir William Baskerville, who was chairman of committees in the House of Commons under Pitt.
And this cavalier in the black velvet and the lace.
That's the cause of all the mischief. The wicked Hugo, who started the hound of the Baskervilles. We're not likely to forget him.
Dear me. He seems a quiet, meek-mannered man, but I dare say there was a lurking devil in his eyes. I had pictured him as a more robust and ruffianly person.
No, that's him, all right. The name and date are on the back of the canvas. Well, I think we could manage another bottle of hock, don't you?
Oh, thank you.
I'll go and fetch it from the cellar. I won't bother Barrymore tonight. His wife's so upset with the news about Selden.
What's it mean? That portrait of Hugo Baskerville. Look at it carefully. Is it like anyone you know?
Oh, something to say, Henry, about the jaw.
Just a suggestion, perhaps, but wait a minute. Now then, if I cover the broad-plumed hat and the long ringlets, so. Now look at it.
Good heavens, it's stapled.
You can see it now.
Yes.
My eyes have been trained to examine faces and not their trimming.
But this is marvelous. It might be his portrait.
Yes, it's an interesting example of a throwback, both physical and spiritual.
The fellow's a Baskerville.
Really?
With designs on the succession.
Yes. We have him, Watson. We have him. A pin, a cork, and a card, and we add him to the Baker Street collection.
Here we are. Well, you look like a general planning a battle with his chief of staff.
That's exactly the situation.
Well, what are my orders?
I understand that tomorrow night you are engaged to dine with the Stapletons.
Yes. Yes, they're very hospitable people.
Oh, thank you.
I hope you'll come too.
Oh, I'm afraid Watson and I must go to London.
To London? Tomorrow?
Yes, I think we shall be more useful there at the moment.
Well, I'd hoped you were going to see me through this business.
My dear fellow, you must trust me implicitly. Tell your friends that we should have been happy to come with you, but that urgent business has called us to town. Will you give them that message?
Well, if you insist, Mr. Holmes.
One more direction. I want you to drive to Merripit House, but send your trap back and let them know you intend to walk home.
What's that, Holmes? Walk home alone across the moor?
Yes.
But that's the very thing you told me not to do.
This time you must. I have every confidence in your nerve and courage, or I wouldn't suggest it. It's essential that you should do it.
Then I shall do it.
But whatever you do, stick to the path. that leads from Merripit House to the Grimpen Road. Don't leave that path for an instant, as you value your life.
The next morning, the trap took us to the station of Coombe Tracy. But instead of taking the train, Holmes inquired at the station master's office and was given a telegram.
What have you got there, Holmes?
Capital. Listen, Watson. Wire received, coming down with unsigned warrant, arrived 5:40, Lestrade.
You've sent for Lestrade?
Yes. He is the best of the professionals. I think we may need him.
So we're not going to London?
No. But everything depends on Sir Henry believing that we have gone. All we have to do is to keep out of the way. And I think we might well employ our time by calling on your acquaintance, Mrs. Laura Lyons. When she learns of the deception that Stapleton practiced on her, I think the result may be of interest to us.
His wife? What do you mean, his wife? Mr. Stapleton is not a married man.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mrs. Lyons.
Prove it to me. Prove it to me, and if you can...
I've come prepared to do so. Here is a photograph of the couple taken in York 4 years ago.
Let me see.
It's endorsed Mr. and Mrs. Vandeleur. But you have no difficulty in recognizing him. Her, too, if you know of our sight.
Mr. Holmes, this man offered me marriage if I could get a divorce from my husband. He has lied to me.
He has indeed.
Ask me what you like. I'll hold nothing back.
Very well. Was the sending of the letter to Sir Charles suggested to you by Stapleton?
He dictated it.
So that you could meet the legal expenses of your divorce?
Yes.
And then, after you had sent the letter, he dissuaded you from keeping the appointment?
Yes. He told me it would hurt his self-respect if anyone else found the money.
And later, after Sir Charles's death, he made you remain silent about your appointment?
He said that if I spoke, I should be suspected of murder.
Well, I think on the whole you've had a very fortunate escape. You had him in your power, and he knew it. And yet you're alive.
I still can't believe it.
I assure you, Mrs. Lyons, for several months you've been walking on the edge of a precipice. Now I must wish you good morning. There he is. Good evening, Lestrade.
Holmes. Good evening to you. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Lestrade?
Got anything good, gentlemen?
The biggest thing for years. Well, we have 2 hours before we need think of starting. I think we might employ it in getting some dinner, don't you?
Suits me.
And then, Lestrade, we'll take the London fog out of your throat by giving you a breath of the pure night air of Dartmoor.
Well, I've never been on Dartmoor.
Well, I don't suppose you'll forget your first visit. Come along. You can stop here, driver. We'll proceed on foot from this point. Now, I'll settle with the driver and send him off. Now then, driver, thank you for a very pleasant...
My word, Doctor. Yes, got a bite to it.
We're on the open moor.
There's dampness in it, too, though.
Yes, well, just down there is the great Grimpen Mire.
Where the fog is?
That's right. One of the most dangerous places on Dartmoor.
Are you armed, Lestrade?
As long as I have my trousers, I have a hip pocket. As long as I have a hip pocket, I have something in it. But you're mighty close about this affair, Mr. Holmes. What's the game?
A waiting game.
My word, it's not a very cheerful place, is it? Just dark and empty, except for that light over there.
That's Merripit House, and the end of our journey. Now, I'll lead the way along the moor path. I must ask you to walk on tiptoe, and not to raise your voices. an admirable screen.
We have to wait here?
Yes, this will be our little ambush. Get into this hollow, Lestrade.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Now, Watson, you've been inside the house. You know the lie of the land. Creep forward quietly and see what they're doing. And for heaven's sake, don't let them know that they're watched.
All right, Holmes.
Well, Watson?
Stapleton and Sir Henry are sitting there smoking cigars. Stapleton's doing the talking.
Where's the lady?
I didn't see her. What? Stapleton got up at one point and went to an outhouse in the corner of the orchard. He unlocked it and went in with a curious scuffling noise.
How long was he there?
Only a minute or two, and then he went back and rejoined Sir Henry. Mr. Holmes, it looks as if that fog is coming up from the mire.
I know, Lestrade, confound it. It's the one thing on earth I didn't bargain for.
Serious, Holmes?
Very serious indeed. It could ruin all our plans. What's the time?
10 o'clock. He can't be long now.
His life depends on his coming out before the fog is over that path. If he isn't out in a few minutes, the path will be covered. We shan't be able to see our hands in front of us.
Shall we move further back on the higher ground?
No. We daren't take the risk of his being overtaken before we can help him. At all costs, we must remain where we are. Oh, God. Why doesn't he come? Ah, there's the front door. He's coming now. Quiet.
Thank you. So it will be all right? Yes, of course. I'll find my way. Good night. Good night.
Here he comes. Shall we call to him? No. Have your pistols ready.
All right, Mr. Holmes. He stopped.
Has he heard something? No. He's coming on. There he is. Looking over his shoulder. He's terrified.
Holmes, why don't we let him know we're here?
No, I said no. This is the moment, Watson, the supreme moment. Quiet.
The hound! He's coming after him. But where? Oh, confound this fog!
Holmes, look there! In his mouth, eyes! The thing's on fire!
Merciful God!
It's somebody out of hell!
There! He's on him!
Got it!
Well done, Watson. The thing's mortal. If we can wound it, we can kill him. Come on now, both of you. Go with you, Sir Henry.
It's dead. Watson, see to Sir Henry.
Oh, he's fainted. He'll recover, though. We were just in time.
Here's a flask of brandy.
Oh, thank you, Lestrade. Get some of this, Dennis. Steady, steady. You're all right. Come. Have a little more.
My God. What was it? In heaven's name, what was it?
Whatever it was, it's dead. We've laid the family ghost once and for all.
Look at the size of the brute.
Oh, those dreadful flames. Even now, the mouth's on fire. And the eyes.
Look at the eyes.
Oh, don't worry. It's phosphorus. Look, I've got it in my fingers now.
Phosphorus?
Yes, and a very cunning preparation of it. There's no smell to interfere with the animal's power of scent. Oh, Sir Henry, we owe you a deep apology. I was prepared for a hound, but not for such a creature as this.
You saved my life.
Having first endangered.
Watson, give me another mouthful of that brandy.
Come on, here we are. Have a good swig. That's it.
Oh, that's better. That's better. Now, you'll help me up a little. Yes, thank you.
Stand right.
Yes, thank you. What do you propose to do now?
To leave you here. You're not fit for further adventures tonight. If you wait, one or other of us will go back with you to the hall.
Right.
Now, we must finish our work. We have our case. We only want our man. Watson, Lestrade, come along. Every moment's of importance to Merripit House.
Right,
Wiser people must decide. I know you are... As I thought. Not a sign of him. He'll have heard our shots and escaped.
This door's locked.
Keep still. Listen. Did you hear that? Stand aside and be ready to rush in. I'm going to kick this lock.
Oh, Mrs. Stapleton.
Oh, the poor wretch. Quick, Watson. Help me untie her. Get that gag out of her mouth.
Holmes. Oh, look at that whiplash on her neck. The brute.
Yeah, madam. Sip this brandy.
Has he escaped?
He cannot escape us, madam.
Then I mean Sir Henry.
Yes.
And the hound?
Dead.
Thank God. Thank God. Oh. See how he's treated me? I hate him.
Then help us. Tell us where we can find him.
There's only one place he can have fled to. The old tin mine.
Where?
On an island in the heart of the mire. That's where he kept the hound, and that's where he'll be.
But look at the fog. No one could find his way into Grimpen Mire tonight.
Yes, he couldn't see the guided wands tonight.
What do you mean, ma'am?
We planted them together to mark the pathway through the mire.
I see.
Oh, if only I could have plucked them out today. Then you'd have him at your mercy.
Well, it's no use our going after him till the fog lifts. Lestrade, will you stay on here?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, we must take Sir Henry back to Baskerville Hall. Mrs. Stapleton, if the weather has cleared, we will call for you tomorrow morning.
The next morning, Mrs. Stapleton guided Holmes, Lestrade, and myself to the edge of the bog. We left her standing on the firm, peaty soil and began to follow the small wands that showed the zigzagging path through the foul quagmire. Its grip clutched at our heels as we walked, as if some malignant hand were tugging us down.
We're nearly there, Watson. Here comes for that, Lestrade. Give me a good firm London pavement every time.
Hello?
What?
Look, Watson. There's something in the mud. Just to the right.
Yeah, now leave it, Holmes. You'll get caught. Look out, sir.
Give me a hand.
Look at this. An old boot. Why risk your life for that, sir?
Look at the maker's name, Watson.
Yes. Myers, Toronto.
Exactly. Wasn't that worth a mud bath? Sir Henry's missing boot. The one that was stolen from his London hotel. Stapleton must have used it to set the hound on his track and then thrown it away in his flight when he knew the game was up.
He got as far as here, then?
Yes. Come on. Let's see what else we can learn.
Let's see. It can't be that far now.
But more than that, we were never destined to know. When we reached the firmer ground, we looked eagerly about us. There were many traces of Stapleton's habitation. The chain where the animal was kept, the bones that it gnawed, the remains even of Mortimer's poor little curly-haired spaniel, and the tin of luminous paint that had been used to make the hound glow with fire. But of the man himself, no sign met our eyes. If the earth told a true story, then he never reached that island of refuge. Somewhere in the foul slime of Grimpenmire, this cold and cruel-hearted man is forever buried. Towards the end of November, Sir Henry Baskerville and Dr. Mortimer were in London, on the first stage of a voyage round the world to calm Sir Henry's shattered nerves. They called on us one raw and foggy afternoon, and the four of us sat and talked round a cheerful fire in our sitting room in Baker Street.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. There are still one or two things about the case that puzzle me.
I'll do my best to clarify them.
Well, was Stapleton really a relative of mine?
Oh, yes, beyond all question. He was the son of Roger Baskerville, old Sir Charles's younger brother, who fled under a cloud to South America.
Ah. And Mrs. Stapleton?
She was a Costa Rican beauty by name Beryl Garcia. He stole some money, changed his name to Vandeleur, and brought her to England with him.
And was his knowledge of lepidoptera all a pretense?
He seemed such an expert.
No, that was the one true thing about him. The British Museum recognized him as an authority. Why, he even has a moth named after him. The Vandeleur.
Tell me, where on earth did he find that fearsome hound?
In London. He bought it from Ross and Mangles, the dealers in Fulham Road. He took it down by the North Devon line and walked it over the moor so as to get it home without exciting notice. But then one thing upset his plans. He had to decoy Sir Charles onto the moor at night, but his wife refused to help him. Threats and even, I'm sorry to say, blows failed to move her. So, as we know, he laid his plot with Mrs. Laura Lyons.
But did neither of these ladies suspect anything?
Probably both did. But they were both under his influence. And his main accomplice was a dumb animal who could never give him away.
Indeed.
Then your arrival on the scene, Sir Henry, brought him to London with his wife. He dared not leave her behind.
Then she sent me that note of warning.
Yes. I knew all along that it had been sent by a woman.
How could you know that?
Do you remember when I examined that piece of notepaper for watermarks?
Yes.
In doing so, I was conscious of the scent known as white jessamine. It's very necessary for the criminal expert to be able to distinguish between the 75 perfumes.
Mr. Holmes, tell me, was Mrs. Stapleton in love with her husband?
She certainly feared him. She may have loved him. The two are by no means incompatible. But on the day of the crisis, she turned against him. Well, now, gentlemen, may I suggest that for the rest of the evening we turn our thoughts into more pleasant channels? I have a box for Les Huguenots.
Oh.
Have you heard the Dureskis?
No, I
Well,
don't.
perhaps we can stop at Marcini's for a little dinner on the way.
That was The Hound of the Baskervilles by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, adapted for radio by Felix Felton. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Mr. Stapleton by Michael Bilton, Sir Henry Baskerville by Manning Wilson, Dr. Mortimer by Kenneth Dyte, Beryl Stapleton by Dorrit Wells, Laura Lyons by Shirley Cooklin, Barrymore by Charles Simon, Eliza Barrymore by Gladys Spencer, Lestrade by Humphrey Morton, Perkins by William Edel, and The Postmaster by Anthony Hall. The recorded production was by Robin Midgley.
Let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court. And there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared, and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humor thus comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, King.
Today, and again next Sunday at the same time, the Columbia Workshop, radio's foremost laboratory of writing and production techniques, has the honor to present the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England. Their first radio appearance in the United States a special hour and one-half arrangement of The Tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, with Laurence Olivier in the role of Richard and Ralph Richardson as the narrator. The musical score is original with and is conducted by Herbert Menges. The Old Vic Theater Company is directed by John Burrow, who has, for these workshop broadcasts, the association of Richard Sanville of CBS. The text was prepared for radio by James and Elizabeth Hart.
Richard III is the final play in Shakespeare's great historical cycle, which depicts the rise and fall of the royal house of Plantagenet. It is the bloodiest chapter in a chronicle which abounds in bloodshed, the darkest scene in a dark panorama of hate, treachery, and ambition turned to mania. Yet the greatest part of Richard III's action takes place in the first period of real peace that England had known for a century. The interminable wars with France were over. Just over, too, was the long and terrible struggle for the English crown between the Lancastrian and the Yorkist branches of the royal house, called the Wars of the Roses. If Richard III touches deeper chords of terror than the preceding plays, the reason is not to be found in the greater violence of the historic events it traces, but in the character of Richard himself. Here is Richard.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this sun of York. And all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths, our bruised arms hung up for monuments, our stern alarums changed to merry meetings, our dreadful marches to delightful measures. Grim-visaged war has smoothed his wrinkled front. And now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. But I, that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped and want love's majesty to strut before a wanton ambling nymph, I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world, scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable that dogs bark at me as I halt by them. Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb, and for I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to heap an envious mountain on my back, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos or an unlicked bare whelp that carries no impression like the dam. Why, I, in this weak piping time of peace, have no delight to pass away the time, unless to spy my shadow in the sun, and descant on mine own deformity. Then, since this world affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the throne, and whiles I live to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. But yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one lost in a thorny wood, that rents the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown, and from that torment I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder whiles I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I'll drown more sailors than the mermaid shall. I'll play the orator as well as Nestor, deceive more slyly than Ulysses could, and like a Sinon, take another Troy. I can add colors to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and send the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it further off, I'd pluck it down.
Richard in the year 1471, his portrait painted by his own hand. He could look into himself and see his bitter, twisted heart, his brilliant, twisted mind, as clearly as he could see his withered, twisted body in a looking glass. And though he was only Duke of Gloucester, King Edward's youngest brother, his succession barred by Edward's two sons and by the Duke of Clarence, his second eldest brother, it was already on the throne his sights were set. Though he was without wealth or property, he was already scheming to acquire both by marrying the woman who had more cause than anyone in the world to hate him. This woman was Anne, the daughter of the great Earl of Warwick, whom Richard's troops had slain in battle, daughter-in-law of Henry VI, the Lancastrian king, whom Richard had murdered in the Tower of London, widow of Henry's son, the Prince of Wales, whom Richard and his brothers had taken prisoner and stabbed to death. And now Richard is about to commence his loveless wooing of this lady. Regard him as he stands in the shadow of a London doorway and watches her approach down the narrow street. Anne is escorting an open coffin in which lies the body of Henry VI, her father-in-law and Richard's victim. She is bound for the burial ground at Chertsey.
Set down your honorable load. If honor may be shrouded in a hearse, whilst I awhile obsequiously lament the untimely fall of virtuous Lancaster. Poor key-cold figure of a holy king, pale ashes of the house of Lancaster, thou bloodless remnant of that royal blood, be it lawful that I invocate thy ghost to hear the lamentations of poor Anne, wife of thy Edward, of thy slaughtered son, stabbed by the selfsame hand that made these wounds.
Oh, cursed be the hand that made these holes. Cursed the heart that had the heart to do it. Cursed the blood that let this blood from hence. Come. Now towards Chertsey with your holy load, taken from Paul to be interred there.
Stay! You that bear the cross, and set it down.
What black magician conjures up this fiend?
Villain, set down the cross, or by St. Paul, I'll make a cross of him that disobeys.
What? Do you tremble? Are my gods afraid?
Unmannered dog, stand down when I command.
Alas, I blame you not. For you are mortal, and mortal eyes cannot endure the devil. Avaunt, thou dreadful minister of hell.
Sweet saint, for charity be not so cursed.
Foul devil, for God's sake hence and trouble us not. Villain, thou knowest no law of God nor man. No beast, O fears, but knows some touch of pity.
But I know none, and therefore am no beast.
Oh, wonderful when devils tell the truth.
More wonderful when angels are so angry. Vouchsafe divine perfection of a woman, to leave this keen encounter of our wits and fall somewhat into a slower method, is not the causer of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward, as blameful as the executioner?
Thou wast the cause, and most accursed effect.
Your beauty was the cause of that effect. Your beauty that did haunt me in my sleep to undertake the death of all the world so I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom.
If I thought that, I tell thee, homicide, these nails should rend that beauty from my...
These eyes could not endure that beauty's rack. You should not blemish it if I stood by. As all the world is cheered by the sun, so I by that. It is my day, my life.
Let night o'ershade thy day, and death thy life.
Curse not thyself, fair creature. Thou art both. He that bereft thee, lady, of thy husband, did it to help thee to a better husband.
Name him. Where is he?
Here. Why dost thou spit at me?
Would it were mortal poison for thy sake.
Never came poison from so sweet a place.
Never hung poison on a fouler toad. Out of my sight, thou dost infect mine eye.
Teach not thy lips such scorn, for it was made for kissing, lady, not for such contempt. My tongue could never learn sweet smoothing words. But now thy beauty is proposed my fee, my proud heart sues and prompts my tongue to speak. If thy revengeful heart cannot forgive, lo, here I lend thee this sharp-pointed sword, which if thou please to hide in this true breast, and let the soul forth that adoreth thee, I lay it naked to the deadly stroke, and humbly beg the death upon my knee. Nay, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry, but 'twas thy beauty that provoked me. Me up.
Rise, dissembler. Though I wish thy death, I will not be thy execution.
Then bid me kill myself, and I will do it.
I have already.
That was in thy rage. Speak it again, and even with the word, this hand which for thy love did kill thy love, shall for thy love kill a far truer love.
Oh, I would I knew thy heart.
'Tis figured in my tongue.
I fear me both are false.
Say then, my peace is made.
That shalt thou know hereafter.
But shall I live in hope? Vouchsafe to wear this ring.
To take is not to give.
Look, how my ring encompasseth thy finger. Even so thy breast encloseth my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine. Bid me farewell.
'Tis more than you deserve. But since you teach me how to flatter you, imagine I have said farewell already.
woman in this humor wooed? Was ever woman in this humor won? I'll have her, but I will not keep her long. What, I that killed her husband and his father? Hath she forgot already that brave prince, Edward her lord, whom I some 3 months since stabbed in my angry mood at Tewkesbury and made her widow to a woeful bed? A sweeter and a lovelier gentleman the spacious world cannot again afford. My dukedom to a beggarly denier, I do mistake my person all this while. Upon my soul she finds, although I cannot, myself to be a marvelous proper man. I'll be at charges for a looking-glass, and entertain a score or two of tailors to study fashions to adorn my body. Since I am crept in favor with myself, I will maintain it with some little cost. Shine out, fair sun, till Clarence still breathes. Edward still lives and reigns. Clarence, beware, thou keep'st me from the light. But I will sort a pitchy day for thee. For I will buzz abroad such prophecies that Edward shall be fearful of his life, and then to purge his fear, I'll be thy death. Clarence, thy turn is next, and then the rest, counting myself but bad, till I be best. Clarence, good day. What means this armed guard?
His Majesty, I beseech your graces both to pardon me. His Majesty hath straitly given in charge that no man shall have private conference of what degree soever with your brother.
You may partake of anything we say?
His Majesty hath appointed this conduct to convey me to the Tower.
But what's the matter, brother? May I know?
Because my name is George. He hearkens after prophecies and dreams, and from the crossrow plucks the letter G, and says a wizard told him that by G his issue disinherited should be. These I learn, and such like toys as these have moved his highness to commit me now.
'Tis not the king that sends you to the Tower. It is the queen, his wife, Clarence. 'Tis she that tempers him to this extremity. We are not safe, Clarence. We are not safe.
By heaven, I think there is no man secure but the queen's kindred. I beseech your grace to pardon me, and withal forbear your conference with the noble duke.
We are the queen's abjects and must obey. Brother, farewell. I will unto the king. Meantime, this deep disgrace in brotherhood touches me deeper than you can imagine. Well, your imprisonment shall not be long. I will deliver you. Meantime, have patience.
I must perforce.
Farewell.
Farewell.
Go, tread the path that thou shalt ne'er return. Simple, plain Clarence. I do love thee so that I will shortly send thy soul to heaven, if heaven will take the present at our hand.
I am, my lord, here come to have the warrant that I may be admitted where he is.
I have it here. But, sir, be sudden in the execution. Withal, obdure it. Do not hear him plead. For Clarence is well spoken, and perhaps may move your heart to pity if you mark him.
Tut, my lord, I shall not stand to prate. Talkers are no good doers. Be assured.
Your eyes drop millstones when fools' eyes drop tears. I like you, lad. About your business straight. Go dispatch.
Who's there?
What wouldst thou, fellow? And how camest thou hither? I would speak to Clarence, and I came hither on my legs. Let him see this commission and talk no more. I am by this commanded to deliver the noble Duke of Clarence to your hands. I will not reason what is meant hereby, because I will be guiltless of the meaning. The Duke's within asleep, and here are the keys. I'll to the king and signify to him that thus I have resigned to you my charge. You may, sir, 'tis a point of wisdom. Fare you well. Keeper. Give me a cup of wine. You shall have wine enough, my lord. Anon. In God's name, what art thou? A man, as you are. Thy voice is thunder, but thy looks are humble. My voice is now the king's, my looks mine own. How darkly and how deadly dost thou speak. Your eyes do menace me. Why look you pale? Who sent you hither? Wherefore do you come? To murder me. Aye. You scarcely have the heart to tell me so. Wherein, my friend, have I offended you? Offended me you have not, but the king. I shall be reconciled to him again. Never, my lord. Therefore prepare to die. If you are hard for me, go back again, and I will send you to my brother Gloucester, who shall reward you better for my life than Edward will for tidings of my death. You are deceived. Your brother Gloucester hates you. Oh, no. He loves me, and he holds me dear. Go you to him from me. All right. So I will. Look behind you, my lord. Take that. If all this will not do, I'll drown you in the Malmsey butt within.
You have heard Act One of a special hour and one-half Columbia Workshop arrangement of William Shakespeare's King Richard III, presenting the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in their first American radio appearance, and starring Laurence Olivier as Richard. Act Two will follow immediately after a 15-second pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Audacious suit of wealthy Anne, a suit swiftly to be brought to its conclusion in marriage. Then, with the murder of his brother, the Duke of Clarence, Richard has launched his progress towards the throne. True, his older and one remaining brother, Edward, still reigns as king. But Richard well knows Edward is only living out a lingering death. True, Richard must count the Queen, Elizabeth, as his bitter antagonist, and with her, her common-born kinsmen, Dorset, Rivers, Grey, and Vaughan, whom she has raised to noble stations. But Richard knows that the Queen and her faction have themselves powerful enemies in the older nobility, chiefly in the Duke of Buckingham, Richard's own cousin. He can count on Buckingham as an ally, and he can hope for some support from Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, just released from the Tower, blaming his imprisonment upon the Queen at Richard's sly suggestion. True, there are two small sons of the King and Queen, but Richard will deal with them in their turn. Meanwhile, hard on Clarence' death, he'll go to court, there to meet the King and Queen, Rivers, Dorset, Grey, Buckingham, and Hastings.
Good morrow to my sovereign king and queen. And princely peers, a happy time of day.
Happy indeed as we have spent the day. Gloucester, we have done deeds of charity, made peace of enmity, fair love of hate, between these swelling hate-incensed peers.
A blessed labor, my most sovereign lord. Among this princely heap, if any here by false intelligence or wrong surmise hold me a foe, if I unwittingly or in my rage have aught committed that is hardly borne by any in this presence, I desire to reconcile me to his friendly peace. 'Tis death to me to be at enmity. I hate it, and desire all good men's love. First, madam,
my lord of Gloucester,
I entreat true peace of you, which I will purchase with my duteous service. Now, of you, my noble cousin Buckingham.
Good, my lord.
If ever any grudge were lodged between us. Now, of you, Lord Rivers.
My lord.
And Lord Grey, of you.
My lord.
That all without desert have frowned on me. Dukes, earls, lords, gentlemen, indeed of all.
Why so? Now I have done a good day's work. And more in peace my soul shall part to heaven, since I have made my friends at peace on earth.
A holy day shall this be kept hereafter. I would to God all strifes were well compounded. My sovereign lord, I do beseech your highness to take our brother Clarence to your grace.
Why, madam, have I offered love for this, to be so flouted in this royal presence? Who knows not that the gentle duke is dead? You do him injury to scorn his cause.
Who knows not he is dead? Who knows he is?
Oh, in heaven, what a world is this?
Is Clarence dead? The order was reversed.
But he, poor man, by your first order died, and that a winged Mercury did bear, some tardy cripple bear the countermand that came too lag to see him buried.
Oh. My brother killed no man. His fault was thought, and yet his punishment was bitter death. Who sued to me for him? Who in my wrath kneeled at my feet and bade me be advised? Who spoke of brotherhood? Who spoke of love? Who told me how the poor soul did forsake the mighty Warwick and did fight for me? Who told me in the field at Tewkesbury, when Oxford had me down, he rescued me and said, "Dear brother, live and be a king"? Who told me, when we both lay in the field, frozen almost to death, how he did lap me even in his garment, and did give himself all thin and naked to the numb, cold night? All this from my remembrance, brutish wrath sinfully plucked, and not a man of you had so much grace to put it in my mind. The proudest of you all have been beholding to him in his life, yet none of you would once beg for his life. Oh, God, I fear thy justice will take hold on me, and you, and yours, and mine. Come, haste, my lord. Help me to my closet. Oh, poor Clara.
This is the fruit of rashness. Marked you not, my cousin Buckingham, how pale did look the guilty kindred of the Queen when they did hear of Clarence' death?
My lord, you do me shameful injury falsely to draw me in these vile suspects. And by heaven, I will acquaint his majesty of those taunts I often have endured.
What? Threat you me with telling of the king? Tell him and spare not. Look, what I have said I will avouch in presence of the king. Our brother was imprisoned by your means.
By him that raised me to this careful height, from that contented help which I enjoyed, I never did incense his majesty against the Duke of Clarence, but have been an earnest advocate to plead for him.
You may deny that you were not the cause of my Lord Hastings' late imprisonment.
She may, my lord.
She may, Lord Rivers. Why, who knows not so? She may do more, sir, than denying that. She may help you to many fair preferments, and then deny her aiding hand therein, and lay those honours on your high desert.
Lord of Gloucester, I have too long borne your blunt upbraidings and your bitter scoff. I had rather be a country servant maid than a great queen with this condition, to be thus baited, scorned, and stormed at. Small joy have I in being England's queen.
And let him be that small. God, I beseech him. Thy honour, state, and seat is due to me.
This is the old queen, Margaret of Anjou, widow of Henry VI, mother of Edward, Prince of Wales, both of whom found death through Richard in the struggle which deprived the House of Lancaster of the crown and set the Yorkists upon the throne. Unexpectedly returned from England, from the exile in France, Queen Margaret now strides into the court she has so much cause to hate, and Richard greets her.
Foul wrinkled witch, what makest thou in my sight? Wert thou not banished on pain of death?
I was, but I do find more pain in banishment than death can yield me here by my abode. Hear me, you wrangling pirates, that fall out in sharing that which you have pilled from me. Which of you trembles not that looks on me? A husband and a son thou owest to me, Gloucester, and thou a kingdom, madam, and all of you allegiance. This sorrow that I have by right is yours, and all the pleasures you usurp are mine.
The curse my noble father laid on thee when thou didst crown his warlike brows with paper, and with thy scorn drewest rivers from his eyes, and then to dry them gavest him a kerchief steeped in the blood of Rutland, my sweet brother. His curses, then from bitterness of soul denounced against thee, are all fallen upon thee, and God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deed.
So justice.
No man but prophesied revenge for it, or Cumberland then present wept to see it.
What were you snarling all before I came, ready to catch each other by the throat, and turn you all your hatred now on me? Did York's dread curse prevail so much with heaven that Henry's death, my lovely Edward's death, their kingdom's loss, my woeful banishment, should all but answer for that peevish brat? And curses pierce the cloud and enter heaven, why then give way, dull clouds, to my quick curses. Though not by war, by surfeit die your king, as ours by murder, to make him a king. Edward thy son, that now is Prince of Wales, for Edward my son, which was Prince of Wales, die in his youth by like untimely violence. No. Thyself a queen, for me that was a queen, outlive thy glory like my wretched self, and after many lengthened hours of grief die, neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Rivers and Dorset, you were standers by, and so wast thou, Lord Hastings, when my son was stabbed with bloody daggers. God, I pray him that none of you may live your natural age, but by some unlooked accident cut off.
Have done thy charm, thou hateful withered hag.
And leave out thee? Say, dog, for thou shalt hear me. If heaven have any grievous plague in store exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, oh, let them keep it till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, thou troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still the gnaw thy soul. Thy friends suspect for traitors while thou livest, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. No sleep close up that deadly eye of thine, unless it be as some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly devils. Thou elfish-marked, abortive, rooting hog, thou that wast sealed in thy nativity, the slave of nature and the son of hell, thou slander of thy mother's heavy womb, thou loathed issue of thy father's loins, thou rag of honor, thou detested
Margaret.
Richard.
Huh?
Oh, I call thee not.
I cry thee mercy then, for I did think that thou hadst called me all those bitter names.
Right, so I did, but looked for no reply. Oh, let me make the period to my curse.
'Tis done by me and ends in Margaret.
Thus have you breathed your curse against yourself, Poor painted queen, vain flourish of my fortune. Why strewest thou sugar on that bottle spider, whose deadly web ensnareth thee about? Fool, fool, thou whetst the knife to kill thyself. The day will come when thou shalt wish for me to help thee curse this poisonous bunchback toad.
Peace, for shame, if not for charity.
Oh, princely Buckingham, I'll kiss thy hand in sign of league and amity with thee. Thy garments are not spotted with our blood, nor thou within the compass of my curse.
Nor no one here, for curses never pass the lips of those that breathe them in the air.
I will not think, but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. Oh, Buckingham, take heed of yonder dog. Look, when he fawns, he bites, and when he bites, his venom tooth will wrinkle to the death. Oh, have not to do with him, beware of him. Sin, death, and hell have set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him.
What doth she say, my Lord of Buckingham? Nothing that I respect, my gracious lord.
What? Dost thou scorn me for my gentle counsel, and soothe the devil that I warned thee from? Oh, but remember this another day, when he shall split thy very heart with sorrow, and say, poor Margaret was a prophetess. Leave each of you the subject of his hate, and he to yours, and all of you to God's.
My hair doth stand on end to hear her cursing. And so doth mine. I muse why she's at liberty.
I cannot blame her. By God's holy mother, she hath had too much wrong, and I repent my part thereof that I have done to her.
A virtuous and a Christian-like conclusion. Madam, His Majesty doth call for you and for your grace, and you, my noble lord.
Hastings, I come. Lord, will you go with me?
Hastings?
My lord.
What news?
The king is sickly, weak, and melancholy, and his physicians fear him mightily.
Now, by St. Paul, that news is bad indeed. Oh, he had kept an evil diet long, and overmuch consumed his royal person. It is very grievous to be thought upon. What, is he in his bed?
He is.
Go you before, and I will follow you. He cannot live, I hope, and now may die, since Clarence's packed post-horse up to heaven. Clarence, whom I indeed have cast in darkness, I do beweep to many simple gulls, namely to Hastings, Catesby, Buckingham, and tell them 'tis the Queen and her allies that stirred the King against the Duke, my brother. Now they believe it, and withal whet me to be revenged on rivers foreign grey. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them God bids us do good for evil. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen out of Holy Writ, and seem a saint when I most play the devil. Which done, God take King Edward to his mercy, and leave the world for me to bustle in.
Doth the news hold of good King Edward's death? Aye, sir, it is true.
Then masters look to see a troublous world.
No, by God's good grace, his son shall reign.
Woe to the land that's governed by a child.
in lamentation. I am not barren to bring forth complaint. All springs reduce their current to mine eyes, that I, being governed by the watery moon, may bring forth plenteous tears to drown the world. Oh, for my husband, for my dear Lord Edward.
Madam, bethink you like a careful mother of the young prince, your son. Send straight for him, let him be crowned. In him your comfort lives. Drown desperate sorrow in dead Edward's grave, and plant your joys in living Edward's throne.
'Tis well said, my Lord Rivers. Let the prince be fetched forthwith from Ludlow with some little train, hither to London to be crowned our king.
Madam, have comfort. None can cure their harms by wailing them. So let us now determine who they shall be that straight shall post to Ludlow. Convoke the lords, and do thou sit with her to give thy counsel in this weighty business.
With all my heart, good Brother Gloucester. Come, Rivers, call the others to the chamber.
I will go seek them out, madam.
A moment, noble Gloucester.
Well? Speak then, Buckingham.
My lord, whoever journeys to the prince, for God's sake let not us two stay behind. For on the way, I'll sought occasion to part the queen's proud kindred from the king.
My other self, my counsel's consistory, my oracle, my prophet, my dear cousin. I, like a child, will go by thy direction. Towards Ludlow, then, for we'll not stay behind.
What is the news?
Such news my queen is grieved me to report.
Prince?
Well, madam, and in health. Last night, His Highness at Northampton lay. Tomorrow or next day he will be here.
What is thy doleful news, then?
Lord Rivers and Lord Grey have sent the pamphlets. With them Sir Thomas Vaughan. Prisoners.
Who has committed them?
The mighty Dukes, Gloucester and Buckingham.
Ah, me, I see the ruin of my house. The tiger now has seized the gentle hind. Insulting tyranny begins to jet upon the innocent and aweless throne. Welcome destruction, death and massacre. I see as in a map the end of all. Now, master, take my youngest, little York, and with him flee to sanctuary.
To London. Dearest nephew, the weary way hath made you melancholy.
I want more uncles here to welcome me.
Those uncles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugared words, but looked not on the poison of their heart. God keep you from them and from such false friends.
God keep me from false friends. But they were none.
I thought my mother and my brother York would long ere this have met us on the way. Oh, fie, what a slug is Hastings that he comes not to tell us whether they will come or no.
And in good time, here comes the sweating lord.
Welcome, Lord Hastings. Will my mother come?
On what occasion? God he knows, not I. The Queen your mother and your brother York have taken sanctuary. The tender prince would fain have come with me to meet your grace, but by his mother was perforce withheld.
Aye, what an indirect and peevish course is this of hers. Lord Cardinal, will your grace persuade the Queen to send the Duke of York unto his princely brother presently? If she deny him, then Lord Hastings from her jealous arms pluck him perforce.
My Lord of Buckingham, if she be obdurate to my entreaties, God in heaven forbid we should infringe the holy privilege of blessed sanctuary.
You break no sanctuary in seizing him. The benefit thereof is always granted to those whose dealings have deserved the place and those who have the wit to claim the place. My nephew neither claimed it nor deserved it, and therefore, in mine opinion, cannot have it. Oft have I heard of sanctuary men, but sanctuary children, ne'er till now.
My Lord of Gloucester, you all rule my mind. Come on, Lord Hastings. Will you go with me?
Our loving brother. Welcome, dread lord. So must I call you now.
How fares the noble Duke of York, our nephew?
Well, gentle uncle.
Now that your brother's here, my gracious prince, myself and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother to entreat of her to meet you at the tower and welcome you.
What? Will you go to the tower, brother? Our Uncle Gloucester needs will have it so. I shall not sleep in quiet at the tower.
Why? What should you fear?
Marry, my Uncle Clarence, angry ghost. My grandam told me he was murdered there. I fear no uncles dead.
Nor none that live, I hope.
And if they live, I hope I need not fear. Come, brother York, and with a heavy heart thinking on them, go I unto the tower.
This completes Act 2 of the Columbia Workshop special hour and one-half presentation of the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in William Shakespeare's Richard III. Act 3 will follow after a 15-second pause for local station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With Anne's property firmly in his grasp, his brother Clarence assassinated, King Edward dead, the Queen separated from her kinsman, and the two boy princes, Wales and York, her royal sons, detained in the Tower of London, Richard, now Lord Protector of the realm, leaps to faster and even bloodier action. He dispatches an order to Pomfret Castle in the north, and the Queen's henchmen, who are his captives there, are promptly put to death. Then Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, is forced to make a choice of loyalty between Richard and the little princes in the Tower. And Hastings, when he chooses the late King Edward's heirs, at once finds himself preposterously accused of using witchcraft to shrink Richard's long, withered arm, whereupon he too is murdered.
Now, as we meet Richard once again, we hear him plotting with his ally, the Duke of Buckingham, to remove all chance of public support for the little princes in the Tower by launching slanders against their legitimacy.
Go to the Guildhall, Cousin Buckingham. There, at your meetest vantage of the time, doubt the legitimacy of Edward's children. And should there needs to say yet more, tell them that when my mother got with child of that insatiate Edward, my princely father then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time found that this Edward was not his begot. Yet touch this sparingly as 'twere far off, because, my lord, you know, my mother lived.
Doubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator, as if the golden fee for which I plead were for myself.
If you thrive well, bring them to Baynard's Castle, where you shall find me well accompanied with reverend fathers and well-learned bishops.
I go, and towards 3 or 4 o'clock, look for the news that the Guildhall affords.
What say the citizens? Touched you the legitimacy of Edward's children?
I did. His own adulterous birth likewise, as being got your father then in France. Withal, I did infer your lineaments, being the right idea of your father, both in your form and nobleness of mind. Indeed, left nothing fitting for your purpose untouched or slightly handled in discourse. And when my oratory drew towards end, I bade them that did love their country's good cry, God save Richard, England's royal king.
And did they so?
No. So God help me, they spake not a word, but like dumb statues or breathing stones stared on each other and looked deadly pale. But haply some 10 followers of my own at lower end of the hall hurled up their caps, and some 10 voices cried, God save King Richard. And thus I took vantage of these few. Thanks, gentle citizens and friends, quoth I. This general applause and cheerful shout argues your wisdom and your love to Richard, and even here brake off and came away.
Oh, will not the mayor then and his brethren come?
The mayor is here at hand. Intend some fair, play the maid's part, still answer nay, and take it. Go within, the mayor knocks.
I go. And if you plead as well for them as I can say nay to thee for myself, no doubt we bring it to a happy issue.
Welcome, Lord Mayor and gracious citizen. Welcome, my Lord of Buckingham. I think the Duke will not bespoke withal. Here comes his servant. How now, Catesby? What says your lord to my request?
He doth entreat your grace, my noble lord, to visit him tomorrow or next day. He is within with 2 right reverend fathers, divinely bent to meditation.
Return, good Catesby, to the gracious Duke. Tell him, myself, the mayor and aldermen, in deep designs in matter of great moment, are come to have some conference with his grace.
I'll signify so much to him straight.
Ah, my lord, this prince is not an Edward. He is not lolling on a lewd day bed, but on his knees at meditation, not dallying with a brace of courtesans, but meditating with 2 deep divines, not sleeping to engross his idle body, but praying to enrich his watchful soul. Happy where England would this virtuous prince take on his grace the sovereignty thereof. But sure, I fear we shall not win him to it. Marry, God defend his grace should say us nay.
Look up, where he stands between 2 clergymen.
2 props of virtue for a Christian prince. Famous Plantagenet and gracious prince, lend favorable ear to our request, and pardon us the interruption of thy devotion and right Christian zeal.
I do beseech your grace to pardon me, who, earnest in the service of my God, deferred the visitation of my friend. That leaving this, what is your grace's pleasure?
Your gracious self to take on you the charge and kingly government of this your land, not as protector, steward, substitute, or lowly factor for another's gain, but as successively from blood to blood, your right of birth, your empery, your own. For this, consorted with the citizens, and by their vehement instigation, in this just cause, come I to move your grace.
Your love deserves my thanks, but my desert, unmeritable, shuns your high request. First, if all obstacles were cut away, and my path were even to the crown, as the ripe revenue and due of birth, yet so much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty and so many my defects, that I would rather hide me from my greatness than in my greatness covet to be hid. But God be thanked, there is no need of me, and much I need to help you where there need. The royal tree hath left us royal fruit, which mellowed by the stealing hours of time will well become the seat of majesty. Now, on him I lay that you would lay on me, the right and fortune of his happy stars, which God defend that I should wring from him.
You say the princes are your brother's sons? So say we too, but not by Edward's wife. A beauty waning and distressed widow seduced the pitch and height of his degree to base declension and loathes bigamy. By her, in his unlawful bed, he got young Edward, whom our manners call the prince. Then, good my lord, take to your royal self this proffered benefit of dignity.
Do, good my lord, your citizens entreat you. Oh, make them joyful. Grant their lawful duty.
Alas, why would you heap these cares on me? I am unfit for state and majesty. I cannot, nor I will not yield to you.
Yet, whether you accept our suit or no, your brother's son shall never reign our king. And in this resolution here, we leave you. Come, citizens, we will entreat no more.
Call them back. We prince accept their suit. If you deny them, all the land will rue it.
Will you enforce me to a world of care? Call them again. I am not made of stone, but penetrable to your kind entreaties, albeit against my conscience and my soul. Cousin of Buckingham and sage, grave men. Since you will buckle fortune on my back, I must have patience to endure the load. But if black scandal or foul-faced reproach attend the sequel of your imposition, your mere enforcement shall acquittance me from all the impure blots and stains thereof, for God doth know, and you may partly see how far I am from the desire of this.
God bless your grace. We see it and will say it. Amen. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. England's worthy king. England's worthy king. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard.
Reached it now. Richard has reached the throne. He's surrounded with the usual complement of lords, spiritual and temporal, of all the usual pomp and circumstance. He's invested with the royal scepter and diadem at the Abbey at Westminster. But never a more uneasy head wore a crown, and never a throne mounted by a king cast a darker shadow towards the future.
Stand all apart. Cousin of Buckingham, Give me thy hand. Thus high by thy advice and thy assistance is King Richard seated. But shall we wear these glories for a day, or shall they live and we rejoice in them?
Still live they, and forever let them last.
Young Edward lives. Think now what I would speak.
Say on, my loving lord.
Why, Buckingham, I say I would be king.
Why, so you are, my thrice-renowned liege.
Am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives. Cousin, thou wast not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the prince is dead, and I would have it suddenly performed. What sayest thou now?
Your grace may do your pleasure.
Tut, tut, thou art all ice. Thy kindness freezes. Say, have I thy consent that they shall die?
Give me some little breath, some pause, dear lord, before I positively speak in this. I will resolve you herein presently.
The deep revolving, witty Buckingham no more shall be the neighbor to my counsels. Hath he held out with me so long untired, and stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. Catesby.
My gracious sovereign.
Knowest thou not any whom corrupting gold will tempt unto a close exploit of death?
I know a discontented gentleman whose humble means match not his haughty spirit. Gold were as good as 20 orators and will no doubt tempt him to anything.
What is his name?
His name, my lord, is Tyrrell.
And bloody act is done. The most arch deed of piteous massacre that ever yet this land was guilty of. Thus, girdling one another, lay the gentle babes. Their lips were 4 red roses on a stalk, which in their summer beauty kissed each other. A book of prayers on their pillow lay, which almost changed my mind. I smothered the most replenished sweet work of nature that from the prime creation ere she framed.
Kind Tyrrell, am I happy in thy news?
If to have done the thing you gave in charge beget your happiness, be happy then, for it is done.
But didst thou see them dead?
I did, my lord.
And buried, gentle Tyrrell?
The chaplain of the tower hath buried them. But where, to tell the truth, I do not know.
Ah, my poor princess. Ah, my tender babes. Wilt thou, O God, fly from such gentle lambs and throw them in the entrails of the wolf? When didst thou sleep when such a deed was done?
Oh, would to God that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow were red-hot steel to sear me to the brain. Anointed let me be with deadly venom, and die ere men can say, God save the Queen.
To feed my humour, wish thyself no harm. Poor soul, I blame thee not.
No, why? When he that is my husband now came to me as I followed Henry's course, this was my wish. Be thou, I quoth, accursed, for making me so young, so old a widow. And be thy wife, if any be so mad, more miserable by the life of thee than thou hast made me by my dear Lord's death. Lo, ere I could repeat this curse again, within so small a time, my woman's heart grossly grew captive to his honey words, and proved the subject of mine own soul curse.
Who had any cause to mourn but I?
If ancient sorrow be most reverend, give mine the benefit of seigneury. I had an Edward till a Richard killed him. I had a Harry till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst an Edward till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst a Richard till a Richard killed him.
Oh, Margaret, thou prophesied the time should come that I should wish for thee to help me curse that bottle spider, that foul bunchback toad.
Richard yet lives, but at hand ensues his piteous and unpitied end. Earth gapes, hell burns, fiends roar, saints pray to have him suddenly conveyed from hence. Cancel his bond of life, dear God. I pray that I may live to say, the dog is dead.
For King Richard to stand against the fury of such hate as this would be the marvel of his or any other age. In it are the elements to shape his remaining days. From it springs his final and most potent antagonist, Henry, Earl of Richmond, last survivor of the old Lancastrian line, long in exile across the Channel in Brittany. All but disregarded as a serious claimant to the crown, all but forgotten during the popular reign of the late Edward. Upon the brutal killing of the little princes in the Tower, this quiet earl now becomes the hope and rallying point of all the British nobles, sickened by King Richard's bloody rule, shamed at their own complacence. Buckingham is among the first to join the rebels, though in his case fear, not justice, is the motive. And from this time on, every day the disaffection mounts. And every day messengers bring tidings of the rebellion's growing strength to an increasingly uneasy Richard.
With you. My lord, I hear the Marquis Dorset's fled to Richmond in those parts beyond the sea where he abides.
Good news or bad that thou comest in so bluntly?
Bad news, my lord. Ely has fled to Richmond, and Buckingham, backed with a hardy Welshman, is in the field, and still his power increaseth.
How now, what news? Mighty sovereign, on the western coast rideth a puissant navy. To the shores throng many doubtful, hollow-hearted friends, unarmed and unresolved to beat them back. 'Tis thought that Richmond is their admiral.
As I remember, Henry VI did prophesy that Richmond should be king, when Richmond was a little peevish boy. How chanced the prophet could not at that time have told me, I being by, that I should kill him? Richmond. When last I was at Exeter, the mayor in courtesy showed me the castle, and called it Rougemont, at which name I started, because a bard of Ireland told me once I should not live long after I saw Richmond.
My gracious sovereign, Now in Devonshire, Sir Edward Courtenay and his brother there, with many more confederates, are in arms. In Kent-Village, the Guilfords are in arms. My lord, the army have wrecked Buckingham. Out on the owls! Nothing but sons of death!
My liege, the Duke of Buckingham is taken.
Someone take order Buckingham be brought straightway to Salisbury and the headsman's block.
That is the best news. That the Earl of Richmond is with a mighty power landed at Milford is colder news, but yet they must be told.
Away towards Salisbury! While we reason here, a royal battle might be won and lost. Then fiery expedition be my wing. Jove's Mercury and herald for a king. Here, pitch our tents. Even here in Bosworth Field. Up with my tent. Here will I lie tonight. But where tomorrow? Well, all's one for that. Up with the tent. Come, noble gentlemen, let us survey the vantage of the ground. It calls for some men of sound direction. Let's lack no discipline, make no delay. For, sirs, tomorrow is a busy day.
This place is Bosworth Field, a broad and gentle plain lying athwart the British Midlands. And in this twilight hour, all sky and space and calm. And now, as he settles for the night, should Richard lay his ear against the ground, he could scarcely fail to catch the distant rumble of his adversary's coming. The Earl of Richmond is crossing England in a day, spurring himself and his men towards King Richard, Bosworth Field, and tomorrow.
Fellows in arms and my most loving friends, bruised underneath the yoke of tyranny, the wretched, bloody, and usurping boar that spoiled your summer fields and fruitful vines, swills your warm blood like wash, and makes his trough in your emboweled bosoms, this foul swine is now even in the center of this isle, near to the town of Leicester, as we learn. From Tamworth thither is but one day's march. In God's name, cheerly on, courageous friends, to reap the harvest of perpetual peace by this one bloody trial of sharp war.
Every man's conscience is 1,000 men to fight against this guilty homicide.
I doubt not that his friends will turn to us.
He hath no friends but what are friends for fear, which in his dearest need will fly to us.
All for our vantage, then. In God's name, march! True hope is swift and flies with swallow's wings. Kings it makes gods, and meaner creatures kings!
What is the clock?
It's supper time, my liege. It's 9 o'clock.
I will not sup tonight. What is my beaver easier than it was, and all my armor laid into my tent?
It is, my liege, and all things are in readiness.
Ratcliffe.
My lord.
Fill me a bowl of wine. Give me a watch. Saddle White Surrey for the field tomorrow. Look that my staves be sound, but not too heavy. Catesby.
My lord?
Give me a bowl of wine. I have not that alacrity of spirit, nor cheer of mind that I was wont to have. Bid my guard watch. Leave me. Catesby.
Lord?
About the mid of night, come to my tent, and help to arm me. Leave me, I say. O coward conscience, how thou dost afflict me. The lights burn blue. It is now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear? Myself? There's none else by. Richard loves Richard. That is, I am I.
Washed to death with fulsome wine. Poor Clarence, by thy guile betrayed to death. Tomorrow in the battle think on me, and fall thy edgeless sword. Despair, and die.
Dream on thy cousin, smothered in the tower. Let us be led within my bosom, Richard, and weigh thee down to ruin, shame, and death. Thy nephew's souls bid thee despair and die.
Let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow. Rivers that died at Pomfret, despair and die. Bloody and guilty, guiltily awake, and in a bloody battle end thy days. Think on Lord Hastings, despair and die.
The first was I that helped thee to the crown. The last was I that felt thy tyranny. Oh, in the battle think on Buckingham, and die in terror of thy guiltiness.
Is there a murderer here?
No. Yes, I am. Then fly. What, from myself? Great reason why. Lest I revenge. What, myself upon myself? Alack, I love myself. Wherefore? For any good that I myself have done unto myself? Oh, no. Alas, I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain. Yet I lie, am not. Fool, of thyself speak well. Fool, do not flatter. My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue condemns me for a villain. Perjury. Perjury in the highest degree. Murder. Stern murder in the direst degree. All several sins, all used in each degree, throng to the bar, crying, oh, guilty, guilty. I shall despair. That is, no creature loves me. And if I die, no soul shall pity me. Nay, wherefore should they? Since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself.
My lord.
Who's there?
My lord? 'Tis I. The early village cock hath twice done salutation to the morn.
Your friends are up and buckle on their armor.
Oh, Catesby, I have dreamed a fearful dream. What thinkest thou? Will our friends prove all true?
No doubt, my lord.
Oh, Catesby, I fear.
Aye, fear. Nay, good my liege, be not afraid of shadows.
By the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 soldiers armed in proof and led by shallow Richmond.
It is not yet near day. Come, go with me. Under our tents I'll play the eavesdropper, to hear if any mean to shrink from me.
Good morrow, Richmond.
Good morrow, noble lord.
How have you slept, my lord?
The sweetest sleep, the fairest boding dreams that ever entered in a drowsy head have I since your departure had, my lord. How far into the morning is?
Upon the stroke of 4.
Why then, 'tis time to arm and give direction. More than I have said, loving countrymen, the leisure and enforcement of the time forbids to dwell on. Yet, remember this. God and our good cause fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls, like high-reared bulwarks, stand before our faces. Richard accepts. Those whom we fight against had rather have us win than him they follow. For what is he they follow? Truly, gentlemen, a bloody tyrant and a homicide. One raised in blood and one in blood established. One that had ever been God's enemy. Now, if you fight against God's enemy, God will in justice ward you as his soldiers. Then, in the name of God and all these rights, advance your standards, draw your willing swords. For me, the ransom of my bold attempt shall be this cold course on the earth's cold face. But if I thrive, the gain of my attempt, the least of you shall share his part thereof. Sound drums and trumpets, boldly and cheerfully. God and St. George, Richmond and victory!
Who saw the sun today?
Not I, my lord.
Then he disdains to shine. For by the book he should have braved the east an hour ago. A black day will it be to somebody. Catesby?
My lord?
The sun will not be seen today. The sky doth frown and lower upon our army. I would these dewy tears were from the ground. Not shine today? Why, what is that to me more than to Richmond? For the selfsame heaven that frowns on me looks sadly upon him.
Arm, my lord, the foe vaunts in the fields. Come, battle, Caparis and my horse. Go, gentlemen, every man to his charge. Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls, for conscience is a word that cowards use, devised at first to keep the strong in awe. Our strong arms be our conscience, swords our law. March on, join bravely, let us toot pell-mell, if not to heaven, then hand in hand to hell.
Rescue, my lord of Norfolk, rescue! The king enacts more wonders than a man, daring and opposite to every danger. His horse is slain, and all on foot he fights, seeking for Richmond in the throat of death. Rescue, fair lord, or else the day is lost! A horse! My kingdom for a horse! Withdraw, my lord, I'll help you to a horse.
Slave, I have set my life upon a cast, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse! God and your arms be praised, victorious friends. The day is ours. The bloody dog is dead. And then, as we have ta'en the sacrament, we will unite the white rose and the red. England has long been mad and scarred herself. The brother blindly shed the brother's blood. The father rashly slaughtered his own son. The son compelled, being butcher to the sire. All this divided York and Lancaster. Now civil wounds are stopped. Peace lives again. That she may long live here, God say, Amen.
Long live King Henry! Long live King Henry! Long live King
The Columbia Workshop has presented the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in a special 1.5 hour arrangement of the tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, starring Laurence Olivier in the part of Richard and Ralph Richardson as narrator. Other feature players in the cast were Joyce Redmond as Queen Anne, Margaret Leighton as Queen Elizabeth, Ina Burrell as Queen Margaret, Harry Andrews as Buckingham, Sidney Taffler as Catesby, and Peter Copley as Tyrrell. Special music was composed and conducted by Herbert Menges. The text was prepared for broadcast by James and Elizabeth Hart, and the production was directed by John Burrell, who had the association of Richard Sandville of CBS. Ralph Richardson, who was the narrator in today's broadcast, will have the title role of Henrik Ibsen's Peer Gynt, which will be the second of the two special 90-minute Columbia Workshop presentations of the Old Vic Theatre Company of London. This repertory company is currently appearing in New York City under the auspices of Theatre Incorporated. Tune in again next week for Peer Gynt by the Old Vic Theatre Company. Your announcer is Harry Marble.
Shabby! Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, Cabby.
From London, we present A Study in Scarlet,
a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. A Study in Scarlet, Episode 1.
Stamford, I found it. I found a reagent which is precipitated by hemoglobin and by nothing else.
Dr. Watson, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How are you?
How do you do?
You've been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
How on earth do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Never mind.
It was many years ago, but I shall never forget that fateful meeting in the laboratory at Bart's Hospital. I was home from India, invalided out of the army, and looking for lodgings in keeping with my pension. Holmes had just found a suite of rooms at number 221B Baker Street and wanted someone to share them. I'd been warned he might prove a strange companion. And so he did. I became more and more curious about him. And, of course, he quickly noticed it.
I trust, Doctor, that these few weeks have not proved to you that I'm too difficult a fellow lodger after all.
Far from it, Holmes. I don't mind admitting you puzzle me, though.
Puzzle you?
Well, the way you work like a fiend sometimes, and at others you lie on the sofa there, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. And there's those curious visitors of yours. In one afternoon, a grey-headed, seedy fellow looking like a peddler, then an old white-haired gentleman, a fashionably dressed young girl, and a railway porter. Then that little sallow, rat-faced fellow Lestrade, who'd been here 3 times in a single week.
Well, I have a trade of my own. I suppose I'm the only one in the world. I'm a consulting detective.
Consulting detective?
Here in London, we have lots of government detectives and lots of private ones. When these fellows are at fault, they come to me, and I manage to put them on the right scent.
Oh.
Lestrade is a well-known detective. He got himself into a fog recently over a forgery case, and that was what brought him here.
I see. And these other people?
Oh, they're mostly sent on by private inquiry agencies. I listen to their story, they listen to my comments, and then I pocket my fee.
It's simple enough as you explain it. But, Holmes, I don't really think that... I say, that fellow down in the street, I wonder what he's looking for.
Oh, you mean the retired sergeant of Marines?
Oh, now that really is going too far.
Oh, well, we shall soon see. He's coming to our door. You know, the trouble is, Watson, that there are no crimes and no criminals these days. What's the use of having brains in our profession? I know well that I have it in me to make my name famous. No man lives or has ever lived who has brought the same amount of study and of natural talent to the detection of crime which I have done. And what's the result? There is no crime to detect. Or at most some bungling villainy with a motive so transparent that even a Scotland Yard official can see through it.
A person to see you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Come in.
Letter by hand for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you.
May I ask, my good man, what your trade may be?
Commissionaire, sir. Uniform away for repairs.
And you were...
Sergeant, sir. Royal Marine Light Infantry, sir.
No answer, Sergeant.
Very good, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Sergeant.
Well, I'm blessed.
Now, how in the world did you deduce that?
Why, even when he was down in the street, I could see a great blue anchor tattooed on the back of the fellow's hand. That smacked of the sea. He had a military carriage, however, and regulation side whiskers. There we have the Marine. He was a man with some amount of self-importance and a certain air of command. You must have observed the way in which he held his head and swung his cane.
No.
A steady, respectable, middle-aged man, too, on the face of him. All facts which led me to believe that he had been a sergeant.
Wonderful.
Commonplace. But I said just now that there were no criminals.
What?
It appears that I'm wrong. Look at this.
What?
Would you mind reading it to me aloud?
What is that? Oh, yes, certainly, yes. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, there has been a bad business during the night at 3 Lauriston Gardens off the Brixton Road. A man on the beat saw a light there about 2 in the morning, and as the house was an empty one, suspected that something was amiss. He found the door open and in the front room discovered the body of a gentleman well dressed and having cards in his pocket bearing the name of Enoch J. Drebber, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. There had been no robbery, nor is there any evidence as to how the man met his death. There are marks of blood in the room, but there's no wound upon his person. We are at a loss as to how he came into the empty house. Indeed, the whole affair is a puzzler. If you can come round to the house any time before 12, you'll find me there. Yours faithfully, Tobias Gregson.
Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. He and Lestrade are the pick of a bad lot. They have their knives into one another, too. They're as jealous as a pair of professional beauties. There'll be some fun over this case if they're both put upon the scent. Come on, get your hat.
You wish me to come?
Yes, if you have nothing better to do.
Oh, splendid.
Here you are, Kevin.
Thank you, Governor.
Well, I must say, you don't seem to have been giving much thought to the matter in hand, and all that talk in the cab about Cremona fiddles and the difference between a Stradivarius and an Amati.
No data yet. It's a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence.
Well, you'll have your data soon. Aren't we going in?
All in good time, Watson. Let us first observe such important details as the roadway. The pavement. And the grass fringe. Ah, yes, that is interesting.
Mr. Holmes, it's very kind of you to come.
Inspector Gregson, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do, son? I've had everything left untouched.
Except the pathway up to the house.
Huh?
If a herd of buffaloes had passed along, there couldn't be a greater mess. No doubt, however, you had drawn your own conclusions before you permitted this.
Well, I've had so much to do inside the house, Mr. Holmes. My colleague, Mr. Lestrade, is here. I've relied upon him to look after the path.
With two such men as yourself and Lestrade upon the ground, there will not be much for a third party to find out.
Well, I think we've done all that can be done. It's a queer case, though, and, well, I know your taste for such things.
Did you come here in a cab, Gregson?
No, sir.
Did Lestrade?
No, sir.
Then let us go and look at the room.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Lestrade. I think you've met Dr. Watson.
Of course, it's your rooms. Yes, how do you do? Oh, this case will make a stir, sir. Beats anything I've seen, and I'm no chicken. You found no clue? None at all.
You're sure there's no wound? There are splashes of blood all over the place.
Do you want to examine the body, sir?
Yes, just a quick look, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that seems to be all. Just a sniff at his lips. And a glance at the soles of his patent leather boots. Yeah. Well, I think I've seen everything I need to see. He's not been moved at all.
Well, no more than was necessary for the purposes of our examination.
Then you can take him to the mortuary. There's nothing more to be learned.
Right. Let's have the stretcher.
Hello?
What's that?
Well, it's a ring. There's been a woman here. It's a woman's wedding ring.
Well, this does complicate matters. Heaven knows they were complicated enough before.
You're sure it doesn't simplify them?
Simplify? All right, you can take him away. Yes, sir.
Come, Gregson. There's nothing to be learned by staring at the ring. What did you find in his pockets?
Gold watch and chain, gold ring with a Masonic device. Gold pin, bulldog's head with rubies as eyes. Cards of Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland, corresponding with the EJD upon the linen. No purse, but loose money to the extent of £7.13. Oh, and 2 letters. One addressed to E.J. Drebber and one to Joseph Stangerson.
At what address?
American Exchange, Strand, to be left till called for. They are both from the Guion Steamship Company and refer to the sailing of their boats from Liverpool to New York.
Have you made any inquiries as to this man Stangerson?
I did at once, sir. I've had advertisements sent to all the newspapers, and one of my men has gone to the American Exchange, but he has not yet returned.
Have you sent to Cleveland?
We telegraphed this morning.
How did you word your inquiries?
We simply detailed the circumstances and said that we should be glad of any information that could help us.
You didn't ask for particulars on any point which appeared to you to be crucial.
I asked about Stangerson.
Nothing else? Is there no circumstance upon which this whole case appears to hinge? Will you not telegraph again?
I've said all I have to say, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Gregson, I have just made a discovery of the highest importance, and one which would have been overlooked had I not made a careful examination of the walls. Oh, Mr. Lestrade? And what is it? Look here, on this wall. Now, stand there. I'll strike a match. Look at that.
What does it say? I can't quite see.
R-A-C-H-E. Rach? What do you think of that? The murderer's written it with his or her own blood. You see this smear where it's trickled down the wall? That disposes of the idea of suicide anyhow. Now, why was that corner chosen to write it on? I'll tell you. You see that candle on the mantelpiece? Yeah. It was lit at the time, and if it was lit, this corner would be the brightest instead of the darkest portion of the wall. And what does it mean now that you have found it? Why, it means that the writer was going to put the female name Rachel, but was disturbed before he or she had time to finish. You mark my words, when this case comes to be cleared up, you'll find that a woman named Rachel has something to do with it. All very well for you to laugh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You may be very smart and clever, but the old hound is the best when all's said and done.
Oh, I really beg your pardon, Lestrade. You certainly have the credit of being the first of us to find this out. And as you say, it bears every mark of having been written by the other participant in last night's mystery. I have not had time to examine this room yet, but with your permission I shall do so now. Now, where's my lens? There. I think that will do.
20 minutes that took you, Mr. Holmes. I could have spared you the trouble in 5.
They say that genius is an infinite capacity for taking pains. It's a very bad definition, but it does apply to detective work.
What do you think of it, sir?
Oh, it would be robbing you of the credit of the case if I were to presume to help you. You're doing so well now that it would be a pity for anyone to interfere. If you let me know how your investigations go, I shall be happy to give you any help I can. In the meantime, I should like to speak to the constable who found the body. Is he here?
Well, no, he's off duty now.
Then can you give me his name and address?
Oh, yes, sir. His name is John Rance. You'll find him at 46 Audley Court, Kennington Park Gate.
Kennington Park Gate. Thank you. Come along, Doctor. We shall go and look him up. Oh, gentlemen.
Yeah?
I'll tell you one thing which may help you in the case.
What's that, sir?
There has been murder done, and the murderer was a man. He was more than 6 feet high, was in the prime of life, had small feet for his height, wore coarse square-toed boots, and smoked a Trichinopoly cigar. He came here with his victim in a 4-wheeled cab, which was drawn by a horse with 3 old shoes and 1 new one on his off foreleg. In all probability, the murderer had a florid face, and the fingernails of his right hand were remarkably long. These are only a few indications, but they may assist you.
If this man was murdered, how was it done?
Poison. Oh, one other thing, Lestrade. Don't waste your time looking for Miss Rachel. Rache is the German for revenge. Come along, Doctor. I have a telegram to send.
I'm coming home.
Now that I've sent my telegram, we can go and see this Constable John Rance.
You amaze me, Holmes. Surely you're not as sure as you pretend to be of all those particulars you gave?
There's no room for a mistake. The very first thing which I observed on arriving there was that a cab had made 2 ruts with its wheels close to the curb. Now, up to last night, we've had no rain for a week, so that those wheels, which left such a deep impression, must have been there during the night. Since the cab was there after the rain began, and was not there at any time during the morning, I have Gregson's word for that. It follows that it must have been there during the night, and therefore that it brought those 2 individuals to the house.
Well, that seems simple enough, but how about the other man's height?
When a man writes on a wall, his instinct leads him to write about the level of his own eyes. Now, that writing was just over 6 feet from the ground. It was child's play.
And his age?
Well, if a man can stride 4.5 feet without the smallest effort, he can't be quite in the sere and yellow. That was the breadth of a puddle on the garden path which he had evidently walked across. Patent leather boots had gone round, and square toes had stepped over. There's no mystery about it at all. Is there anything else that puzzles you?
Well, the fingernails and the Trichinopolis are gone.
The writing on the wall was done with a man's forefinger dipped in blood. My glass allowed me to observe that the plaster was slightly scratched in doing it, which would not have been the case had the man's nail been trimmed. I gathered up some scattered ash from the floor. It was dark in color and flaky, such an ash as is only made by a Trichinopoly. I flatter myself that I can distinguish at a glance the ash of any known brand, either of cigar or of tobacco.
And the florid face, then?
Ah, that was a more daring shot. Though I've no doubt that I was right. You mustn't ask me that at the present state of the affair. There is much that is still obscure, though I've quite made up my mind on the main facts. As to poor Lestrade's discovery, it was simply a blind, intended to put the police upon a wrong track by suggesting socialism and secret societies. It was not done by a German.
Oh.
If you notice, the A was printed somewhat after the German fashion. Now, a real German invariably prints in the Latin character, so that we may safely say that this was not written by one, but by a clumsy imitator who overdid his part. Oh, no. It was simply a ruse to divert inquiry into a wrong channel. I'm not going to tell you much more of the case, Doctor. You know, a conjurer gets no credit when once he's explained his trick. And if I show you too much of my method of working, you will come to the conclusion that I'm a very ordinary individual after all.
Oh, I shall never do that. You have brought detection as near to an exact science as it ever will be brought in this world.
I'll tell you one other thing. Patent leathers and square toes came in the same cab. And they walked down the pathway together as friendly as possible, arm in all probability. When they got inside, they walked up and down the room. Or rather, Patent Leather stood still while Square Toes walked up and down. I could read all that in the dust, and I could read that as he walked, he grew more and more excited. That's shown by the increased length of his strides. He was talking all the while and working himself up, no doubt, into a fury.
Yes.
Then the tragedy occurred. Well, I've told you all I know myself. For the rest is mere surmise and conjecture. We have a good working basis, however, on which to start. And now we must hurry, for I particularly want to visit Constable Rance in Kennington. Let's go find a cab.
Yes, what is it?
You are Constable John Rance?
What of it? Who wants to know?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Inspector Lestrade said I could find you here. It's about the business at Lauriston Gardens, Brixton Road.
I made my report at the office. Can't a man get a bit of rest when he's off duty?
We thought that we should like to hear it all from your own lips.
Oh, well, I shall be most happy to tell you anything I can, sir. Come in, gents. Thank you. Sit you down on the sofa, gents. Thank you. Now, what was it?
Just let us hear it all in your own way as it occurred, please.
Very well. Well, my time is from 10 at night till 6 in the morning. 1 o'clock it began to rain. I met Harry Murcher, who has the Holland Grove been. We stood together at the corner of Henrietta Street a-talking. Well, presently, maybe about 2, a little after, I thought I'd take a look around and see that all was right down the Brixton Road. I was strolling down, thinking between ourselves how uncommon handy a 4 gin hot would be, when suddenly the glint of a light caught my eye in the window of that same house. Now, I knew that them 2 houses in Lauriston Garden was empty, on account of him that owns them won't have the drains seen to, though the very last tenant that lived in one of them died of typhoid fever. So I was knocked all in a heap, but seen a light in the window, and I suspected something was wrong. When I got up to the door, all was quiet inside, so I went into the room where the light was a-burning. There was a candle flickering on the mantelpiece, a red wax one. By its light, I saw...
Yes, I know all that you saw. You walked round the room several times And you knelt down by the body, and then you walked through and tried the kitchen door, and then...
Where was you hid to see all that? Seems to me that you knows a good deal more than you should.
Here's my card. No, don't get arresting me for the murder. I'm one of the hounds, not the wolf. Mr. Gregson or Mr. Lestrade will answer to that. Go on, though. What did you do next?
Went back to the gate and sounded my whistle. That brought Murcher and two more to the spot.
Was the street empty then?
Well, was as far as anybody that could be of any good goes.
What do you mean?
I've seen many a drunk chap in my time. I've never seen anyone so drunk as that cove. He was at the gate when I come out, leaning up against the railings, and I was singing at the pitch of his lungs about Columbine's newfangled banner, some such stuff. He couldn't stand for less help.
What sort of a man was he?
No, common drunk sort of man. He'd have found himself at the station if we hadn't been so took up.
His face, his dress, didn't you notice them?
Oh, I should think I did notice them, seeing that I had to prop him up, me and Murcher between us. He was a long chap, a red face, the lower part muffled round.
That'll do. What became of him?
Well, you didn't have to do that looking after him. I'll wager he found his way home all right.
How was he dressed?
Brown overcoat.
Had he a whip in his hand?
A whip? No.
He must have left it behind. You didn't happen to see or hear a cab after that?
No.
Well, there's half a sovereign for you.
Oh. Oh, thank you, sir.
I'm afraid, Rance, that you will never rise in the force.
Uh-huh.
That head of yours should be for use as well as ornament. You might have gained your sergeant's stripes last night. The man whom you held in your hands is the man who holds the clue to this mystery and whom we are seeking.
But I tell you...
There's no use arguing about it now. I tell you that it is so. Come along, Doctor. Two to 1B Baker Street, get it?
Right now, guard.
The blundering fool. Just to think of his having such an incomparable bit of good luck and not taking advantage of it.
Holmes, I'm rather in the dark still. It's true that the description of this man tallies with your idea of the second part in this mystery. But why should he come back to the house after leaving it?
The ring, man, the ring. That was what he came back for. If we have no other way of catching him, we can always bait our line with the ring. I shall have him, Doctor. I lay you 2 to 1 that I have him. I must thank you for it all.
Me?
I might not have gone but for you, and so have missed the finest study I ever came across. A study in scarlet, eh? Yeah, why shouldn't we use a little art jargon? There's the scarlet thread of murder running through the colorless skein of life, and our duty is to unravel it and isolate it and expose every inch of it. What's the matter? You're not looking quite yourself. This Brixton Road affair's upset you.
Well, to tell the truth, it has. I ought to be more case-hardened out of my Afghan experiences. I saw my own comrades hacked to pieces at my wand without losing my nerve, but I've gone over this business again and again this afternoon, till I doze off, that is.
I can understand. There's a mystery about this which stimulates the imagination. Where there's no imagination, there's no horror. Have you seen the evening paper?
No.
Gives a fairly good account of the affair. It doesn't mention the fact that when the man was raised up on the stretcher, a woman's wedding ring fell upon the floor. Oh. It's just as well it doesn't.
Why?
Look at this advertisement. What? I had one sent to every paper this morning immediately after the affair.
Where?
In the found column.
Ah, yes. In Brixton Road this morning, a plain gold wedding ring found in the roadway between the White Hart Tavern and Holland Grove. Apply Dr. Watson, 2 to 1B Baker Street, between 8 and 9 this evening. Oh.
Excuse my using your name. If I used my own, some of these dunderheads would recognize it and want to meddle in the affair.
Oh, that's all right, but supposing anyone applies, I've no ring.
Oh, yes, you have.
Huh?
Here you are. This is almost a facsimile.
I say. But who do you expect will answer this advertisement?
Why, the man in the brown coat. Our florid friend with the square toes. If he doesn't come himself, he'll send an accomplice.
Wouldn't he consider it too dangerous?
Not at all. If my view of the case is correct, and I have every reason to believe that it is, this man would rather risk anything than lose the ring. According to my notion, he dropped it while stooping over Drebber's body and didn't miss it at the time.
Yeah.
After leaving the house, he discovered his loss and hurried back, but found the police already in possession owing to his own folly in leaving the candle burning. He had to pretend to be drunk in order to allay the suspicions which might have been aroused by his appearance at the gate.
I see.
Now, put yourself in that man's place. On thinking the matter over, it must have occurred to him that it was possible that he had lost the ring in the road after leaving the house. What would he do then? He would eagerly look out for the evening papers in the hope of seeing it among the articles found.
Yeah.
His eye, of course, would light upon this. He'd be overjoyed. Why should he fear a trap? There'd be no reason in his eyes why the finding of the ring should be connected with the murder. No. He would come. He will come. You shall see him within the hour.
And then?
Oh, you can leave me to deal with him then. By the way, have you any firearms?
Oh, I've my old service revolver and a few cartridges.
You'd better clean it and load it. He'll be a desperate man. And though I shall take him unawares, it's as well to be ready for anything.
Very well, then. I'll do it as soon as we've had dinner.
That was part one of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Cabby!
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present the second episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
A Study in Scarlet was how my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes had described our investigation into the murder of the American Enoch J. Drebber in an empty house near the Brixton Road. Certainly, my mind kept returning to the scarlet of that blood in which some unknown finger had dipped to write on a wall above the dead man the one word Rache, the German for revenge. Revenge for what? And by whom? So I mused, as I cleaned my old service revolver and waited with Holmes for the arrival of a claimant to the woman's wedding ring, which had been found near the body. Well, the old pistol seems none the worse for lying idle.
The plot thickens, Watson. I've just had an answer to the telegram I sent to America after we left Lauriston Gardens. My view of the case is the correct one.
And that is?
Oh, my fiddle would be the better for new strings. Put your pistol in your pocket.
Very good.
When the fellow comes, speak to him in an ordinary way. Leave the rest to me. Don't frighten him by looking at him too hard. He'll probably be here in a few minutes. Now, open the door slightly.
Yeah, well.
That will do. Now, put the key on the inside. Here comes our man, I think. Quickly with the key.
All right, very good.
Now, listen.
Come in. Yes, my good woman?
It's, this has brought me, good gentleman, here in the paper. A gold wedding ring in the Brixton Road. It belongs to my girl, Sally, as was married only this time 12 months, of which her husband is steward aboard a union boat. And what he'd say if he come home and found her without her ring is more than I can think, he being short enough at the best of times, but more especially when he has the drink. If it please you, she went to the circus last night along with...
Is that her ring?
Ah, the Lord be thanked. Sally will be a glad woman this night.
And what may your address be?
13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch. There's a weary way from here.
The Brixton Road doesn't lie between any circus and Houndsditch.
The gentleman asked me for my address. Sally lives in lodgings at 3 Mayfield Place, Peckham.
And your name is...
My name is Sawyer. Hers is Dennis, which Tom Dennis married her, and a smart, clean lad, too, as long as he's at sea, and no steward in the company more thought of. But when on shore, what with the women and the liquor shops...
Holmes, give it to her.
Here's your ring, Mrs. Sawyer. It clearly belongs to your daughter, and I'm glad to be able to restore it to the rightful owner.
If he could have come home and found her without it, I don't know what he might have done. Thank you, good gentleman. Oh, my poor Sally, what will she say?
Good night to you, Mrs. Sawyer.
Good night to you, sir.
I'll follow her. She must be an accomplice. She'll lead me to him. Wait up for me, Watson. I wouldn't have the Scotland Yarders know it for the world, Watson.
Well,
they'd never let me hear the end of it.
What is it, Holmes? Where have you been? It's just gone midnight.
Oh, I don't mind telling a story against myself. That creature had gone a little way when she hailed a four-wheeler which was passing.
Yeah.
I managed to be close to her so as to hear the address, but I needn't have been so anxious, for she sang it out loud enough for it to be heard at the other side of the street.
Drive to 13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch,
she cried. This begins to look genuine, I thought. And having seen her safely inside, I perched myself behind.
You perched yourself?
Huh? Oh, that's an art which every detective should be an expert at. Well, away we rattled and never drew rein until we reached the street in question. I hopped off before we came to the door and strolled down the street in an easy, lounging way. I saw the cab pull up. The driver jumped down, and I saw him open the door and stand expectantly. Nothing came out, though.
What?
When I reached him, he was groping about frantically in the empty cabin, giving vent to the finest assorted collection of oaths that I ever listened to. There was no sign or trace of his passenger, and I fear it'll be some time before he gets his fare. On inquiring at number 13, we found that no one of the name either of Sawyer or Dennis had ever been heard of there.
But you don't mean to say that tottering, feeble old woman was able to get out of the cab while it was in motion without either you or the driver seeing it?
Old woman be damned. We were the old women to be so taken in. He must have been a young man, and an active one, too, besides being an incomparable actor. The get-up was inimitable.
Yes, well.
He saw that he was followed, no doubt, and used this means of giving me the slip. It shows that the man we're after is not as lonely as I imagined he was, but has friends who are ready to risk something for him. Now, Doctor, you're looking done up. As you say, it's gone midnight. Take my advice and turn in.
Yes, I think I will. You turning in, too?
Oh, not yet a while, I fear. This smouldering fire and my violin will keep me company long into the watches of the night, I fancy.
Good night.
There's a strange problem still to unravel. A very strange problem indeed.
Well, Holmes, the papers are certainly full of it today. The Brixton Mystery, they're calling it.
Oh, but have they anything useful to tell us?
Well, as far as I can see, most of them are concentrating on the victim's German name.
That won't get us far.
Wait a minute. This must be a later edition. They've identified the man.
Have they, indeed? Well, in that case, my dear Watson, pray post me up while I demolish this poor thing.
Oh, very well, Holmes. The deceased was an American gentleman
who'd been residing for some weeks in the metropolis. He'd stayed at the boarding house of Madame Charpentier in Torquay Terrace, Camberwell. He was accompanied in his travels by his private secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The two bade adieu to their landlady upon Tuesday the 4th inst and departed to Euston Station with the avowed intention of catching the Liverpool Express. They were afterwards seen together upon the platform. Nothing more is known of them until Mr. Drebber's body was, as recorded, discovered in an empty house in the Brixton Road, many miles from Euston. How he came there, or how... Oh, continued on page 4, column 3. There are. He met his fate are questions which are still involved in mystery. Nothing is known of the whereabouts of Stangerson. We're glad to learn that Mr. Lestrade and Mr. Gregson of Scotland Yard are both engaged upon the case, and it is confidently anticipated that these well-known officers will speedily throw light upon the matter.
I told you that whatever happened to Lestrade and Gregson would be sure to score.
That depends on how it turns out.
Oh, bless you, it doesn't matter in the least. If the man is caught, it'll be on account of their exertions. If he escapes, it'll be in spite of their exertions. It's heads I win and tails you lose.
What on earth is that?
Huh? It's the Baker Street Division of the Detective Police Force.
The what?
Attention! Come along now, get into line quickly. In future, you will send up Wiggins alone to report, and the rest of you must wait in the street. Now, have you found it, Wiggins?
No, sir, we ain't.
I hardly expected you would. You must keep on until you do, though. Well, here are your wages. Now, off you go, and come back with a better report next time.
Yes, sir. Come on, all of you. Double march.
Now, Holmes, what on earth?
There's more work to be got out of one of those little beggars than out of a dozen of the force. The mere sight of an official-looking person seals men's lips. These youngsters, however, go everywhere and see everything. They're as sharp as needles, too. All they want is organization.
Are you employing them on this Brixton case, then?
Yes. There's a point which I wish to ascertain. It's merely a matter of time. Mm-hmm. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Come in.
Mr. Holmes, congratulate me. I mean, the whole thing is clear as day.
You mean that you were on the right track?
The right track? Why, we have the man under lock and key.
And his name is?
Arthur Charpentier, sub-lieutenant in Her Majesty's Navy.
Well, take a seat and try one of these cigars. We're anxious to know how you managed it.
The fun of it is that fool Lestrade, who thinks himself so smart, has gone off upon the wrong track altogether. He's after the secretary, Stangerson, who had no more to do with the crime than the babe unborn.
And how did you get your clue, Gregson?
Well, the first difficulty which we had to contend with was finding this American's antecedents. Some people would have waited until their advertisements were answered, or until parties came forward and volunteered information. But that's not Tobias Gregson's way of going to work. You remember the hat beside the dead man?
Yes, by John Underwood and Sons, 129 Camberwell Road.
Oh, I had no idea you'd noticed that. Well, anyway, my belief is you should never neglect a chance, however small it may seem.
To a great mind, nothing is little.
Quite, yes. Well, I went to Underwood and asked him if he'd sold a hat of that size and description. He looked over his books and came on it at once. He had sent a hat to Mr. Drebber, residing at Charpentier's boarding establishment, Torquay Terrace. Thus I got at his address.
Smart. Very smart.
I next called upon Madame Charpentier. I found her very pale and distressed. Her daughter was in the room, too, an uncommonly fine girl she is, I may add. She was looking red about the eyes, and her lips trembled as I spoke to her. That didn't escape my notice. You know the feeling, Mr. Holmes, when you come upon the right scent, a kind of thrill in your nerves. Before I even started to question them, I felt that these people knew something about the matter. Now, ladies, have you heard of the mysterious death of your late boarder, Mr. Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland?
Oh, there, now, dear. Yes, sir, we have heard about it.
At what o'clock did Mr. Drebber leave your house for the train?
At 8 o'clock. His secretary, Mr. Sangerson, said there were 2 trains, one at 9:15 and one at 11. He was to catch the first.
And that was the last you saw of him? Madam, I asked whether it was the last you saw of him.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Oh, Mother, no good can ever come of falsehood. We did see Mr. Drebber again, sir.
God forgive you. You've murdered your brother.
But Arthur would rather we spoke the truth.
You'd best tell me all about it. Half confidences are worse than none. Besides, you don't know how much we know already.
Oh, on your head be it, Alice. Perhaps you'd better leave us together.
Yes, Mother.
Now, sir, I had no intention of telling you all this, but since my poor daughter disclosed it, I've no alternative. Having once decided to speak, I will tell you all without omitting any particular.
It's your wisest course, madam.
Mr. Drebber had been with us nearly 3 weeks. He and his secretary, Mr. Stangerson, had been travelling on the continent.
Yes?
Mr. Stangerson was a quiet, reserved man. Oh, but his employer, I'm sorry to say, was far otherwise. He was coarse in his habits and brutish in his ways.
How so?
But the very night of his arrival, he became very much the worse for drink, and indeed, after 12 o'clock in the daytime, he could hardly ever be said to be sober. But his manner towards the maidservant was disgustingly free and familiar, and worst of all, he assumed the same attitude towards my daughter, and spoke to her more than once in a way which, fortunately, she's too innocent to understand. But on one occasion, he actually seized her in his arms and embraced her. Oh, his own secretary reproached him for it.
But why did you stand all this? I suppose you can get rid of your boarders when you wish.
Would to God I'd given him notice on the very day he came. But it was a sore temptation. They were paying £1 a day each, and this is the slack season, and I am a widow, and my boy in the Navy has cost me much. I acted for the best. This last was too much, however, and I gave him notice to leave on account of it.
I see.
Oh, my heart grew light as I saw him drive away. My son is on leave just now, but I did not tell him anything of all this. His temper is violent, and he's passionately fond of his sister. Well, when I closed the door behind them, a load seemed to be lifted from my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, alas, in less than an hour there was a ring at the bell, and I learned that Mr. Drebber had returned. He was the worse for drink. He forced his way into the room where I was sitting with my daughter and made some incoherent remark about having missed his train. He then turned to Alice and before my very face proposed to her that she should fly with him. You are of age, he said, and there's no law to stop you. I have money and enough to spare. Never mind the old girl here, but come along with me now straight away. You shall live like a princess. Oh.
Go on.
Well, poor Alice was so frightened that she shrank away from him, but he caught her by the wrist. Well, I screamed, and at that moment my son Arthur came into the room. Well, what happened then, I do not know. I heard oaths and confused sounds of a scuffle. I was too terrified to raise my head. And when I did look up, I saw Arthur standing in the doorway laughing with a stick in his hand. I don't think that fine fellow will trouble us again, he said. I will just go after him and see what he does with himself. And with those words, he took his hat and started off down the street. The next morning, we heard of Mr. Drebber's mysterious death.
Madame Charpentier, at what hour did your son return?
I do not know. He has a latchkey and he let himself in.
After you went to bed?
Yes.
When did you go to bed?
About 11.
So your son was gone at least 2 hours?
Yes.
Possibly 4 or 5?
Yes.
What was he doing during that time?
I do not know, sir. I do not know.
Of course, after that, there was nothing more to be done. I found out where Lieutenant Charpentier was and arrested him. When I touched him on the shoulder and warned him to come quietly with us, he answered us as bold as brass, "I suppose you are arresting me for being concerned in the death of that scoundrel Drebber. We'd said nothing to him about it, so that his alluding to it had a most suspicious aspect.
Very.
He still carried the heavy stick which the mother described as having with him when he followed Drebber.
What's your theory, then, Inspector Gregson?
Well, Mr. Holmes, my theory is that he followed Drebber as far as the Brixton Road. When there, some occasion arose between them, and in the course of which Drebber received a blow from the stick in the pit of the stomach, perhaps, which killed him without leaving any mark. The night was so wet that no one was about, so Charpentier dragged the body of his victim into the empty house. As to the candle and the blood and the writing on the wall and the ring, they may all have been so many tricks to throw the police onto the wrong scent.
Well done. Really, Gregson, you're getting along. We shall make something of you yet.
Well, I flatter myself that I've managed it rather neatly. The young man volunteered a statement in which he said that after following Drebber for some time, the latter perceived him and took a cab in order to get away from him. On his way home, Charpentier... Yes, I think the whole case fits together uncommonly well. What amuses me is to think of Lestrade, who had started off upon the wrong scent. I'm afraid he won't make much of it.
Why, by Jove, here's the very man himself. Come in, Inspector Lestrade.
Oh, so you're here, Gregson. I suppose, Lestrade, you've come to consult Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Ask him what move to make next, eh? Well, I don't mind admitting this is a most extraordinary case, most incomprehensible affair. Ah, you find it so? I thought you'd come to that conclusion. Have you managed to land the secretary, Mr. Joseph Stangerson? I've just come from Stangerson's room.
We've been hearing Gregson's view of the matter. Would you mind letting us know what you have done, Lestrade?
No, Mr. Holmes, no objections at all. I freely confess that I was of the opinion that Stangerson was concerned in the death of Drebber. Was? A fresh development has shown me that I was completely mistaken.
Well, well. I fancy we'd better take the events in their sequence.
Very well. Full of the one idea, I set myself to discover what had become of the secretary. He and Drebber had been seen together at Euston Station about 8:30 on the evening of the 3rd. At 2 in the morning of the 4th, Drebber had been found murdered in the house off Brixton Road. The question which confronted me was to find out how Stangerson had been employed between 8:30 and the time of the crime, and what had become of him afterwards. I telegraphed to Liverpool, giving a description of the man and warning them to keep a watch upon the American boats. I then set to work calling upon all the hotels and lodging houses in the vicinity of Euston. You see, I argued that if Drebber and his companion had become separated that evening, the natural course for Stangerson would be to put up somewhere in the vicinity for the night, then to hang about the station again next morning to look out for his employer.
They'd be likely to agree on some meeting place beforehand.
So it proved. I spent the whole of yesterday evening making inquiries entirely without avail. This morning I began very early, and at 8 o'clock I reached Halliday's private hotel in Little George Street.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to know whether a Mr. Stangerson is living here.
Oh, certainly, sir. No doubt you're the gentleman he was expecting. He's been waiting here for a gentleman for 2 days.
Yes. Where is he now?
He's upstairs in bed. He wished to be called at 9.
Well, I'll go up and see him at once, then.
Yes, sir. The Boots will take you. Boots?
Yes? Morning, sir.
Right.
Take this gentleman up to Mr. Stangerson's room.
Yes. Would you follow me, sir? There's his room, sir, just along here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Oh. Cool. What's that? It looks like blood. Coming from under his door.
You're right.
It's locked, sir.
Well, stand out of the way while I put the shoulder to it.
Yeah, but, sir, I
Get
think...
back.
I can't stay in here. Let me pass, Gov. Let me pass.
Stangerson has been stabbed to the heart. Dead for some time. He bled profusely. But now comes the strangest part of the affair, Mr. Holmes. What do you suppose was on the wall?
The word Rache, written in letters of blood.
Well, that was it. Great heaven. Get on with the details, Lestrade. Well, the murderer was seen. A milk boy happened to walk down the lane at the back of the hotel. He noticed that a ladder, which usually lay there, was raised against one of the windows of the second floor, which was wide open. He looked back and saw a man descend the ladder. He came down so openly that the lad imagined him to be some carpenter or joiner at work. Took no notice beyond thinking it was early for anyone like that to be at work.
And he has an impression that the man was tall, had a reddish face, and was dressed in a long brownish coat.
Did you find anything in the room which could furnish a clue to the murderer?
Nothing. Stangerson had 80-odd pounds in his pocket. Whatever the motive for these two crimes, it certainly wasn't robbery. There were no papers in the pockets, except a telegram, dated from Cleveland about a month ago, containing the words, J.H. is in Europe. There was no sender's name.
And there was nothing else?
Nothing of any importance. His pipe was on the chair beside the bed. There was a glass of water on the table. And on the windowsill, a small chip ointment box containing a couple of pills.
What? At last!
What's that, Mr. Holmes?
The last link. My case is complete.
Oh, but just what do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
I have now in my hands all the threads which have formed such a tangle. There are, of course, details to be filled in, but I'm as certain of all the main facts, from the time that Drebber parted from Stangerson at the station up to the discovery of Stangerson's body, as if I'd seen them with my own eyes. I'll give you proof of my knowledge. Could you lay your hand upon it?
Yes, I have them here. Don't attach any importance to them, though.
Let me see them. Doctor, are those ordinary pills?
No, they're certainly not. Pearly grey colour, small, round, and, let's see. Yes, almost transparent against the light. From their lightness and transparency, I should imagine they're soluble in water.
Precisely, sir. Now, would you mind going down and fetching that poor little devil of a terrier which has been bad so long and which the landlady wanted you to put out of its pain yesterday?
Oh, yes, I will, Holmes.
What are you going to do, Mr. Holmes?
I will now cut one of these pills in two. One half we return into the box for future purposes. The other half I will place in this wine glass. If you'd be kind enough to pass me the carafe, Lestrade.
Yes, here you are.
Thank you. Now then, I pour into the glass a teaspoonful of water. Ah. You perceive that our friend the doctor is right. The pill readily dissolves. I shall now add a little milk to make the mixture palatable.
Here he is, poor old chap. Long past his allotted span, I'm afraid.
Put him down on a cushion while I transfer this mixture to a saucer.
Right.
Now, poor old boy, here's a little drink for you.
Well?
It can't be a coincidence. The very pills which I suspected in the case of Drebber are actually found after the death of Stangerson, and yet they're inert. What can it mean? Oh, surely my whole chain of reasoning cannot have been false. No, it's impossible. And yet this wretched dog is none the worse.
Well, if you ask me...
Wait. I have it. Where's that other pill?
Here you are.
Cut it in two for me while I get more milk and water ready.
There we are. Done.
Now, in it goes.
You mean you're going to try again?
Precisely. Now, boy, try another saucer.
That was part 2 of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs and Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright.
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present the final episode of A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Here is Dr. Watson to continue the story of A Study in Scarlet.
Inspector Gregson of Scotland Yard had been crowing over his colleague Lestrade. While he, Gregson, had acted so decisively in arresting young Arthur Charpentier for the murder of Enoch Drebber, Lestrade, with the mere duty of questioning Stangerson, the dead man's secretary, had returned to 221B Baker Street with failure written all over his face. But then Holmes and I had been as astonished as Gregson to hear that he had found Stangerson murdered too. Lestrade had brought a box containing 2 pills, which he had found near the body. Exclaiming that at last his case was complete, Holmes wasted no time in feeding one to the poor aging dog which our landlady had asked us that morning to have destroyed. To his dismay, the effect was nil. With his whole case hanging upon the consequences, Holmes proceeded to grind the only remaining pill into some milk and watched anxiously as the dog drank.
Poor old chap.
He worked.
I should have had more faith. I ought to know by this time that when a fact appears to be opposed to a long train of deductions, it invariably proves to be capable of bearing some other interpretation. Of the 2 pills in that box, one was of the most deadly poison and the other was entirely harmless. I ought to have known that before ever I saw the box at all.
Well, I don't like saying it in front of you, Gregson, but I'm right out of my depth. I really am.
You're not alone, Lestrade. Now, look here, Mr. Holmes. We want something more than mere theory and preaching now. It's a case of taking the man. I made my case out, and it seems that I was wrong. Young Charpentier is locked up and couldn't have been engaged in this second affair. Lestrade went after his man, Stangerson, and it appears that he's wrong, too. Now, can you name the man who did it?
Can't help feeling that Gregson's right, sir.
Holmes, if I may say so, any delay in arresting the murderer might give him time to perpetrate some fresh atrocity.
There'll be no more murders. You've asked me if I know the name of the murderer. I do.
What?
The mere knowing of his name is a small thing, however, compared with the power of laying our hands upon him. This I expect very shortly to do.
But how?
I have good hopes of managing it through my own arrangements, but it's a thing which needs delicate handling. We have a shrewd and desperate man to deal with. As long as this man has no idea that anyone can have a clue, there's some chance of securing him. But if he has the slightest suspicion, he'd change his name and vanish in an instant among the 4 million inhabitants of this great city. Without meaning to hurt either of your feelings, I'm bound to say that I consider him to be more than a match for the official force. And that is why I have not asked your assistance.
Now, look here.
If I fail, I shall, of course, incur all the blame due to this omission. But that I'm prepared for. At present, I'm ready to promise that the instant I can communicate with you without endangering my own arrangements, I shall do so.
Well, I don't know about that.
Would you...
Sir, please, sir.
What the...
Yes, Wiggins?
I got the cab downstairs, sir.
Good boy. Lestrade, Gregson.
Yes?
Why don't you introduce this pattern of handcuffs at Scotland Yard? You see how beautifully the spring works? They fasten in an instant.
The old pattern's good enough if we can only find the man to put them on.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. The cabman may as well help me with my boxes. Just ask him to step up, Wiggins.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, you never said anything about setting out on a journey.
Nor I did, Watson. However, I must just get this small portmanteau ready.
What is this, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, Holmes, I really think you ought to...
Oh, not been used for so long, these buckles are dreadfully difficult.
Here, let me help you.
No, the cabman can do it. Ah, there you are, my good man.
Yes, Governor.
Just give me a hand with this buckle, if you please.
All right, sir.
What's that?
No, keep still.
Gentlemen, let me introduce you to Mr. Jefferson Hope, the murderer of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. We have his cab. It will serve to take him to Scotland Yard.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest... I think, Mr. Lestrade, in view of my seniority of service.
Oh, very well.
Jefferson Hope, I arrest you in the Queen's name for the murders of Enoch Drebber and Joseph Stangerson. And I must caution you that anything you say will be taken down and may be put in evidence.
I've got a good deal to say. I want to tell you gentlemen all about it. If there's a vacant place for a chief of the police, I reckon you're the man for it, sir.
Never mind about that.
Oh, no, I mean it. The way you kept on my trail was a caution.
Well, hadn't you better reserve that for your trial?
I may never be tried.
Well, look here.
You needn't look so startled. It isn't suicide I'm thinking of. You're a doctor, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Then put your hand here on my chest.
Well, as you wish.
Well?
Why, this man has an aortic aneurysm.
Yes, that's what they call it. I went to a doctor last week about it, and he told me it is bound to burst before many days have passed. It has been getting worse for years. I got it from overexposure and underfeeding among the Salt Lake Mountains. I've done my work now, and I don't care how soon I go. But I should like to leave some account of the business behind me. I don't want to be remembered as a common murderer.
Dr. Watson. Yes, Inspector? Do you consider there is immediate danger? Most certainly there is. In that case, it's clearly our duty, in the interest of justice, to take his statement. Will you write it down, please, Mr. Lestrade? Oh, all right. I have cautioned you, and you are at liberty to give your account, which this officer will take down.
I understand. I'll sit down with your leave.
By all means.
Thank you. This aneurysm of mine makes me easily tired, and that tussle we had just now hasn't mended matters. I am on the brink of the grave, and I'm not likely to lie to you, gentlemen.
Right. I'm ready. Proceed, then.
It doesn't much matter to you why I hated those two men. It's enough that they were guilty of the death of two human beings, a father and a daughter, and that they had, therefore, forfeited their own lives. That girl was to have married me in America 20 years ago. She was forced into marrying that same Drebber and broke her heart over it. I took the marriage ring from her dead finger, and I vowed that his dying eyes should rest upon that very ring, and that his last thought should be of the crime for which he was punished. I have carried it about with me and followed him and his accomplice over 2 continents until I caught them. If I die tomorrow, as is likely enough, I die knowing that my work in this world is done, and well done.
Yes, get on.
When I got to London, my pocket was about empty, and I found that I must turn my hand to something for my living. Driving and riding are as natural to me as walking. So I applied at a cab owner's office and soon got employment. It was some time before I found out where my 2 gentlemen were living. They were at a boarding house at Camberwell, over on the other side of the river. I had grown my beard, and there was no chance of their recognizing me. Go where they would about London, I was always at their heels. At last, one evening, I was driving up and down Torquay Terrace when I saw a cab draw up at their door. Presently, some luggage was brought out. Time, Drebber and Stangerson followed it and drove off. I whipped up my horse and kept within sight of them, feeling very ill at ease, for I feared that they were going to shift their quarters. At Euston Station, they got out, and I left a boy to hold my horse and followed them onto the platform. I got near enough to hear what they were saying.
But I tell you, there isn't another Liverpool train for hours.
So who cares?
I care. The sooner we're on a train to Liverpool and getting out of here, the happier I'll be.
Well, Stangerson, we'll just have to wait, won't we? Now, come to think of it, I have a little business of my own to do. Now, if you just hang around here someplace, I'll go off and I'll join you later.
Like hell. You swore we'd always stick together. If you go, I'm going with you.
Well, you see, this little matter's kind of delicate. You'd be in the way.
Is that so? Well, either I go with you or we both stay here. You can take it or leave it, Rebel.
Look here, Stangerson. It's about time you remembered you're nothing more than a paid servant around here. Who the hell do you think you are trying to dictate to me?
I didn't mean it that way.
Well, that's how it sounded to me. Now, cut it out once and for all.
Okay, then. But look, Supposing you're not back in time for the train. It's the last one tonight.
Oh, I'll be back here before 11. Tell you what, if I'm not, we'll meet up again at Halliday's Hotel. That suit you?
I guess it'll have to.
The moment for which I had waited so long had come at last. My plans were already formed. It chanced that some days before, a gentleman who had been looking over some empty houses off the Brixton Road had dropped the key of one of them in my carriage. How to get Drebber to that house was the problem. There was a hansom in front of mine, and he hailed it. I followed it for miles, until, to my astonishment, we found ourselves back in the terrace where he had boarded. I went on and pulled up my cab 100 yards or so from the house. He entered it, and his hansom drove away. Well, I waited for a quarter of an hour or more, when suddenly there came a noise like people struggling inside the house. Next moment, the door was flung open, and 2 men appeared. One of them was Drebber, and the other was a young chap whom I had never seen before.
You filthy hound! I'll teach you to insult an honest girl.
Get your hands off me.
If you're not out of this road inside 10 seconds, I'll lay this cudgel across you so you won't be able to walk. Now, get on with you.
Okay, I'm going. Hey, you, Gabby!
Yes, Governor?
Drive me to Halliday's private hotel.
When I had him fairly inside my cab, my heart jumped so much with joy that I feared lest at this last moment my aneurysm might go wrong. I was once janitor and sweeper out of a laboratory in the States. One day, a professor was lecturing on some alkaloid which was so powerful that the least grain meant instant death. When they were all gone, I helped myself to a little of it. I was a fairly good dispenser, so I worked this alkaloid into small soluble pills, and each pill I put in a box with a similar pill made without the poison. I determined that when I had my chance, my gentlemen should each have a draw out of one of those boxes while I ate the pill that remained. From that day, I had always my pill boxes about with me, and the time had now come when I was to use them. It was nearer 1 than 12, and a wild, bleak night blowing hard. My hands were trembling and my temples throbbing with excitement. There was not a soul to be seen. When I looked in at the cab window, I found Drebber huddled in a drunken sleep. Come on there. Come on, wake up. Wake up, I say.
What's the matter?
It's time to get out.
All right, cabby.
Now, you'd better follow me, sir.
Is this the hotel? Halliday's?
Oh, come along now, sir. I'll help you.
It's infernally dark. Say, what kind of a hotel is this?
We'll soon have a light. Just like this candle. There. Now, Enoch Drebber, who am I?
Who? What do you mean? I don't... No.
Yes, you dog. I have hunted you from Salt Lake City to St. Petersburg, and you've always escaped me. But now your wanderings have come to an end.
No, keep away from me.
What do you think of poor Lucy Ferrier now? Punishment has been slow in coming, but it has overtaken you at last.
Would you murder me?
Who talks of murdering a mad dog? What mercy had you upon my poor darling when you dragged her from his slaughtered father and bore her away?
Wasn't I killed her father?
But it was you who broke her innocent heart. Let the high God judge between us. You see this box?
What is it? What are they?
Just a couple of pills. Choose and eat. There is death in one and life in the other. I shall take what you leave. Let us see if there is justice upon the earth, or if we are ruled by chance.
Poison? You're mad. I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will, with my knife at your throat. Choose and eat. This way, you have a 50-50 chance. If you don't take it, it'll be my knife and no chance for you at all.
Very well. I'll eat.
Now, I'll take the other, and we shall see.
It doesn't taste. You've got it. You must... You...
I turned him over with my foot and placed my hand upon his heart. There was no movement. He was dead. The pulses in my temples were beating like sledgehammers, and I believe I would have had a fit of some sort if the blood had not gushed from my nose and relieved me. I remembered a German being found in New York with rash written up above him, and it was argued that the secret societies must have done it. I guessed that what puzzled the New Yorkers would puzzle Londoners, so I dipped my finger in my own blood and printed it on the wall. And then I walked down to my cab. I had driven some distance when I put my hand into the pocket in which I usually kept Lucy's ring and found it was not there. It was the only memento I had of her. Thinking that I might have dropped it when I stooped over Drebber's body, I drove back, and leaving my cab on a side street, I went boldly up to the house. I walked right into the arms of a police officer who was coming out. I managed to fool him by pretending to be hopelessly drunk, but I had to go away without that ring.
So much for Drebber, then. How about Stangerson?
Oh, I knew that he was staying at Halliday's hotel. Early next morning, I took advantage of some ladders which were lying in the lane behind the hotel, and so made my way into his room in the gray of the dawn. I woke him up and told him he was to answer for the life he had taken so long before. I gave him the same choice of poisoned pills. But he sprang from his bed and flew at my throat. In self-defense, I stabbed him to the heart.
I see. You got all that, Mr. Lestrade?
Every word.
Well, is there anything you'd like to ask Mr. Holmes?
There's only one point on which I should like a little more information. Who was your accomplice who came for the ring which I advertised?
Oh, I can tell you my own secrets, but I don't get other people into trouble. He had no hand in the deaths of those two men and knows nothing of them.
I think we can accept the truth of that, Gregson.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But now, gentlemen, the forms of the law must be complied with. On Thursday, the prisoner will be brought before the magistrates, and your attendance will be required.
That's understood, Inspector.
Until then, I will be responsible for him. Come along, if you please, Mr. Lestrade. We may as well use his own cab, but I'm afraid we can hardly let him drive it. You'll have to oblige. Oh, never mind. At least I can drive a cab. Come along, Hope. Let's be moving.
My dear Watson, Gregson and Lestrade will be furious about his death.
Well, it was better for the poor devil to die in his cell than on the scaffold. His life was hanging by a thread.
I fancy they won't see it that way. Where will their grand advertisement be now?
How they must have been looking forward to the trial. I must admit it would have been pretty interesting.
Never mind. I wouldn't have missed the investigation for anything. There's been no better case within my recollection. Simple as it was. Simple? Well, let me see if I can make it clearer. Now, this was a case in which you were given the results and had to find everything else for yourself. I approached the house with my mind entirely free from all impressions. I began by examining the roadway, and there, as I've already explained to you, I saw clearly the marks of a cab, which, as I ascertained by inquiry, must have been there during the night.
Yes, but just a moment. How could you know it was a cab and not a private carriage?
By the narrow gauge of the wheels. The ordinary London growler is considerably less wide than a gentleman's brougham.
Ah.
I then walked slowly down the garden path, which happened to be composed of a clay soil peculiarly suitable for taking impressions. There's no branch of detective science which is so important and so much neglected as the art of tracing footsteps. I saw the heavy footmarks of the constables, but I saw also the track of the two men who had first passed through the garden. It was easy to tell that they had been before the others, because in places their marks had been entirely obliterated by the others coming up on the top of them. In this way, my second link was formed, which told me that the nocturnal visitors were two in number. One remarkable for his height, as I calculated from the length of his stride, and the other fashionably dressed, to judge from the small and elegant impression left by his boots.
What next?
On entering the house, this last inference was confirmed. My well-booted man lay dead before me. The tall one, then, had done the murder, if murder there was. Having sniffed the dead man's lips, I detected a slightly sour smell, and I came to the conclusion that he'd been poisoned. I argued from the hatred and fear expressed upon his face that the poison had been forced upon him. And now came the great question as to the reason why. Robbery had not been the object of the murder, for nothing was taken. Political assassins, on the other hand, are only too glad to do their work and to fly. This murder had been done most deliberately, and the perpetrator had left his tracks all over the room.
And the inscription on the wall?
Was too obviously a blind. No, it must have been a private wrong, and not a political one, which called for such a methodical revenge. I was inclined from the first to suspect that a woman was in some way connected with it.
Ah, and finding the wedding ring...
That settled the question. However, I proceeded to make a careful examination of the room, which confirmed me in my opinion as to the murderer's height and furnished me with the additional details as to the Trichinopoly cigar. I had already come to the conclusion, since there were no signs of a struggle, that the blood which covered the floor had burst from the murderer's nose in his excitement. I could see that the track of blood coincided with the track of his feet. Now, as a medical man, Watson, you will agree that it is seldom that any man breaks out in such a way through emotion unless he's very full-blooded.
Yes, quite true.
So I hazarded the opinion that the criminal was a robust and ruddy-faced man.
Yes, indeed he was.
Quite so. Now, you will remember that I ascertained that when he had not inquired as to any particular point which might appear to be critical.
Yes.
Well, having left the house, I telegraphed to the head of the police of Cleveland, limiting my inquiry of the circumstances connected with the marriage of Enoch J. Drebber.
Yes.
The answer was conclusive. It told me that Drebber had already applied for the protection of the law against an old rival in love named Jefferson Hope, and that this same Hope was at present in Europe. I knew now that I held the clue to the mystery in my hand, and all that remained was to secure the murderer.
All that remained?
Oh, it wasn't so difficult. I had already determined in my own mind that the man who had walked into the house with Drebber was none other than the man who had driven the cab. The marks in the road showed me that the horse had wandered on in a way which would have been impossible had there been anyone in charge of it. Where then could the driver be unless he were inside the house? And, my dear Watson, supposing one man wished to dog another through London, what better means could he adopt than to turn cab driver?
So you came to the conclusion that Jefferson Hope was to be found among the Jarvis of the metropolis. Oh, it's brilliant. Quite brilliant.
Thank you, Watson.
But what made you assume that having achieved his object, Jefferson Hope would go on being a cabby?
Why, he would have been foolish not to. Any sudden change on his part might have drawn attention to himself. I therefore organized my street Arab detective corps and sent them systematically to every cab proprietor in London until they ferreted out the man I wanted.
Well, they certainly succeeded. But, Holmes, how about the murder of the other man, Stangerson?
Ah, that incident was entirely unexpected. Through it, I came into possession of the pills, the existence of which I had already surmised. You see, the whole thing is a chain of logical sequences without a break or flaw.
It's wonderful. It's remarkable. You should be publicly recognized for this, Holmes.
Oh.
You should publish an account of the case.
Oh, no.
Well, if you won't, I'll do it for you. I have all the facts in my journal. The public shall know them.
You may do what you like, Doctor.
Hello.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson.
The echo's just come, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, just throw it down there, Mrs. Hudson. I'll look at it later.
No, I'll have it, please.
Oh, very good, sir.
Thank you.
Shall you be in to lunch, gentlemen?
I fancy we shall.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. I say, listen to this, Holmes. The public have lost a sensational treat through the sudden death of the man Hope, who was suspected of the murders of Mr. Enoch Drebber and Mr. Joseph Stangerson. The details of the case will probably never now be known, though we are informed upon good authority that the crimes were the result of an old-standing and romantic feud. If the case has no other effect, it at least brings out in the most striking manner the efficiency of our detective police force. It is an open secret that the credit for this smart capture belongs entirely to the well-known Scotland Yard officials, Messrs. Gregson and Lestrade. It is expected that a testimonial of some sort will be presented to these two officers as a fitting recognition of their services. Well, Holmes, what about that?
Didn't I tell you so when we started, Watson? That's the result of all our study in Scarlet. To get them a testimonial.
That was part 3 of A Study in Scarlet by Michael Hardwick from the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes was played by Carlton Hobbs, Dr. Watson by Norman Shelley, Inspector Gregson by Humphrey Morton, Inspector Lestrade by Godfrey Kenton, and Jefferson Hope by Stuart Nichol. Production for the BBC was by Norman Wright